You need to struggle, my brother smirked while spending our parents' money. So I sabotaged his college acceptance and took the $250,000 grant. Therefore, when my parents showed up to brag about his acceptance into my university, I publicly humiliated them on stage before proving to the dean that his entire admission portfolio was stolen from me. My parents had been secretly funding my younger brother's extravagant lifestyle while telling me that they were too broke to pay for my college education because I wouldn't amount to anything. My birthday was on a Thursday that was dreary and drenched in rain. The party, the cake, and the candles were all absent. There was nothing more than a peculiar and suffocatingly quiet meal, during which my parents kept exchanging tense glances as if they were anticipating the detonation of a bomb. A memory that sticks out in my mind is that the meatloaf was dry, the potatoes were cold, and the quiet in the dining room was deafening. As I sat there, rearranging the food on my plate and listening to the sound of raindrops hitting the window, I truly pondered the possibility that they had some kind of surprise in store for me. Perhaps a celebration that is postponed. Maybe a card with a message that is significant to you. I had been working as a grocery clerk on a part-time basis since I was 16 years old, and I had only recently been admitted into the media arts program at a famous state university. I had been maintaining perfect grades throughout this period. When I thought they were finally going to tell me that they were proud, I thought this was the moment. The answer is no. After dinner, my mother wiped her mouth with a tissue, cleared her throat, and then asked my father, "Leo, would you be able to come sit in the living room? We need to talk." My father was already situated in his usual leather chair, with his legs crossed and his arms wrapped securely across his chest. That expression on his face, the one in which he makes an effort to be authoritative but ultimately gives the impression that he is making an excessive amount of effort, was already causing major alarm bells to go off in my head. The sweat was dripping from my hands as I sat down opposite of them. "We just want to be honest with you," my mother started out by saying. Despite being entirely rehearsed, her voice was eerily calm and frightening. "We never really saved up anything for your college." I blinked many times as the words lingered in the air. I attempted to grasp the meaning of what she was saying. Even before I had a chance to respond, my father expressed his opinion, as if he was unable to contain his justification any longer. He said this while leaning forward and putting his elbows on his knees. "It's not that we didn't want to, Leo," he made the statement. "It's just, well, looking at your track record, we honestly didn't think you'd actually go. We didn't think you'd amount to much academically." It made me laugh. My initial reaction was not that it was hilarious. Rather, it was that the ridiculousness of the remark was so shocking that I felt perhaps this was a cruel joke. They did not appear to be smiling. Just now, my mother gave me a look that was exhausted and even pitying. "You were always kind of unfocused, you know? You're just not naturally gifted like your brother." Moreover, there it was. It was the dreadful reality that was put out on the coffee table. The younger brother of mine, Julian. The infant, of golden hue. Since he was 6 years old, the kid who was on the honor list and received private soccer lessons, costly tutors, and whatever else his heart desired. The fact that he has always been their unrivaled favorite is despite the fact that I love my brother very much. In the past several months, when Julian turned 17, they threw him a large surprise party, complete with a shiny SUV that cost $35,000 and was parked in front of the house with a red bow on it. They made a passing reference to the fact that they had a substantial education fund prepared for him. For the occasion of my 19th birthday, a lecture on my inherent inadequacies was delivered to me, along with a chilly dinner. Neither did I yell. No, I did not cry. On the other hand, I did not provide them with the satisfaction of an emotional upset. I did nothing but sit there, gently nodding my head and pretending that my chest was not collapsing. I responded, "Okay," with a voice that was unnaturally steady. I stood up, went back to my room, closed the door, and stared at the ceiling for what seemed like an eternity. "Thank you for telling me," I said. That evening, I took the initiative to submit applications for every grant, scholarship, and late-night employment that I could discover. I started doing odd jobs on campus, picked up graveyard shifts at a local warehouse, and even coached high school students in basic coding for extra income. All of these things were done in order to make ends meet. My determination to attend college was so strong that I would do everything to make it happen, even if it meant crawling across shattered glass. In the future, 8 months from now, I was in the middle of my second semester, entirely self-sufficient financially, and living in a cramped apartment off campus that was dripping with drafts. In order to make sure that my rent was paid, I was doing 2 jobs that were really difficult, sleeping for no more than 4 hours a night, and skipping meals. And still, my mother would send me a text message every few weeks, saying something along the lines of, "You've been really distant lately, Leo. Is everything okay?" Or, even worse, she would send one of those manipulative, guilt-tripping texts, which would read, "We're still your family. You can't just ignore us forever because you're busy." It was as if I owed them a sense of proximity after they had abandoned me. It is as if I am the one who is fleeing without any apparent reason. The fact that they regularly boasted about Julian's potential on social media was the thing that truly drove the knife further. Even though Julian was unsure of whether or not he wanted to attend college, they went ahead and treated his future as if it were a high-value investment. While everything was going on, I was working 1-2-hour shifts in a warehouse and passing advanced media examinations with hardly enough stamina to keep my eyes open despite the workload. For the first time in several months, I went back to my hometown last week. The primary reason for my trip was to retrieve my winter coat. I stepped into the living room and found my mother showing a friend a picture of Julian, who was smiling as if he had just cured a disease. The picture was of Julian holding up a preliminary acceptance letter to a minor art school. She exuded an unbelievable amount of pride. It was as if I were absolutely invisible as I stood there in the doorway. Upon the departure of the friend, my mother turned around, gave me a firm hug, and let out a sigh. "You look exhausted, Leo. Maybe if you let us help, you wouldn't have to run yourself into the ground like this." Assistance? What? They wanted to assist now? Nothing came out of my mouth. I simply smiled and nodded before grabbing my coat. That night, however, I experienced a shift in my core beliefs. It dawned on me that they would never consider having me as anything other than a backup plan, that which comes after, a child who, for some reason, was unable to fail. Furthermore, it is possible that the fact that I did not crumble when they allowed me to fall was the thing that bothered them the most. First update. I did not recover from my illness until a few days following that visit, and I'm not referring to the sniffles here. I mean, someone who is so sick that their lungs are rattling and they have a fever dream. I reached 103 degrees as my temperature skyrocketed. I had the sensation that my throat was lined with shattered glass, and the pain throughout my body was so intense that even the act of rolling over on my mattress caused tears to well up in my eyes. Immediately after I was forced to call out of my warehouse job, I realized that I was going to be late with my rent payment by approximately $60. I was lying in the dark, underneath a thin blanket, and stared at the paint on the ceiling that was flaking off. I was shaking terribly. I texted my mother because I was feeling completely and utterly alone. It wasn't that I asked for money. I typed the following: "I've been really sick for days, fever won't break, can't work, I feel awful." A buzzing sound came from my phone 3 excruciating hours later. "Oh no, hope you feel better soon, drink some hot tea. Maybe Julian can drop off some soup if he has time between his soccer games." Julian did not show up. My body was so weak that I was unable to rise, so I spent 2 days hallucinating in a chilly flat while drinking water from the faucet. When the fever finally broke on the 3rd day, I dragged my hollow, shivering body down 3 flights of stairs to check the mailbox. I discovered that the mailbox was empty. The envelope contained a collection of vibrant colors. On the front of a greeting card that was purchased from a dollar store, there was a cartoon bear. The contents of the package included a crisp $20 cash and a letter that said, "You've always been a fighter. We believe in you. Love, Mom and Dad." Inside the package, $2 in total. With that bill in my hand, I stood in the drab lobby of my building all by myself. One evening later, while I was lying in bed and going through my phone, I came across a post that my father had made on Facebook. In a photograph taken at an electronics store, he had included Julian as a tag. The text read, "Upgrading our favorite artist's gear. Nothing but the best for Julian's senior year." In the picture, Julian was smiling while carrying a brand new iPad Pro that cost $1,200. After 2 weeks had passed, I ran into Julian while I was on campus. He was participating in a tour for prospective students. I was shocked to see him, but he appeared to be glad to see me. "Hey man, are you still doing that warehouse thing?" I spoke with a monotone voice and stated, "I am still paying my own way." It seemed to him like a prank that only he knew about. After that, he uttered the words that would forever alter the course of my life. "You know, Mom and Dad were actually going to help with your tuition at one point. They had the money set aside. But they thought it might make you complacent. Like you'd stop trying." I couldn't move, and the blood began to flow from my face. "What?" "Yeah," he said, totally ignorant to the bomb that he had just dropped to the environment. "They said you needed to struggle a little to stay motivated. Like if they handed you money, you'd just waste it on something stupid. Anyway, I gotta run. I'm meeting the admissions director." After he left, I was left standing on the concrete path with no one else around. It was in their possession. They have made the decision to watch me go hungry. Despite the fact that they witnessed me deteriorating my physical health by working night shifts and suffering in a cold apartment, they managed to convince themselves that it was a commendable exercise in character development. It was a day that I did not attend class. I strolled behind the library on campus, sat down on the chilly ground, and stared at the wall for a considerable amount of time. On the other hand, beneath the raging, poisonous wrath that was building up in my chest, I was experiencing an overpowering sense of clarity. There was nothing else I could have demonstrated to them, and there was no reason for me to ever get their acceptance again. I drove myself into overdrive. It was then that I woke up. I submitted an application for a big technological innovation grant from a university that is quite competitive. For the educational technology platform that I had been coding in my limited spare time, I presented a prototype. The site was intended to assist students from low-income families in gaining access to premium tutoring services. About a month later, I received the email. The grant was awarded to me, $3,500 right away, in addition to a monthly allowance. Over the course of a year, I finally made a purchase of actual groceries. I made all of my rent payments 2 months in advance. I purchased a winter coat that is warm. Moreover, I refrained from speaking at any point. I kept it a secret from my folks. Julian did not know about it. I allowed them to continue to believe that I was a miserable failure who was striving to survive. My technological project, which I called Novatech Tutors, gradually acquired traction. I formed a partnership with a professor of business, obtained investment from angel investors through the respected Blake Foundation, and all of a sudden, I was sitting on a seed round of funding worth $250,000. At the age of 20, I was running a real business that also included the employment of interns. The next step was the audacity. My father decided to call me out of the blue. "Hey Leo, quick question, do you still have your old external hard drive? Julian is applying to your university's media arts program, and his computer crashed. We thought he could use your old drive to store his portfolio." "No, Dad," I responded with delicacy. "I lost that drive months ago." As he scoffed, "Oh, well, whatever," he said. "Julian's portfolio is incredible anyway, he's a shoo-in." After a few days had passed, I received an email from Dr. Aris, who is the administrator of the Media Arts Department and also serves as my personal mentor. The request to visit his office was made by him. As soon as I took a seat, he fixed his gaze on me over his glasses. "Leo, I received an application for our elite summer internship program from a Julian Monroe. He listed you as his primary academic reference. He says you heavily mentored his digital design work." My jaw became very tense. By using my identity, Julian had attempted to acquire a highly paid internship without even asking me for permission. "Dr. Aris," I answered in a cool and collected manner, "Julian is my brother. However, I cannot in good conscience recommend him for this position. He lacks a fundamental work ethic, and I have never mentored his designs. I apologize for him wasting your time." Instantaneously, Julian was not accepted into the internship program. In a heated text message that he sent to me later that night, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the university's unfairness. Just before returning to my coding, I gave my phone a kind smile. But the most surprising part was still to come. For the sole purpose of observation, I went home for a brief visit of 2 hours during the Thanksgiving holiday. The masterpiece admittance portfolio that Julian had created was being displayed on the television in the living room. They were so overjoyed that they were on the verge of crying. Taking a sip of water while standing in the rear of the room, I directed my gaze toward the screen. My heart came to a stop. It is the wireframes, techniques for darkening the image. These particular vector geometries are used. That was my property. Prior to my departure from the house 2 years ago, I had forgotten to remove an old external hard drive off the kitchen counter. Julian hadn't simply snooped through it, he had copied the entire directory of my high school advanced placement art and early college design files. The colors had been altered, the titles had been changed, and he was now submitting my blood, sweat, and tears as his own admission portfolio. After discreetly recording the screen, noting the names of the files, and leaving the house without uttering a single word, I withdrew my phone from my pocket. I had the original files stored in my private cloud computing account, complete with metadata that was timestamped, creation logs, and version histories that went all the way back to 2021. I was holding a loaded gun, and I made the decision to hold off on pulling the trigger until they were standing in front of the largest throng that I could possibly imagine. The second update. This means that Julian will be attending the university. During the enormous, university-wide freshman orientation week, my parents were overjoyed and boasted on Facebook about their prodigy son. They packed up their cars and drove down to attend the event. Without a doubt, they were completely unaware of the nightmare that I had planned for them. The orientation was held in the largest auditorium of the university, which was an acoustic marvel packed to the brim with over 2,000 incoming freshmen and their parents who were smiling with pride. There was a palpable sense of tense tension in the air. I was one of 5 upperclassmen who had been carefully picked to participate in the Student Success and Resilience panel. I sat on the stage wearing a navy suit that was sharply fitted and had been purchased totally with the money that was provided by my own company. Upon looking out over the multitude of faces, I was able to recognize everyone without delay. The center aisle of the 4th row. My mother was beaming with delight while wearing a colorful floral dress, while my father was sitting with his arms crossed and appearing extremely arrogant. Julian was slouching in his fashionable hoodie. The moderator, who was a senior dean, did not call out my name until the session was over, at which point they became aware that I was a member of the panel. The sudden snapping of my mother's head caused me to worry that she would suffer from whiplash. In a physical sense, my father's mouth dropped. "Leo Monroe," the provost said with a grin. You are one of our top research fellows, a Blake Foundation grant recipient, and the CEO of a rising tech startup. Why don't you tell these new students how you overcame adversity to get here? I moved to the middle of the stage, grabbed the microphone, and stood up to address the audience. I peered right into the eyes of my mother, who was trembling with fear. I began by saying, I wasn't supposed to make it here, and my voice reverberated across the entirety of the enormous hall. Not because I wasn't capable, but because the people who were supposed to protect me actively decided to watch me fail. When I turned 19, my parents sat me down and told me they refused to pay a single cent for my education because they didn't think I would amount to anything. Within the audience, there was a collective gasp that reverberated. Thousands of parents uncomfortable adjusted their positions. As I watched my father drop deeper into his chair, I noticed that his face was turning a blotchy, angry red. My younger brother, who is sitting in the fourth row right now, was given a $35,000 car and a fully funded tuition. I was given a lecture. I worked 1-2-hour night shifts at a warehouse. I lived in a freezing apartment. I starved. I got violently ill and was handed a $20 bill while my brother was handed a $1,200 tablet. I paused, allowing the oppressive silence to fill the room. They later admitted they had the money, but wanted me to suffer to build character. But pressure either breaks you or sharpens you. I chose to get sharper. I built a company from nothing. I secured $250,000 in funding. And I did it entirely without them. The crowd went into a frenzy. The applause began as a quiet murmur, and gradually increased to a level that was deafening. The professors were given a nod. Cheering was coming from other students. The public exposure of my parents as monsters in front of 2,000 people left them absolutely frozen and unable to participate. It appeared as though Julian was wishing that the floor would consume him completely. On the other hand, the speech was merely the appetizer. For the VIP reception, I had reserved the main course for the event. Immediately following the panel, my parents made a frantic attempt to circumvent security in order to enter the catered VIP alumni luncheon in order to face me. They were able to sneak through the doors and were approaching me with faces contorted due to the intense anger they were feeling. As tears of humiliation streamed down her face, my mother snarled something to the effect of, "How dare you? You embarrassed us in front of everyone. You vindictive, ungrateful little." I interrupted with a voice that was as frigid as ice. "Save it," I said. I made a motion toward the enormous projection screen that was located at the front of the room. It was displaying a series of accomplishments that were performed by the most eminent scholars at the university. Leo Monroe, CEO of Novatech, Blake Foundation Scholar, and recipient of the Academic Excellence Award, was the name of the slide that I displayed on the screen. I moved closer to them and remarked, "I didn't invite you in here to gloat." As I moved closer to them, "I invited you in here so you could be present for Julian's meeting." In a manner that was perfectly timed, Dr. Aris and the Dean of Admissions from the university approached our circle. They did not appear to be in a good mood. "Mr. and Mrs. Monroe," expressed the Dean in a commanding manner, "we need to have an immediate discussion regarding Julian's admission status." The chest of my father was swelled up. "If this is about the lies Leo just told on stage, Dr. Aris interrupted him by saying, "This is about academic fraud," while simultaneously handing my father a big manila folder. 3 days ago, Leo provided the Integrity Board with time-stamped metadata, original cloud files, and creation logs dating back to 2021. We have cross-referenced these files with Julian's admission portfolio. Every single digital design, wireframe, and vector graphic Julian submitted was stolen directly from Leo's hard drive. With her hands flying to her mouth, my mother let out a cry that was completely suffocating. Julian was abruptly hyperventilating, and his face was as pale as a ghost. She shifted her attention to him. "Julian, tell them it's a mistake. Julian, tell them," she pleaded with him desperately. In fact, Julian was unable to even look at her. He leaned in close to his costly sneakers and murmured, "I just needed a few pieces to bulk it up." I didn't think he'd notice. As he peered at them, what I replied was, "You stole my entire high school AP art directory." And my tone was devoid of any pity. "You took my work, slapped your name on it, and used it to steal a spot from a deserving student." When the dean glanced at Julian, he did so with absolute disdain. "Julian Monroe, effective immediately, your acceptance to this university is permanently revoked. You will be blacklisted from the state university system for severe academic dishonesty. Please escort yourself off campus." After that, there was a complete and utter breakdown that was biblical. My mother sobbed uncontrollably and sank into a chair, pleading with the dean to reconsider his decision. She even offered to write a check and make a gift instead of protesting. My father began to yell at me, and his veins began to pop in his neck. He called me a psychopath, a monster, and a jealous freak who had destroyed his brother's life because of a petty grudge. At the same time as I was fixing my suit jacket, I calmly responded, "I did not destroy his life. He destroyed his own life the second he decided to become a thief. And you destroyed your family the second you decided I wasn't worth loving." They did not wait for me to respond to them. The moment I went out of the VIP reception and into the crisp evening air, I turned my back on them and walked towards the exit. As I strolled across the campus that I had successfully taken control of, I got into my recently leased automobile, which I had funded with my own bright mind, and I drove away, leaving them to drown in the mess that they had made. My parents are currently drowning in debt as a result of the non-refundable deposits that they put down for Julian's fancy dorm. I recently learned through the grapevine that Julian is now working as a cashier at a local fast food business. What about me? Just now, I put my signature on a large contract that will allow Novatech to grow into 3 specific states. They wanted me to have a terrible time. And so I did. After that, I emerged victorious. Top comments. User 1. The sense of complete and utter terror that they must have experienced when the dean handed them that folder is taking my breath away. Were they truly under the impression that they could mistreat you, ignore you, and then parade your brother around across your campus? What a brazen act. Good luck with your success, OP. You must have earned each and every dime. I felt chills just reading it. User 2. Pressure either breaks you or sharpens you. Damn, that was a powerful statement. Thanks for watching this video. While you were starving and establishing a tech empire, your brother physically stole your intellectual property since he was too lazy to do the work. This occurred while you were building your empire. This location has karma that is absolutely flawless. According to User 3, the fact that they stated they had the money but withheld it in order to build character constitutes a clear example of psychological abuse. It was important to them to have a dog that they could kick yet would still beg for snacks. It was clear that you are a wolf to them. King, you should be congratulated on the seed round of $250,000. Proceed to flourish. You stole his future. Mom screamed when I revealed my $28 million tech sale. Then she tried to hack my bank. What my lawyer did next made them lose it all. Original post. My name is Liam. I am 31 years old. For 3 decades, my family made it painfully, undeniably clear who the golden child of the household was. But last Christmas, when I firmly refused to hand over $17 million of my own hard-earned money, my 3-4-year-old brother collapsed, sobbing hysterically on the hardwood floor while my mother screamed that I had stolen his future. While I sat there quietly digesting my holiday dinner and my family's sheer, unadulterated entitlement, my parents declared I owed my brother my entire life's work. They shamed me in front of a dozen extended relatives right there in the dining room. But there was one crucial thing they didn't know. I had already secured the most ruthless corporate lawyer in Boston, and I had a digital paper trail that was about to expose the darkest, most pathetic financial secret they had been desperately hiding for years. To understand the sheer insanity of that Christmas dinner, you have to understand the suffocating shadow I grew up in. In my family, my older brother Noah was the blazing sun, and I was just the cold, dead rock orbiting somewhere in the dark. The favoritism wasn't subtle. It was broadcasted loudly every single day. When Noah sneezed, my mother, Margaret, would rush him to the pediatrician, convinced he had a rare ailment. When I was 10, I fell out of an elm tree and broke my collarbone. The bone was literally tenting my skin. I walked into the kitchen crying, clutching my shoulder. My mother looked up from her iPad, sighed heavily, and gave me a 10-minute lecture about how reckless I was and how unexpected medical copays were going to ruin their monthly budget. When Noah graduated high school with perfectly average grades, my parents threw a massive catered party. They drained their savings to cover his out-of-state private college tuition and paid his rent for a luxury downtown apartment. Meanwhile, I attended the local community college. There was absolutely no college fund left for me. I worked brutal night shifts at a greasy 2-4-hour diner just to afford my textbooks. I lived in a cramped studio that smelled like mildew, eating generic ramen noodles for years. Whenever I asked for a little help, even just a $200 loan to fix the alternator on my beat-up Toyota, my dad, Robert, would give me a stern speech about building character. Noah floated through life on a cloud of unearned privilege. In his late 20s, he got involved in a shady crypto pyramid scheme and racked up $45,000 in credit card debt. Did he get a speech about responsibility? No. My parents swooped in like superheroes, took out a second mortgage, and cleared his debts completely. By the time I turned 30, I received a store-bought birthday card in the mail containing a crisp $20 bill and a sticky note from Mom. Don't spend it all in one place. I remember sitting on the edge of my mattress, holding that 20, laughing until my ribs physically ached. I stopped expecting fairness. Instead, I channeled every ounce of that simmering rejection into my work. I taught myself complex coding at night after my diner shifts. I noticed a massive gap in how commercial real estate firms handled their supply chain logistics, and I started building a software solution. It was grueling. There were nights I slept on the floor of my tiny office because I couldn't afford to keep the apartment heater on. I pitched my software to 50 different firms and got 50 rejections. But I didn't stop. Finally, a mid-sized Boston firm took a chance. It worked perfectly. Word spread. Suddenly, I had 10 clients, then 50. I scaled quietly, pouring every cent of profit back into the business. My family had absolutely no idea because they never once asked about my life. Fast forward a decade, a massive tech conglomerate approached me, wanting to buy my software outright. The negotiations took 6 months. When the final paperwork was drawn up, I sat in a sleek boardroom, gripped the heavy pen, and signed my name. The deal closed for $28 million. I didn't buy a yacht. I drove back to my modest apartment, sat in the dark, and stared at the digital balance of 7 zeros. I had won, and I made a conscious decision to keep it a secret, just to see how long it would take for my family to notice I was a success. They never did, until that fateful Christmas dinner. The house smelled of roasted turkey and pine needles. Noah was sitting at the head of the table in an $800 cashmere sweater, his wife Chloe nodding along to his stories about his demanding corporate job. I was in the overflow seating near the kitchen. Then, Aunt Diane, the family wildcard who didn't care about Mom's image, leaned across the table. "So, Liam," she smiled, "I heard a rumor from a friend in the tech sector. How's the software business? Word is you closed a massive deal." Massive. The clinking of silverware stopped. The entire table went dead silent. Mom blinked, her fork paused halfway to her mouth. Noah tilted his head, a condescending smirk on his lips. "What deal?" "Liam just tinkers with computers." I set my water glass down. My heart was thumping a heavy rhythm against my ribs, but my voice came out completely calm. "I sold my company last year," I said simply. "The acquisition went through 10 months ago. It sold for $28 million. The warm, cinnamon-scented air was instantly sucked out of the room. Aunt Diane beamed, but Mom's face contorted into a mask of pure horror. Noah went pale. The smirk vanished, replaced by a flushed red that crept up his neck. 28. What? He stammered. "Million," I repeated. It was a detonation. Noah started shaking his head. He let out a breathless laugh, his voice pitching up into a frantic whine. "That's not fair. You can't have that kind of money." He pushed his chair back so violently it nearly tipped over. He stood up, hands trembling, and then, my 3-4-year-old brother collapsed onto the floor. He dropped to his knees, buried his face in his hands, and started sobbing. Deep, chest-heaving sobs like a toddler. He looked up at me, tears streaming, pointing a trembling finger. "It is not fair. I did everything right. You need to give me at least $17 million. I deserve it. You owe me." Before I could even process the hallucination unfolding before me, Mom slammed both hands flat onto the dining table. The crystal wine glasses rattled. "You stole his future," she screamed, her eyes bulging. "You robbed your brother of what should have been his. How dare you keep this money a secret?" I didn't say a word. I stood up slowly, picked up my coat, looked at my father who was cowardly staring at his plate, and walked out the front door into the freezing December air. I thought the worst was over. I was so incredibly wrong. Edit. A lot of you are asking why I didn't just call the police immediately when the fraud happened. I wanted to, but my lawyer advised me to gather undeniable, airtight forensic proof and trap them in mediation first. If I just called the cops, they could have played dumb or hidden assets. I needed them cornered legally where they couldn't lie their way out. Update 1. 2 days after Christmas, Mom called me, demanding I transfer the $17 million because Noah was having a mental breakdown and I owed them for raising me. She ended the call with a desperate threat. "If you don't do the right thing, there will be consequences." An hour later, an automated alert popped up on my phone from my primary wealth management bank. "Suspicious login attempt blocked." My stomach dropped. I logged into my secure portal. Someone had tried to log in 4 times and initiate a massive wire transfer. The destination routing number? Noah's personal checking account. They used my old security questions, my first pet, the street I grew up on. I grabbed my keys and drove straight to my parents' house. I pulled into the driveway and froze. Sitting right there, gleaming under the winter sun, was a brand new, slate gray Aston Martin Vantage. It had temporary dealer plates and a massive red velvet bow on the windshield. Noah walked out the front door, jingling the keys, a smug grin plastered across his face. Mom was right behind him. "Nice ride, huh?" Noah called out. Figured I deserved a little pick-me-up. Mom and Dad helped me get a head start on my inheritance. "How exactly did you pay for this?" I asked, my voice deadly quiet. "I know you're drowning in debt." Mom lifted her chin with cold defiance. "You refused to act like a brother, so we expedited what is fair. Consider this car in advance. You'll pay us back for it." I peered through the window at the dealership paperwork sitting on the passenger seat. I saw the logo of a high-end downtown dealership, and I saw the edge of a signature line. I pulled out my phone, walked down the sidewalk ignoring my mother's screams, and dialed the finance manager. I claimed suspected identity theft. After checking the file, the manager told me the horrifying truth. My name was listed as the primary guarantor on a $165,000 short-term bridge loan. They had received a digital DocuSign from my verified secondary family email address that morning. When the bank hack failed, My mother had used an old shared family computer, accessed an old email I rarely checked, and forged my digital signature to buy my brother a luxury sports car. I walked back up the driveway. "You forged my signature on a loan document," I said softly. Mom's eyes flickered with panic before she masked it with anger. "We did what we had to do," she shouted. "Enjoy the car, Noah," I said, turning my back. "Because it's the last thing you will ever get." I drove straight to Victoria, the corporate attorney who handled my acquisition. She is a shark in a tailored suit who drinks black espresso and views human emotion as an exploitable weakness. I showed her the bank alerts and the loan documents. She hired a forensic accountant and a private investigator. Within 48 hours, we moved all my assets into blind trusts, changed every password, and secured the IP logs from my bank, proving the hack originated from my parents' Wi-Fi router. We also got the metadata tying the forged DocuSign directly to my mother's iPad. Meanwhile, Mom launched a vicious smear campaign, telling the extended family I had lost my mind and was bankrupting my brother. My cousin Mark invited me for coffee, pretending to be supportive. I noticed his phone glowing face down on the table. I flipped it over. He was recording me. Mom had bribed him with mortgage help to act as a spy. I dropped his phone into his latte, told him to tell Mom she hadn't seen anything yet, and walked out. I told Victoria to file the papers. We were going to mediation. Update 2. Mediation day arrived in late January. A bitter Boston winter storm was brewing. We sat in a freezing, glass-walled conference room on the 42nd floor. I wore dark jeans and a plain button-down. I wanted them to look at me and remember the kid they starved of affection. Mom walked in wearing a designer camel hair coat, radiating self-righteousness. Dad trailed behind, looking like a man walking to his execution. Noah strutted in wearing a custom midnight blue suit, flashing his expensive watch, looking like the rules of the universe didn't apply to him. Their sleazy lawyer, Vance, started the session with unearned swagger. Vance demanded a $6 million private settlement to resolve my clumsy misunderstanding of our fictional verbal family inheritance agreements, claiming Noah needed the money to maintain his high-stress corporate career. Victoria didn't even raise her voice. She simply unlatched her heavy leather briefcase with a sharp, echoing click. "Your framing of these events is entirely fictional," Victoria said smoothly. "We are here to explicitly discuss a systematic, highly documented effort to defraud my client." She slid Exhibit A across the mahogany table, the certified bank security logs tracing the $17 million wire transfer attempt directly to Mom's router and Noah's checking account. Mom scoffed loudly. "We are his parents. We have a fundamental right to manage his estate." "I am 31 years old," I interrupted, staring a hole through her. "I don't have an estate for you to manage. You tried to steal my money because Noah threw a temper tantrum." Victoria then dropped Exhibit B, the forged Aston Martin loan documents and a sworn affidavit from the dealership manager confirming the financing was approved solely based on my forged liquid assets. "Wire fraud, identity theft, grand larceny," Victoria listed coldly. "If we leave this room without a full unconditional settlement on our terms, I will hand this binder to the district attorney. Your clients will face severe federal indictments by Friday." Vance, their slick lawyer, visibly fractured. He looked at the IP metadata, realized his clients had lied to him, and pushed the folder away. He knew a losing hand. But Noah wasn't done. He slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted in cornered rage. "You're bluffing. You have $28 million. I have a high-level corporate salary to maintain, a pristine reputation. If you take that car, my network will think I'm failing. You owe me." I looked at Victoria. She gave a single, sharp nod. The trap was set. It was time to drop the nuclear bomb. "Let's talk about your high-level corporate salary, Noah," Victoria said, her voice dropping to a clinical register. She pulled out a thick manila envelope and spread official HR documents across the table for the judge to see. According to the subpoenaed employment records from his former firm, Noah was officially terminated for cause exactly 8 months ago for gross negligence and expensing luxury personal vacations to a corporate card. He is utterly bankrupt. The silence in the room was absolute. Dad's head snapped up so fast I thought he'd get whiplash. "Terminated?" Dad whispered in horror. "You put on a suit and leave the house every morning at 7:30. Noah was trembling violently, looking like a trapped animal. But Victoria wasn't finished. "A man without a salary cannot maintain a suburban mansion and an exclusive country club membership," she continued, turning her piercing gaze to Mom. Evelyn, desperate to protect the golden child's image, decided to secretly fund his lifestyle, but living on a fixed retirement, she didn't have the cash. Victoria slid a final document directly in front of my father. "Robert, I suggest you read this carefully. 3 months ago, your wife fraudulently forged your signature to take out a massive equity line of credit against your primary home. She remortgaged the house to the maximum limit and has been funneling the cash to Noah. Your entire family is irreversibly bankrupt." My father let out a breathless, agonizing gasp. He picked up the document with violently shaking hands, staring at his forged signature. He slowly turned to his wife of 40 years as if she were a terrifying stranger. "You remortgaged our home behind my back?" he roared, standing up so fast his chair scraped loudly. "How were you going to fix a $500,000 debt?" Mom finally broke. She burst into hysterical, narcissistic tears, pointing a shaking finger directly at my chest. "Liam was going to fix it," she wailed. "He has $28 million sitting doing nothing. He was supposed to pay off the mortgage and give Noah the rest. He owed us for giving him a life." The terrifying sickness of her twisted logic hung in the freezing air. She had destroyed her own life, ruined my father's retirement, and enabled my brother's total failure, all under the psychotic assumption that my bank account was her personal unlimited insurance policy. Noah slumped forward, weeping openly, the grand facade of the untouchable older brother violently ripped away to reveal a pathetic fraud. "Victoria delivered our non-negotiable terms. I pay $0. The Aston Martin is surrendered back to the dealership today, with Mom and Noah personally responsible for depreciation fees. Finally, they must sign an ironclad no-contact order and a strict NDA regarding my finances. If they ever contact me or speak of my wealth, the criminal wire fraud charges get filed immediately." Vance didn't even argue. He placed his gold pen on the table and told Dad to sign it or watch his wife go to federal prison for 3 to 5 years. Dad's fight was completely gone. He signed his name, severing his right to ever ask me for a dime. Mom glared at me, mascara running down her face in ugly streaks. "You are destroying this family," she hissed. "I didn't destroy this family, Mom," I said, projecting a coldness I didn't know I possessed. "You destroyed it when you decided my sole purpose was to serve as a backup plan for Noah. I'm just holding up the mirror." "Sign the paper." She aggressively scrawled her name, throwing the pen across the table. It hit Noah in the chest. Silently weeping, Noah signed his fictional inheritance and his luxury lifestyle away forever. I stood up, buttoned my blazer, and walked out the glass doors. I didn't look back. The exact moment I stepped into the hallway, a crushing, invisible weight I had carried for 31 years evaporated. I felt a profound, unshakable sense of absolute freedom. The fallout was merciless. The next morning at 8 a.m., a heavy-duty tow truck arrived at my parents' house. The gossiping neighbors watched in shocked silence as the Aston Martin was unceremoniously dragged out of the driveway. I then did an exclusive interview with a tech journalist about my startup journey, detailing my brutal night shifts, my lack of family support, and my total self-reliance. The article went viral. Aunt Diane shared it. The truth about Noah's firing and my parents' secret mortgage leaked through the family grapevine, and their carefully constructed facade collapsed overnight. It's been a year. Noah's wife Chloe divorced him and took the dog. He now rents a cramped one-bedroom apartment on the bad side of town, working a miserable telemarketing job to pay off his crushing debt. My parents were forced to sell their suburban home to cover the secret second mortgage. They downsized to a tiny 2-bedroom condo in a cheaper county, completely exiled from their old social circle. As for me, I bought a sprawling piece of heavily wooded land in the mountains and built a custom sanctuary with massive floor-to-ceiling windows. But more importantly, I started a mentorship foundation for young, underprivileged entrepreneurs from broken homes. I sit with kids who have been told they aren't good enough, and I fund their startup ideas. I give them the one crucial thing my family intentionally withheld from me: unconditional support. I survived the toxic shadow of the golden child, built an untouchable empire in the dark, and when they tried to drag me down, I locked the door and threw away the key forever. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your mother to forge a second mortgage on her husband's house and then casually assume you would foot the bill because you owed her for giving birth to you. Victoria is a terrifying, magnificent queen. Good on you for walking away and never looking back. User 2. Noah throwing a literal toddler tantrum on the floor at 34 years old tells you everything you need to know about how they raised him. He never had to face a single consequence in his life until that mediation room. Enjoy the mountain house, Liam, you earned every single cent. User 3. Dropping your cousin's phone into his latte is the most incredibly satisfying petty revenge I've ever read. It's insane how the entire family was perfectly fine with enabling Noah's delusions, but the second you succeeded through pure hard work, you were the villain. Keep thriving. My mom called me the backup daughter my whole life. At my engagement dinner, she said my sister deserved my fiancé more. Mom always nicknamed me the backup daughter. At my engagement dinner, she suggested my sister deserved my fiancé more. Since childhood, Sophia, my older sister, has been the golden kid. She was beautiful, smarter, and more talented, and my mother told me every day. My mom asked why I couldn't be like Sophia, who received consecutive A's, when I got a B on a test. My mom thought my soccer attempt was sweet, but she reminded me that Sophia was a volleyball state champion. My parents liked my fine college, but not the Ivy League Sophia went into. My entire childhood was spent as the backup daughter in case the real one died. I left at 18 and stayed away for years. I met Ryan after building my life and career. Ryan fulfills all my dreams. He likes me as I am and is nice and supportive. He proposed 5 months ago, and I accepted immediately. To celebrate, we had an engagement dinner with both families. Charlotte reassured me that having my mother there would be fine and might be a fresh start. The first hour of supper at a fine restaurant went smoothly. My mother behaved well and complimented my clothing, shocking me. Sophia arrived late. She arrived in a too formal white outfit and began discussing her promotion. When Sophia entered, my mother's eyes brightened up as usual. Sophia's achievements dominated the following 25 minutes. I attempted to get back to the engagement, but my mother kept bringing up my sister. My mother stood and suggested she might toast. I hoped she would eventually compliment me. She lifted her glass and said Ryan was a great man and pleased for him. She then looked at Sophia and remarked it was too bad he met the wrong sister initially. She laughed like a joke but continued. Sophia would have suited Ryan better, she said. Sophia was prettier, more successful, and more deserving of him, she added. She stated she hoped Ryan realized what he was getting with me but that upgrading was still possible. Silence fell across the table. Ryan's parents appeared shocked. Ryan looked like he wanted to disappear. Sophia just sat there smiling like she agreed with everything. The heat in my face made my hands shake. 24 years of being told I wasn't good enough returned all at once. I got up and informed my mother I had something to say. I informed her I saw her, Sophia texts 2 months ago when I set up her new phone. Each text about me behind my back was visible. My mother called me embarrassing. Sophia said I was outperforming Ryan. Mother mumbled that I misinterpreted. Sophia thought I was dramatic. Ryan got up and told them to go. My mother sobbed and said I was wrecking the family. No, I said. She damaged it. 24 years ago, she said I was never good enough. After they left, Hannah's mother hugged me and said I handled it better than they did. That wasn't all. My mother doesn't know I screenshotted every message. The family group chat with our aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents will get an exciting update. I wait 20 minutes in my car outside the restaurant, lingering over the send button. Our family group chat has screenshots waiting. Nothing can be undone after I transmit. My hands are still shaking from the confrontation, yet I feel clearer than in years. My breath fogs the windshield and my palms are cold on the steering wheel. Again, I read the screenshots. Every nasty text is there. My mother called me embarrassing. Sophia said I outperformed Ryan. Their black and white strategy for tonight. Press send. The message reaches 40 relatives. The screenshots show every harsh text between my mother and Sophia, including the plot to have Sophia flirt with Ryan tonight. In seconds, read receipts appear. 13715. My phone buzzes with messages. The screen flashes repeatedly. I watch the notifications pile up, but don't open any. Someone calls, then another. My phone is silenced and placed in the cup holder. Ryan finds me in the parking lot and silently takes the passenger seat. My phone is gently turned off by him. I cry while he clutches my hand. To ensure our safety, his parents drive us home. I sit on the couch thinking about what I did as Hannah's mother pours tea. Her inquiries are absent. She touches my back in little circles while sitting next to me. Ryan and Clara's father converse quietly in the kitchen. Just the deep rumble of their voices, not the words. Hannah's mother stays in our guest room. Next morning, I turn on my phone. 200 alerts. That figure makes me queasy. Hannah's mother is awake and helps me sort texts. She sits next to me on the couch with her reading glasses and tells me which family members support and attack me. Uncle. She apologizes for not protecting me and stops justifying my mother's actions. Her voice cracks as she says she should have been braver. 3 cousins from my father's side start a group chat without my mother, Sophia, or Grandma. They recount my mother's criticism of me over time. She mentioned things at family gatherings I didn't attend. My relative says my mother claimed I was lucky to have a job given my poor ability. Another relative recalls, my mother said I embarrassed the family by not being as accomplished as Sophia. Her malice is worse than I thought. My mother texts me rage-filled guilt trips, calling me ungrateful. She claims I humiliated her in front of the family. She wants the communications be deleted and apologized. She threatens to visit my residence if I don't react. Ryan alters our door code and instructs building security to keep her out. He calls when I'm reading texts and describes my mother physically. Sophia texts Ryan directly to try something new. She apologizes for the misunderstanding and requests a private conversation to resolve it. Charlotte immediately screenshots and gives me her message. So he disables her number without responding. He's unhesitant. First call from father 3 days after supper. His voice is tired. He thinks my mother was emotional but concedes her dinner speech was improper. Please investigate family therapy. He says. I refuse to fix something my mother doesn't think is broken. His silence lasts. He hangs up after saying he understands. Ryan's best friend Ethan brings takeout. Ryan's parents alerted half his family about the situation, so they're following it. His mother had a poisonous sibling and breaking touch was the finest decision she ever took, according to Ethan. Validation from non-family makes me less crazy. Ethan shares his mother's boundary-setting journey over supper. My first laugh in days comes from him. Rebecca texts me 3 days after Ethan leaves. She requests coffee. My mother made excuses to keep us away for years, so I haven't seen her. She agrees to drive 2 hours to me. Meet in a small cafe near my apartment. Although Rebecca looks older, her grin is warm when she hugs me. She gets us lattes, and we sit by the window. She says she witnessed everything in the group conversation and reached out. She claims she's seen my mother mistreat me from childhood. Someone accuses another of poor parenting. Another person recalls a 10-year-old wedding that ached. Anger and blame dominate the conversation. Ryan eventually turns off my phone's notifications. He says to stop reading tonight. Knowing my grandmother is protecting my mother after everything she saw makes me ill. Ryan orders takeout and we watch a movie, but I can't quit worrying about my phone messages. I get a letter 4 days later. The envelope has my mother's writing. Thicker than I expected, my stomach lowers. After sitting on the couch, I open it. In my mother's neat cursive, 6 pages fall out front and back. She's devastated I won't return her calls. She says the dinner toast was a joke and I misinterpreted it. She claims I'm misremembering my upbringing and that she's always loved both her daughters equally. She said she was tough because she wanted me to succeed. She mentions helping me with homework or driving me to soccer practice, like it erases everything else. Sophia is distraught by my actions and I'm killing our family, she writes. She claims I'm selfish and nasty for not forgiving her. The letter repeats the manipulation in numerous ways. Never apologizes for her words. She never apologizes for her dinner comments. She accuses me of being oversensitive and carrying grudges. The last page says she'll forgive me if I openly apologize to her and Sophia in the family group chat. She signals lovingly. Like nothing she wrote cruel, Mom. My hands shake after reading it twice. Anger grows in my chest till I up and move. I grab my keys and inform Ryan about walking. He offers to join me, but I need solitude. I walk around the block 3 times in the cold to calm down. My mother still doesn't get her mistake. The victim mentality persists. The letter worsens everything. Ryan finds me on the couch staring at my phone that night. I sit next to him, and he asks if I want to go away for the weekend. He suggests driving somewhere peaceful and not checking our phones for a few days. Constant notifications and family problems weary me, so I agree immediately. We pack up the next morning and drive 3 hours to a mountain B&B. Small and pleasant, with hiking trails nearby. We travel through the woods the first day without discussing my family. Charlotte points out interesting birds and trees. We sit on rocks along a stream to listen. The second day, we hike to a valley-wide overlook. We observe clouds, while eating sandwiches we packed. My phone is always in my bag. I can think straight without the buzzing and messages. I realize how much energy I've spent my life striving to please my mother. I made every decision considering her opinion. Every success seemed empty knowing she'd compare it to Sophia. Wanting her praise shaped my career. On that hilltop, staring at the view, I realize I'll never get what I want from her. She won't view me as I need. The thought should hurt. But it's soothing. I'm done trying. Charlotte holds my hand and we sit until sunset. On the way home, I feel lighter. Distance showed me that my mother's opinion doesn't define me. Back in the apartment, I turn on my phone. New messages await me. Some are from my Uncle David, but most are from the family group chat. He's seeking a skilled mediator for a family meeting. He told me about a family conflict therapist. He writes that we can resolve this if everyone sits down and talks honestly. Though he means well, the idea tires me. Calling back, I thank him for attempting to help. I decline to sit with my mother and Sophia. He sounds sad. He acknowledges that families are hard but dislikes seeing them split apart. I claim I didn't tear things apart. I'm finally responding to my mother's years-old act. He pauses before saying he understands. He says the invitation stands if I change my mind. His promise is to always be there for me. I appreciate his effort, but a mediator won't help. My mother would use it to victimize herself again. My call ends with David, encouraging me to take care of myself. I swear. I receive an Instagram message from an unknown account. The profile image is blank, and the username is random. Characters and digits. I almost delete it without reading. But something compels me. Look. Her message says she heard everything from common friends and wants to reconnect. Megan, my high school best friend, sent it. After graduation, she went to college across the nation, and we lost touch. Though I haven't thought about her in years, her name brings back sleepovers and late-night chats. We schedule lunch after I message her. She chooses a restaurant between our wetter apartments. She jumps up and hugs me when I enter. Though she appears different, she laughs the same. We order food and discuss the past 7 years. She discusses her employment, residence, and dating. She mentions my mother. She always believed my mother was nasty as a teenager. She recalls coming to my house and seeing my mother laud Sophia while ignoring me. She recalls a school competition where I placed second. My mother lamented that I couldn't be first like Sophia. Megan wanted to say something but didn't know how. She was a child when my mother scared her. She regrets her timidity. Nothing she could have done. I say. 3-hour conversation and phone number exchange. I pledge to keep in touch this time. Seeing her again feels like discovering a part of myself I forgot existed. 2 days after lunch with Megan, a new Instagram account messages me. The messages say Sophia is the true victim. Her narrative states I turned the family against her and she never sought to hurt me. According to the messages, she followed our mother's lead and didn't know what to do. I scanned them for an apology or acknowledgement of her actions. No substance, just excuses and blame. The account says she's in therapy and self-improvement. She hopes to repair our connection. The tone is off. She sounds like she's reciting a screenplay about what I want to hear. She's not understood for her harm. Every message is screenshotted and added to my phone's behavior folder. I block the account. Another user with the identical profile photo messages me within an hour. I block it too. Sophia persists, but I'm done giving in. Our Saturday dinner hosts are Ryan's parents. His mother makes pot roast and his father sets the table with lovely dishes. Ryan's mother requests a private conversation after dinner. While Ryan and his father clean the kitchen, we go to the living room. Some boundaries are good and appropriate, she argues. She advises that my mother may escalate before accepting them. My mother doesn't handle loss of control well, she says. Schedule weekly appointments. Left her office feeling less bad about all I've done. A specialist says I'm doing well. That's more important than imagined. Elizabeth contacts me 3 days after my last therapy appointment to invite Ryan and me to dinner on Saturday. She claims it'll be her, Michael, and their 2 kids. No conflict, just family. I agree before overthinking. Charlotte takes us to their suburban home on Saturday. As we enter the driveway, my hands shake. This is the first family gathering since the engagement dinner, and while I trust Elizabeth, old patterns make me apprehensive. Michael opens the door and hugs us. Teenagers Hannah and Tyler wave at us from the living room. House smells like cooked chicken and garlic. Elizabeth comes out of the kitchen washing her hands on a towel and hugs me longer than intended. She whispers thanks for coming. Dinner is normal like never before in my household. Talking about work, school, and kids' sports teams. No one mentions Sophia or my mother. Nobody compares or backhandedly comments. Elizabeth stands with her wine glass when dessert arrives. She wants to toast my engagement like I should have at the restaurant. Ryan is blessed to have me, she says. She responds, I deserve someone who sees my worth. Hannah and Tyler lift soda cups, and everyone drinks. I blink frantically to avoid sobbing when my throat tightens. Family should feel like this. Family contacts increase over the week. Alicia, my second cousin, writes me a long message about her mother. Alicia says her mother always favored her brother and made her feel unimportant. We chat for 2 hours over coffee. She knows the strange guilt of separating from a parent, even if they damaged you. She says she went through the same thing 5 years ago and found happiness after stopping to heal the relationship. We exchange numbers and agree to talk. Uncle from my father's side texts me support. 2 more cousins post heart emoji comments on my old images on social media. I'm developing a family that sees me as a person, not the backup daughter. It's like beginning over, but better. I'm amazed that my relatives now appreciate me. The bar was so low before. Phone rings while making breakfast. Caller ID shows my grandmother's number. I almost don't answer, but curiosity wins. She speaks immediately when I answer. She worries about my mother's health. She says my mother went to the doctor with chest pains due to stress. When my grandmother says I'm to blame for not forgiving, her voice shakes. I breathe and speak calmly. I deny responsibility for my mother's health. You can't manipulate me with health scares anymore. Grandmother gasps like I said something terrible. She calls me cruel and says families forgive. I remind her that family members should also respect each other. She cries and asks how I got cold. I tell her I learned boundaries from therapy, not coldness. I end the call before she finishes. My hands shake, but I'm happy I didn't give up. Wedding magazines cover our kitchen table as Ryan and I sit. I cried when his parents offered to pay for the wedding. We start a guest list. Ryan records his family and friends. I list Elizabeth, Michael, Rebecca, my father, and other relatives who offered genuine support. The list doesn't include my mother. Neither does Sophia's. Ryan asks if I'm sure. I concur. He squeezes my hand and whispers, "Okay." We tally the names, and decide the wedding is small, maybe 45 guests. Ryan wonders if that concerns me. It feels right, I say. These individuals care about us. Making these choices feels strong, not sad. I'm not inviting out of duty or fear. I decide who celebrates with us. Email. Notifications appear on my phone at work. I neglected to block Sophia's work email. The subject line states, "I'm sorry." I open it despite knowing not to. She describes her therapy in 3 paragraphs. She now recognizes that our mother's favoritism made her rely on being the greatest at everything. She says she never learned true relationships because she was too preoccupied pleasing our mother. She wants to be sisters and wishes to re-establish our friendship. Read twice. The entire email emphasizes her struggles. She discusses her anguish, therapy, and realizations. She never apologizes for particular actions. She doesn't smile when our mother says I'm not good enough. She never says she'll flirt with Ryan. Not my hurt, but her victimhood in the email. I close without replying. I don't give her closure, because she wants it. Our next session involves writing a letter to my mother with Dr. Miller. A border letter, she calls it. It takes several revisions to get it right. The letter says, I won't see my mother until she apologizes for the harm she caused me throughout my life. It lists examples without being cruel, and asks her to stop blaming me for her own actions. Dr. Miller reads the 1-page, single-spaced letter and nods. She says it's clear and firm without being mean. We print it and I sign it. I take it to the post office and send it certified mail so my mother can't say she never got it. The counterwoman asks if I want insurance. I almost laugh. My mother's response comes 3 days later, but not in a letter. She posts on Facebook about how she's a devoted mother being punished for loving both her daughters equally and that some children don't appreciate parental sacrifices. She's heartbroken and doesn't know what happened. The post gets 15 likes and a dozen comments from people who don't know the full story. Several family members who weren't in the original group chat message me asking what's going on and request the screenshots of my mother and Sophia's text. 3 relatives respond within an hour saying they had no idea things were this bad and they're done making excuses for her behavior. My mother's Facebook post stays up for 6 hours before she deletes it. I screenshot it first. Ryan tells me to come home early from work on Friday. He won't say why, just that I need to be there by 5. I leave at 4:30 and drive home nervous. When I walk in, he's wearing a nice shirt and has a weird smile. He tells me to change into something comfortable and then we're leaving. I ask where we're going, and he says surprise. 20 minutes later, we arrive at his parents'. I recognize the cars in the driveway as Ryan opens my door and leads me to the backyard, where Elizabeth and Michael are with their kids. Rebecca is there, and Ryan's best friend Ethan came with his girlfriend. My father is uncomfortable but present near the food table. Our lunch list includes my father, my aunt, Elizabeth and Uncle Michael, Rebecca and Megan, Hannah's family, and 45 other names, all of whom make me happy. The next Tuesday, I see one of my mother's friends in the produce section. She spots me before I can turn down another aisle, and walks over with a tight smile to ask how I'm doing in that fake concerned voice people use when they're just fishing for gossip. I tell her I'm fine and try to move past her, but she steps in front of my cart and says she heard about the engagement dinner and my mother's heartbreak. She looks at me like she expects me to apologize or defend myself, but I look her in the eye and tell her my mother broke my heart for 24 years and one uncomfortable dinner doesn't compare. If she's so concerned about my mother's feelings, maybe she should ask her why she thought it was okay to tell me my sister deserved my fiancé more. The woman's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. I push my cart past her and leave feeling proud of myself for not apologizing or shrinking to make her comfortable. My hands shake while I finish shopping, but it's adrenaline. I'm learning to defend myself without feeling guilty. In my next therapy session, I tell my therapist about the grocery store interaction and my father reaching out. She listens carefully and then asks how I feel about losing my mother permanently. I say I don't know because I'm not sure I ever had the mother I needed. She nods and says I'm mourning the relationship I needed, not the one that existed. I've been waiting my whole life for my mother to become the parent I deserved. But that was never going to happen. She says it's normal to grieve the parent I wish I had while accepting that the real relationship was harmful. Realize it would look like the life I'm building now. Megan calls me that weekend and asks if I want to meet some of her friends. She's having people over for dinner, and thinks I'd like them. I agree, even though I'm nervous about meeting new people who might have heard about the family drama. Megan introduces me to 6 other women her age, and nobody asks about my family or brings up anything uncomfortable. We eat and talk about work, shows we're watching, and places we want to travel. One woman tells a funny story about her terrible boss, and another talks about marathon training. Their questions about my job and wedding plans are genuine, and nobody compares me or makes me feel like I need to prove myself. The conversation flows easily, and I realize I've been so isolated by family drama for years that I forgot what normal friendships feel like. After leaving that night, I have 3 new phone numbers and plans to meet 2 of them for brunch next weekend. I text Megan to thank her and she says she's glad I came and that her friends liked me. On Monday morning, a delivery person brings a huge bouquet of flowers to my office. My coworkers gather around as I read the card, which says, "She forgives me" in my mother's handwriting. I stare at it for a moment and then laugh out loud. She forgives me like I did something wrong, like she's the bigger person for overlooking my terrible behavior. When my coworker asks if everything is okay, I tell her these flowers are from someone who doesn't understand that forgiveness works both ways. I find a nursing home 2 blocks away. I donate the bouquet to their activities coordinator during my lunch break. She's thrilled, and says the residents will love fresh flowers in the common room. I don't text my mother or call to say thanks, and the silence feels powerful. Ryan asks if my mother sent anything else that evening, and I tell him about the flowers. He shakes his head, and says he can't believe she still doesn't get it, but I think she finally does. She just doesn't want to accept it. 2 weeks later, Ryan's mother calls to invite us to dinner. When we arrive, his whole family is there, including his aunt and uncle and some cousins I haven't met. His mother pulls me aside and asks if they can officially introduce me as their future daughter-in-law at a family reunion. I say yes and thank her for thinking of me. 3 weeks later, Ryan's extended family warmly welcomes me to the reunion. His grandmother hugs me and says she's heard great things about me. His cousins ask about the wedding and want to see venue pictures. One of his aunts pulls me aside and tells me she can see how happy I make Ryan and that's all that matters to his family. Nobody asks invasive questions about my family or makes me explain anything. I spend the afternoon talking and laughing with people who chose to welcome me into their lives. When we leave that night, I tell Ryan his family is amazing, and he says they think I'm amazing, too. For the first time, I'm part of a family that wants me there. I'm sitting at my desk one afternoon and realize I haven't checked my phone for messages from my mother or Sophia in days. The constant vigilance I lived with for months has faded without me noticing. I used to wake up every morning and look at my phone, bracing myself for manipulation or guilt. I tell my therapist that evening in therapy, and she smiles and says, "This is what peace feels like, and I should pay attention to how different my life is without their toxicity." I tell her it feels like breathing easier. My therapist says, I've done the hard work of setting boundaries, and now I'm experiencing the reward of that work. She reminds me that peace doesn't mean excester. Nothing bad will ever happen, just that I'm no longer in crisis mode. I'm grateful for my progress and lighter life as I drive home. Elizabeth calls 2 weeks later to invite Ryan and me to supper. She says only she, Michael, and a few other family members will support me through everything. She says she's considering introducing a new ritual for our family members who value healthy connections. She sounds thrilled when I say I'd like to come. Saturday night dinner at her house. Rebecca and 2 other cousins I haven't seen in years are there when I arrive. Everyone hugged me and said they were proud of me for opposing my mother. We eat lasagna and garlic bread without mentioning my mother or Sophia unless it supports my boundaries. Elizabeth raises her glass and proposes quarterly meetings. We're the respectful family. Everyone agrees, and I found something I didn't need. Family dinners should feel like this. Instead of anxiety and comparisons, relaxed and laughing. Ryan and I celebrate our 1-year dating anniversary 3 days later. He takes me to our first date restaurant and orders the same cuisine. He informs me over dessert that he's been pondering about my changes in recent months. He loved me more after seeing me stand up for myself at the engagement dinner because he recognized my strength. I told him I was afraid creating limits would alienate people, but it really improved relationships. He grabs my hand across the table and says, "That's exactly what happened. Protecting myself didn't cost me love. It just cleared out the fake love to make space for the real thing." I agree and am glad for his support. A week later, Emily, a distant cousin, messages me on Facebook. She lives 3 states away, so we've only met at huge family functions. She said she heard about my mother's situation through the family grapevine and wanted to contact her. In her family, her brother is the favored and she's always been treated like she doesn't matter. She requests advice on how to handle it. I reply about treatment, limits, and understanding that you can't make someone value you if they don't. After an hour of messaging, she praises me for being honest about how hard it is. Using my grief to help others feels unexpectedly significant. I record some of our conversation and show it to my therapist at our next appointment. She grins and adds, "This is part of my healing." 2. A few days later, my father calls to offer coffee. He seems nervous and fatigued when we sit. He started going to therapy himself and won't speak more, but my boundary letter made him recognize certain things. He says he enabled my mother's actions for decades and pretended it wasn't horrible. He confesses he failed to safeguard me as a child. I appreciate his responsibilities even if it's too late to undo the past. If he maintains my rules about not discussing my mother, I agree to continue our monthly coffee dates. He accepts and we finish our coffee discussing his garden and my work. Sophia emails my work address 2 weeks later. Though the subject line states final message, I read it out of curiosity. She says that she understands I don't want a relationship with her and won't contact me anymore. She wants me to be happy and is moving on. There's no particular apology for her actions. I just hope things work out. I read it twice and erase it without reacting. I'm not responsible for her closure or happiness. Her inability to apologize for her acts tells me everything about her change. Ryan and I spend all Sunday afternoon on our wedding guest list. After putting it off because it would be complicated, we sit down and go over everyone. Finally, 45 persons are listed. His family, my father, Elizabeth, and Michael, Rebecca, and a few supporting relatives, our close friends, and my therapist, who's helped me heal, are all invited. Ryan feels the list is significant. These are folks we picked, or who chose us, not obligation guests. The list feels correct, and I don't feel terrible about who's missing. Next week, I write my wedding vows. Not generic promises, but personal and honest. I write about forming a family on respect and love, choosing each other every day, and improving ourselves. Ryan starts crying midway through our rehearsal dinner practice when I read them. His parents hug me after I finish, and his mother says she's honored to be part of my new family story. The father of Hannah says they've always wanted a daughter, and are pleased it's me. His family's acceptance surprises me because it's so different from my upbringing. Hannah's mother contacts me upset 3 weeks before the wedding. She says my mother wrote to their house to persuade me to invite her to the wedding. Page after page, the letter describes how hurt she is and how she deserves to be there as my mother. Hannah's mother reads me a few words over the phone, and every sentence is manipulated. I thank her for telling me, and we decide she'll write back that she shouldn't interfere in our decisions. Hannah's mother says she'll respond tomorrow and supports my restrictions. I'm grateful his family protects my decisions without my request. Rebecca calls me a few days later to offer motherly duties on wedding day. She claims she'll watch for my mother's uninvited arrival and handle it. Ryan and I discuss it and hire venue security just in case. The wedding security business says they deal with unwelcome guests more often than people believe, and will make sure no one crashes who isn't on our list. Knowing I'm safe lets me enjoy my wedding instead of worrying about my mother. Rebecca texts me later that night to say she'll always support me, and I believe her. I wake up cheerful and enthusiastic the week before the wedding, not anxious. When I get ready for work, I realize I'm not prepared for anything to go wrong or someone to ruin the day. That afternoon in therapy, my therapist says this is what happens when you're not continually bracing for criticism or rejection. Says, I've done the hard work of removing toxic people from my life, and now I get to experience what peace actually feels like. I'm marrying someone who loves me exactly as I am. I'm surrounded by people who celebrate me instead of tearing me down, and I don't have to perform or prove my worth to anyone. The relief of that realization makes me emotional in the best possible way. Elizabeth's house smells like vanilla and flowers as I arrive for the bridal shower. Women have gathered in the living room to rejoice with me, not out of necessity. Rebecca embraces me at the door and whispers that she helped Elizabeth prepare everything, causing me to cry, instead of worried. I wake up peaceful on wedding day. Rebecca and Megan bring coffee and bagels to my flat after Ryan went for his parents' place to get ready with the guys. It's quick and pleasurable to shower and start my hair with them. Rebecca's disastrous first date last month and Megan's puppy eating her shoes make us giggle. No competition or stress. They both help me put on my dress by working the little back buttons. Finally, looking in the mirror, I feel beautiful without being told. The outfit fits well and Charlotte's mother's bracelet sparkles. Rebecca shoots a million shots, and Megan becomes tearful, and I understand this is how wedding preparation should feel. No one is comparing me, criticizing me, or making fun of me. 3 women celebrating a good occasion feels perfect. The ceremony site is perfect for Ryan and me. We had 45 people in a tiny yard with flowers and chairs. My father nervously changes his tie, while we wait in the back room for the music. When we walk down the aisle, he extends his arm, and we enter the sunlight. Ryan, who is up front with the officiant, starts crying when he sees me. My father walks gently to savor the moment. He leans down and whispers, proud of me, halfway down the aisle. For once, I accept a family member's compliment without looking for hidden criticism or waiting for the other shoe to drop. I can see my father crying as he hugs me before passing me off to Ryan at the front. The ceremony is wonderful and simple. The officiant discusses love and commitment before Ryan begins his vows. His voice shakes as he swears to always value me, even when I don't. Be my family after my biological family failed me and prove every day that I deserve love just as I am. Half the guests are crying at the end, and I'm barely holding it together. I fulfilled my promises to improve things together. Ryan kisses me after the officiant marries us, and everyone applauds. The reception is in the same garden with glowing string lights. Michael toasts after we eat, speak, and dance. He says the strongest families are chosen, not born into. And how watching me set boundaries and build a life on my own terms has influenced family members to reassess their relationships. He adds, this room full of people who actually love me is more like family than any holiday gathering ever was. Many nod in agreement. I forget about the missing people when Ryan and I dance to our first song. My mother and Sophia aren't on my radar or likely to wreck things. I'm present with the folks that express their love by actions, not words. My mother's absence doesn't dampen delight. It shields me from criticism and allows me enjoy the day. Charlotte's parents locate us by the dessert table at night and hug us. His mother feels she gained more than a daughter-in-law today. The differentiation of her daughter matters more than I can describe. I thank his father for welcoming me entirely and that they're proud to call me family. I'm creating a new family story where I'm cherished and celebrated, not compared to others, and my mother's tale about me being the backup daughter doesn't matter. I feel lighter than I have in years as Ryan and I say goodbye to the last visitors and travel to our hotel before our journey tomorrow. Ryan and I spent the first few days of our Hawaii honeymoon lounging on the beach and ignoring family drama. However, one evening while viewing the sunset, we discuss our future parenting styles. Ryan says our kids should feel loved and supported. And I concur immediately. We promise not to compare siblings or play favorites and to recognize each child's unique skills. I tell him our children would never wonder who is loved more and will break my mother's cycle of favoritism and comparison. Using my pain to improve feels like the ultimate victory over my mother's legacy. Like I'm turning all that hurt into something healing and protective for the next generation. During the honeymoon, I realize I no longer define myself by Sophia or my mother. I don't compare myself to my sister or my mother while defining myself. I'm no longer backup daughter. Just being myself is enough. Instead of my mother's judgment, my inner voice tells me I'm worthy as I am. One morning, I look at Ryan sleeping beside me and reflect about our life together and am grateful for every hard decision that brought me here. Setting limits lost me relationships, but helped me become someone I enjoy. My father's number rings 3 months after the wedding while I'm at a coffee shop. He says he needs to talk and his voice is quieter than usual. He claims to have separated from my mother and moved into a motel. After a time, he says that witnessing me establish a life without her poison helped him realize how much her actions harmed his happiness. He sounds exhausted but relieved. Like he's dropped something heavy after years. I promise not to pressure him on his long-term choices. So I'm delighted he's taking care of himself. We talk about nothing important for 20 minutes more. Normal discourse without my mother's influence. I sit with my coffee after we hang up and think this is what happens when you stop accepting abuse. Other folks notice it too. My therapist assesses my development over the past few months at my usual therapy visit the following week. Since I have such tremendous self-worth, she offers monthly sessions instead of weekly. She tells me that healing isn't a straight line, and I'll still have bad days, but my work has made my mother's voice not rule me anymore. I can accept criticism without feeling I deserve it. I can set limits guilt-free. Accepting love without conditions is possible. I leave her office and walk to my car, proud of my transformation from the lady who apologized for being. Ryan and I host our first apartment holiday dinner in November. His parents, my father, Aunt Elizabeth, Uncle Michael, Rebecca, Megan, and Ethan, are invited. I cook as Ryan sets the table in the morning, and when everyone arrives, warm voices and laughter fill the flat. Nobody compares me to others. No one insults with compliments. Elizabeth brings me a pie and hugs me in the kitchen, saying she's glad I'm doing well. The chat between my father and Hannah's dad about golf on the couch is relaxed. Ethan makes everyone laugh with a Ryan's college story, and Megan helps me take dishes to the table. While eating and talking, someone suggests a game after dinner, making the evening feel warm and comfortable. Family should feel like this. People who want to attend, not must. You're celebrated, not tolerated. I see folks at the table that choose to be here and understand I have what I always wanted. An entire year has passed since the engagement dinner that altered everything. I wake up next to Ryan in our apartment and think about how my life has changed. My hubby loves me unconditionally. My in-laws treat me like their daughter, not a burden. My selected family of relatives and friends celebrates my victories and supports me during tough times. More importantly, I have my own approval. I know my worth and don't need my mother to confirm it. Her view used to shape my self-image, but now it's just noise. That realization's independence is worth every painful talk, boundary I had to create, and connection I had to end to find calm. I'm no longer backup daughter. Just being me is enough. My brother framed me for drug dealing. My parents took his side, saying, "A record won't hurt you." I refused to take the fall and took revenge. I was falsely accused of drug selling by my brother. My parents supported him, arguing that he couldn't jeopardize his profession. You won't suffer from a record, so I exacted ruthless retribution. Superior. In order to protect himself, my brother attempted to frame me for drug use. Additionally, my parents advised me to accept responsibility and be the bigger person because a record won't harm you. They were clueless about my next move. I am able to work as a cell tower technician for 32 men. The men who scale those 450 tall structures you see on the side of the road. One unbreakable rule: good pay, and foolish hours. You're out if you test positive for drugs at random. No appeals, no second chances, just gone. I'm not claiming to be a saint, but I'm suggesting that you tend to keep spotless when you work in a field where a single unclean test can result in homelessness, unemployment, and blacklisting from an entire industry. Pre-workout and the occasional energy drink when I'm doing doubles are the hardest things for me to handle. At the age of 28, my brother worked as a junior analyst, had a degree in finance, and devoted much of his time to acting as though he was already a managing director. I recently got engaged to a girl who seemed to be curing cancer by posting images of her morning smoothies. He was regarded by my parents as though he had created money himself. I was the odd one who didn't want a cubicle. The spare. The one is doing well, but it's just manual labor. At 5:15 a.m. on a Wednesday, everything fell apart. I was loading climbing equipment into a corporate truck at the staging yard in Nebraska. My site supervisor came over as I was inspecting carabiners. A former Marine called Valdez handled his clipboard as if it were a weapon. Before he spoke, his face told me everything. I'm in the office trailer right now. I got to my feet. What's happening? Compliance would like to speak with you. I felt sick to my stomach. There was a speakerphone on the table in the office trailer. Valdez shut the door behind him. The speaker's voice was that of a businesswoman. Good morning. This is Compliance and Safety for Businesses. I'm calling in reference to an incident report that was submitted on Monday night at around 10:45 p.m. via our anonymous safety hotline. All right. What incident? I said. According to the study, there was evidence of impaired behavior during work activities that were crucial for safety. During your most recent tower climb, you had weak motor control, slurred speech, and inconsistent judgment. The words came out chilly. What? According to company policy, any report of substance usage including a reasonable suspicion must be handled right away. Within an hour, you will be taken to a licensed testing facility for a thorough drug test. Awaiting results, you are being placed on unpaid administrative leave. I didn't take any drugs or smoke. Ibuprofen for my knees and shoulders was the closest thing I got to using drugs. However, none of that was important. Until a plastic cup told me otherwise, accusation was the same as guilt in my universe. She continued to speak. Until the test results are received, you will continue to be on unpaid leave. We will suspend your site credentials. You will be driven to the testing center by a company representative. Inquiries? Yes. The report was written by whom? Pause a little. To preserve the integrity of our safety reporting system, that information is kept private. It is hence anonymous. Regardless of the source, we treat all safety concerns seriously, Valdez said. He and I have collaborated for 4 years. I've never seen anything like this. She responded with ease. Although we value your input, policy is policy. Hotline reports on safety-critical roles are regarded as reasonable suspicion by corporate. This morning, your supervisor finished the documentation checklist. Valdez's mouth clenched. Even though he knew it was absurd, he had to fill out a form and send it up the chain. She concluded. The line died. Valdez appeared to want to drive his fist through the wall. This is absurd. Yes. Do you clean everything? He gave a nod. You will then pass the test. Just hold on. A child wearing a corporate windbreaker arrived half an hour later. He was apprehensive and carried a clipboard. Silently, the child drove me 50 minutes to an occupational health center. I was mentally performing math. I was working on a project that paid $115 per DM in addition to $70 per hour. I put in 75 hours a week at $625. I was making almost $7,000 a week before taxes thanks to overtime. I had just lost at least a week's salary and possibly my entire job on this crew due to one anonymous phone call. The typical drill was performed in the clinic. I was guided through the procedure by the nurse. I requested copies of all documents. Despite raising an eyebrow, she continued to print them. They labeled the sample, sealed it, and made all the necessary notes. Results in 3 to 6 business days according to the nurse. I was driven back to the motel where the team was staying by the child, remained silent, simply left after dropping me off. The time was 11:30 a.m. I had been awake since 4:45. Officially, I was placed on the bench until further notice. I took out my phone and sat on the motel bed. 24 calls were missed. Mom gave me 9, Dad gave me 7, and my brother gave me 10. Also, texts. Call me back and we need to talk, and are you okay? Was the most common response, but one from Mom jumped out. Please respond. It's not what you believe. We can clarify. I gazed at the display. We can clarify. Thus they were already aware of what had occurred. I knew this. My brother had unexpectedly arrived up at my flat on Monday night, 2 days prior to the test. 9:50 p.m., appearing anxious. He requested to use my truck. He had stated that he only needed to move a few items for her bridal shower. I had refused him. I had climbing gear and equipment worth $16,000 in the bed of my 2020 Silverado truck. I never loaned it out. He appeared injured. Really? It's my truck. And I'm your brother. Get a U-Haul. He had changed his strategy. Can we at least spend some time together? She's experiencing one of her episodes. I require room. I had been worn out. It was 4:15 a.m. departure. Okay, I'll go to bed. When you're done, lock the door. He had been scrolling through his phone on my couch. I had crashed and showered. He was gone by 4 a.m. when I departed for work. The door is locked. Not a word. I hadn't considered it. My truck had been left unlocked in the parking area of the gated complex where my brother and I had spent hours alone, so I was thinking about it a lot. I scrolled back and retrieved my texts. He had inquired about my drug test schedule 4 weeks prior. How frequently do they really put you to the test? For example, is it scheduled or is it truly random? I answered. Dumbass. Random means random. That's the main idea. He had chuckled, simply curious about how they monitor everyone. The tone of that talk had changed. I became enraged as I gazed at my phone. It buzzed on my phone. Mom again, I replied. She was crying already. Are you all right, baby? We were informed of the events. How did you hear? We were informed by your brother. He is quite concerned about you. He was, of course. I'm all okay, Mom. I took no action. We are aware, dear. We are aware that you didn't. All we want to do is assist. What can you help with? Longer pause. Join us for dinner this evening. As a family, we must discuss this. Before I could argue, she hung up. The suburb where my parents resided was one of those generic ones. Everything is beige, mandatory grass care by the HOA. In the driveway was my brother's BMW and Dad's Lexus. I entered. No one greeted me. Mom was stress cleaning the already sanitized counters in the kitchen. Dad was seated at the dining table wearing a polo shirt, pants, reading glasses, and a yellow legal pad. Mode for solving problems. Without making eye contact, my brother was slouched over his phone on the couch. In the doorway, I stood. Okay, let's listen to it. Dad raised his head. Take a seat. I'm in good standing. He looked at me. This is a severe matter. Take a seat. I took out a chair. Saturday. I folded my arms. Mom looked back. She had crimson eyes. Despite the fact that no food was being prepared, she was wearing an apron. Honey, she began, her voice trembling. We must talk about what transpired. You mean the part where someone filed a false report and I was pulled off a job site and made to take a drug test? That section? Dad jumped right in. We are aware of your distress. Dad, I'm not angry. I don't have a job that pays. There's a distinction. You're on leave while you wait for the results. That's not jobless. It's the same when you don't get paid. He dismissed that. You will pass the test. We're not concerned about that. So what are we concerned about? There was a heavy hush. Mom folded her hands and took a seat across from me. We're concerned about your sibling. I chuckled. Not a good chuckle. You are, of course. Dad bent over. He was wrong. It's a significant issue, but if we manage it properly, it can be resolved. What error? More quiet. Mom gave Dad a glance. Dad gave my brother a glance. At last, Mom said something. Slightly louder than a whisper. He had something in his hands for a pal. He went into a panic. If things went wrong, he needed a place where the police wouldn't look. He placed it in my pickup after the words landed. No one disputed it. I reclined. Let me confirm if I have this right. He was under the influence. He was concerned about being discovered. He concluded that my truck was the safest place to conceal them. The work truck I drive. The truck that passes through checks at federal facilities. The truck that comes with a job where random drug testing is required. He then called in a tip to have me removed from the scene. I was probably hoping that the corporation would send security to examine my car or that I would be searched. Now Mom was crying. He was not thinking. I'm not joking. He didn't give it much thought. Dad's tone became abrasive. Be mindful of your tone. Or what? Will you try harder to frame me? You weren't set up? Dad said. I turned to face my brother. Have you called? He didn't respond. Have you submitted the report to my employer? At last, he raised his head. He had tears in his eyes. His voice cracked as he said, I didn't think they'd actually test you. I assumed it would simply enter a system and vanish. You had the incorrect idea. Mom extended her hand across the table. I retreated. She said that he had erred. An awful error. He is your brother, though. He attempted to frame me. Dad gave a head shake. He might be implicated if the inquiry goes on and they begin to inquire about the source of that tip. He's got a job. He has gotten engaged. His future cannot afford to be complicated. I also don't. Dad didn't think twice. Physical labor is the nature of your profession. There's another tower to climb. He's establishing a career for himself. He works in finance. Everything he has worked for vanishes with just one mark on his record. It was there. Mom jumped right in. Her parents are wealthy. They have expectations. They will withdraw their support if this is revealed prior to the wedding. His condo was co-signed by us. We lose the property if he loses his job. They weren't merely keeping my brother safe. Their investment was being safeguarded. What exactly do you want me to do? Dad took off his reading glasses. He rubbed his eyes. We want you to accept accountability. I chuckled. What is the responsibility? I took no action. We are aware of that. However, this will stop if you claim to have done so, if you tell your employer that the medicines were yours and that it was a private matter. He remains clean, you move on to another job and the business treats it as a policy breach. I didn't do the crime you want me to admit to. Dad responded, if there is no legal proceeding, it's not a crime. It is merely a matter of employment. Mom was crying. We're not requesting that you serve time in jail. Simply inform your business that it was an error. Accept the loss of employment. After that, we all go on. And he leaves unscathed. He is given another chance. Dad was right. I got to my feet. The chair made a loud scraping sound. No. Mom blinked. What? I'm not gonna do it. Dad got up as well. You're being self-centered. I'm being self-centered. It was me who was set up. His brother is you. He also attempted to frame me. At last, my brother said something. Speak quietly. Why are you acting this way? I apologized, I said. I looked over at him. He had no regrets. He felt afraid. You regret being discovered. You don't regret doing it. Mom got to her feet. Enough, both of you, she said, turning to face me. Please just do this for us. For your brother, she said in a broken voice. Act like the bigger person. The larger individual. You've always been the one who manages things and is resilient. You are necessary to him. I turned to go. But Mom grabbed my arm and said, where are you going? Anywhere but here. We're not finished talking. Dad's voice trailed off. If you don't help him, we'll have to find another solution. Good luck with that. Dad's voice was sharp. You walk out that door, you're on your own. I stopped, hand on the doorknob. I pulled free. Yes, we are. My brother's voice followed me. You're really going to let them ruin my life? I stopped at the door, turned back. I'm not letting anyone do anything. You ruined your own life. I'm just refusing to take the blame for it. The first thing I did after leaving that family ambush was call a lawyer, not HR, not a friend, a criminal defense attorney. I've always been on my own, Dad. You just didn't notice because I never asked you for anything. I left. Mom began to cry behind me. Dad said something about being ungrateful and stubborn. My brother was crying and asking what he was supposed to do now. I didn't have an answer for him. My brother showed up Monday night with his sob story and I was able to find one through a quick search. His voicemail stated that he dealt with drug cases and false accusations, so I left a message. He called back 20 minutes later and said, you retained yet? Not officially. Then let's keep this general until you sign the paperwork. He didn't interrupt once during the family meeting where they all banded together to attack me. After I finished, there was a dead silence for about 4 seconds. Okay, sign the retainer I'm sending tonight if you want me on this. Until then, here's what you do. Don't talk to your family. Don't drive that truck. Take a screenshot of everything they send you. When the police arrive, when, not if, you say once, I want my attorney present. Not, I think I need a lawyer. Not, maybe I should call someone. $2.5 grand just to get started. But to be honest, it was the best money I've ever spent because on Wednesday night, the exact same night as the family meeting, 2 uniformed police officers knocked on my motel room door and peered through the peephole. We're getting ahead of this before your stupid brother makes it worse. I signed it an hour later. It was evening. The older one spoke first. He was a stocky man in his late 50s with a mustache that shouted, I peaked in high school football. One of them had his hand hovering near his belt as if he anticipated trouble. Oh, you have to be kidding me. I opened the door halfway and went outside, pulling it shut behind me. What's my name? You have been keeping controlled substances in a white Silverado, according to a call I received. The older cop's eyebrows shot up and his partner, a younger, clean-cut man, shifted as if I had just said something in a foreign language. You're not under arrest, the older cop said, his voice friendly now. Work truck registered to a telecommunications company. Mind if we ask you a few questions? I want my attorney present for any questioning. I stood there and said nothing, but the older cop tried again, saying, if you have nothing to hide, this will take 2 minutes. Just want to make sure everything's cool here. I still didn't say anything, so the younger cop took over, explaining that we know you drive a work truck. That white Silverado in the lot? Didn't respond. Would you mind if we took a quick look in your truck? He asked as if he was asking to borrow a lighter. No. The older cop cocked his head and said, "No, we can't look." Or, "No, you don't mind. I don't consent to any searches." The younger cop gave the older one a quick glance, his jaw tensing. "Sir, if you're not involved in anything illegal, there's no reason to refuse." The older cop exhaled deeply through his nose, irritated. "Good, all right. Don't leave the area," he said, catching himself. "We'd appreciate if you stay available in case we need to follow up." "Am I being detained?" "No." "Cool. Going back inside then." I opened the door, stepped through, shut it, and locked it. I stood with my back to the door, my heart pounding as if I had just finished a marathon. I tried to recall their badge numbers, but I was too preoccupied with maintaining my composure and not making a mistake. I caught a glimpse of the older one's nameplate, but the porch light was terrible. It didn't matter because I had the time, the description, and what they said. I could hear them talking outside, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. A minute. Later I heard footsteps leaving, so I took out my phone and called my lawyer. I rang 4 times and they had already arrived. He said, "Yeah, 2 uniforms. You did everything perfectly." "Did they say who tipped them off?" "No, but we both know it was my brother." "Probably. Doesn't matter. What matters is that you didn't give them a shit." "They said they received a call about drug activity and asked to search my truck. I told them no, and they said I wanted my lawyer present. They bounced. They will either return with a warrant or they won't, and if they do, we deal with it." "So, what now?" "The same thing as before. Don't talk to your family, don't drive that truck, and document everything. I'm sending you a form. Write down everything that just happened. No consent, no statements, no self-explanation. Time, names, badge numbers if you caught them. Exactly what they said. Exactly what you said. Email it to me tonight." "Okay. And listen, your brother just escalated this from a family mess to an attempt at criminal framing. That's a huge escalation. He's panicking. And panicked people do really dumb things. We'll stay ahead of it. But you need to remain vigilant. No heroics, no confrontations, just do what I tell you, and we'll do it. Okay, send me that write-up, and I'll get in touch with you tomorrow." Click. I sat down on the bed and began typing. Time. 8:47 p.m. 2 uniforms, 1 older and 1 younger. What they said, what I said, everything. I finished and emailed it. Police contact Wednesday at 8:47 p.m. My brother was trying to burn me, not just save himself, and he was being sloppy about it. He called the police before he had a complete story, gave them just enough to send uniforms, but not enough for a warrant, and then just sat there in the dark with my phone in my hand. It was the worst combination of being sloppy and strategic. My brother wanted to play this game, but I didn't panic, didn't let them in, didn't explain, didn't turn over anything, and did exactly what my lawyer instructed. Now I had documentation, a paper trail, and a criminal defense lawyer who was already 10 steps ahead. However, we were no longer playing on his terms. On Tuesday morning, my company's lab results came in. HR called, the same woman as before, and said, "Your test results are negative across all panels. You're cleared for immediate return to duty. When's the next rotation? Valdez's crew has a Montana site starting Monday. You're back on the roster." There it was. The legitimate CIA. I understood. I wasn't planning retaliation. "What about the report?" "It's been classified as unfounded. No disciplinary action on your record." She paused. "I'm also required to inform you that retaliation against anyone who files a safety report, even an unfounded one, is a violation of company policy and grounds for immediate termination." I was preparing documentation. Big difference. Your credentials will be reactivated by the end of business Thursday. You'll have full access by Monday morning. Thank you. She hung up. Crisis over. Mostly. I sat there staring at my phone for 10 minutes or so. Clean test results. Job secured. Record clean. My brother had tried and failed to destroy me, but he was still out there, still dealing. I pulled up the local police department's non-emergency number and called the police department. "How can I help you?" "I need to report drug possession. I have specific information about someone who may be transporting controlled substances." "All right, what's your name?" I gave it to her. He was still using my truck as his stash spot for all I knew. "And your callback number?" "This one." "Who are you reporting?" "My brother." "Why do you think he has controlled substances?" He acknowledged to me that he has been hiding drugs in my car without my knowledge. He also acknowledged that when things got heated, he filed an anonymous report with my employer to have me tested for drugs. There was typing on her end. I have the license plate number, so I rattled it off. She made me repeat it. Do you know where he is at the moment? I'm at my apartment, but he usually leaves his condo at this time and goes downtown to his office, which is normally Route 7. He drives a silver Audi A4. We'll have an officer follow up. If we need a formal statement, someone will get in touch with you. Stay available at this number. Alright. I'm calling because he tried to push this on me and I want it documented. No, I'm relying on what he told me. 2 hours later, my phone rang. I didn't know if that went anywhere or if it just ended up in a black hole. It was Officer Martinez from the police department. Am I talking to the person who called regarding your brother? Okay, so we found a silver Audi that matched the license plate you gave. My stomach knotted as we pulled over a moving violation near the downtown exit. The driver displayed signs of impairment during contact, so we called for a K9 unit. The dog alerted on the car, but I didn't say anything because I didn't trust my voice. We found suspected controlled substances inside the car along with items consistent with distribution. He was taken into custody and taken to be booked. Alright, so we're also asking for a blood sample as part of the DUI drug process because of the impairment indicators. You might be contacted by an officer or prosecutor for a statement because your information helped start the conversation. You understand? One more thing. I sat on my couch staring at nothing until the anger I'd been suppressing finally surfaced. It wasn't explosive, it was quiet, and it was cold. I opened a soda, sat on my balcony, and watched the sun set at about 8:15 p.m. Don't let anyone get you to change your story, or not cooperate. If they do, document it, and call us. Thank you. My phone started blowing up, so I put it face down and put it on the counter. 20 minutes later, I heard a knock on my apartment door. I looked through the peephole and saw that it was my mom and dad. Mom's face was red and blotchy, and Dad appeared to be trying to break down the door. I opened the door and before I could say anything he pushed past me and entered the apartment. Mom was crying by this point. What the hell did you do? Dad's voice was shaking. Rage or panic, couldn't tell. I reported a crime. You called the cops on your own brother? I called the cops on someone who tried to frame me for drug possession. He just happens to be my brother. Mom grabbed my arm. They're saying he had controlled substances in his car. They're saying he's a dealer. This is insane. There has to be a mistake. There's no mistake. He told me himself. He's been dealing for months. Dad stepped closer. You need to fix this. No. Tell them it's yours. Tell them you asked him to hold it. Tell them anything. I stared at him. You want me to confess to a felony I didn't commit? We co-signed on his condo. If he gets convicted, we lose everything. That's not my problem. Mom's voice went high and desperate. Please. Please, baby. You don't understand what this means. They're saying bail could be as high as $80,000. We'd need $8,000 just to get him out. We don't have that kind of money liquid. We need you to help us. Dad's face flushed. You think you're better than him? I think not dealing drugs makes me smarter. Yeah, we raised you better than this. You raised me to cover for people who screw me over because I missed that lesson. I'm not bailing him out. He's your brother. He tried to ruin my career. Mom was crying uncontrollably now. We'll lose the condo. Dad grabbed my shoulder firmly and said, You're going to help him. I pushed his hand away, saying, Get out. We're not leaving until get out of my apartment. You don't understand. We put our retirement into that down payment. If he can't make the payments, the bank takes it. We're ruined. Then you made a bad investment. Dad's voice lowered. If you testify against him, you're dead to us. Good. Makes it easier. Mom tried again, but he turned and left after staring at me as if he had never seen me before. At least talk to the police. Tell them he made a mistake. I'm telling them the truth. She was looking at me as if I had just slain someone, mascara streaming down her cheeks. I'm the guy who doesn't take the fall for other people's nonsense, she muttered. I don't even know who you are anymore. That's who I am. She departed and I systematically severed all of my financial ties to my parents over the course of the following 4 weeks after locking the door and fastening the chain. They had been on my family plan for 4 years, and I had been paying $170 a month without giving it any thought. I stopped paying their home security system, which had been $70 a month for the previous 3 years, and I canceled the streaming services they had been using. All of this was gone, and I called the utility company to have their house's electric bill, which had somehow gotten into my name 4 years prior when they needed temporary assistance, transferred back to them. After I stopped, the prosecutor's office contacted me because my brother's case was progressing and they needed me to testify about the timeline, the access to my truck, and the family meeting where they asked me to confess. I met with the assistant DA, told the truth, and gave them my documentation, screenshots, contemporaneous notes I had written right after the family meeting, the results of the independent test, and the call logs indicating when I had reported him. During my deposition, the prosecutor used the drug tests, the timeline, and the tangible evidence from the traffic stop to refute my brother's defense attorney's attempt to paint me as a vindictive person with a grudge against his successful younger brother. His attorney tried a different approach, saying, "Isn't it true you refused to help your brother when he made a mistake?" I refused to confess to a crime I didn't commit. That's different. I knew he was trafficking drugs and attempting to frame me for it, but you knew he was struggling. The lawyer didn't have an answer. 7 weeks later, my brother entered a plea, avoiding actual jail time, but he was caught with a felony, probation, and the kind of record that sticks like gum to a boot. His fiancée had broken up with him the day he was arrested, and the last I heard from the family gossip, she was already engaged to a Chicago investment banker who had no criminal history. My parents lost the condo because they were unable to make the payments on the co-signed loan without his income, which caused the bank to foreclose, and they had to take out a second mortgage on their own home to pay for his legal bills. I received a text message from an unknown number 3 months after my brother was sentenced. It said, "This is your mother. I had to get a new phone because we couldn't afford the plan anymore. Please call me. We need to talk." I didn't answer. And when she called from that number, she left a voicemail, which I erased without listening. My aunt, who told me I was right, called me 2 weeks later and said, "Your parents are in trouble. Real trouble. Okay. They're behind on their mortgage, the second mortgage payments are killing them, and your dad's talking about declaring bankruptcy, which is disappointing. They need help," she said. "I know what they did was wrong. They didn't just do something wrong. They asked me to confess to a felony to protect their investment. I told them they were crazy, but they're still your parents. Genetically, yes." Long pause. "Your mom has been taking on extra shifts at the hospital. She's 62. They needed help 4 months ago. They chose my brother instead." My aunt sighed. She should have considered the fact that she can hardly stand after a full shift before asking me to ruin my career. "I understand." "I do. I just wanted to let you know how things stand. Thank you for the update." We hung up. 5 months later they all arrived at my apartment, not separately but all at once as planned. On a rare weekend off, I was at home when the gate buzzed. Security said, "You have visitors, your parents, and your brother." I considered telling them to leave, but then I remembered that they had driven all the way here, had arranged their schedules, and this was going to work out, so I let them through. 6 minutes later there was a knock on my door. When I opened it, Mom, Dad, and my brother were all standing there. Mom appeared to be 12 years old. Dad's Lexus was gone. And they had arrived in a beat-up Honda Civic that must have been 17 years old. My brother appeared hollow and thin, as if he had been on probation for 7 months. I realized that no one was hiring felons. "We came to apologize." I leaned against the kitchen counter and crossed my arms. "All right, apologize." Mom's voice was already shaking. "We're so sorry. What we asked you to do was wrong. We were scared." I moved aside as they filed in. No one sat. This wasn't a social visit. Dad cleared his throat. Dad stepped in and said, "We made a mistake, a terrible mistake. But we're asking you to forgive us." "Forgive you for what? For trying to ruin my career? For asking me to confess to a felony?" "Which part?" My brother said, "I know I messed up. For the first time. You were thinking clearly, and you knew exactly what you were asking me to do." Mom moved forward and reached for my arm, but I pulled back. "Please," she said. "I know what I did was unforgivable. But I've been through hell. I've had time to think about everything. I'm different now. You're different because you got caught." His face crumpled. "That's not fair. You keep using that word. Nothing about this situation is fair." Dad's jaw tightened. "This isn't a joke. You're right. It's consequences. We're your parents. We need your help. We're going to lose the house. The bank is threatening foreclosure. Your father's retirement fund is gone. We used it all for his legal bills and the condo payments. Sounds like you made some bad investments." Mom was crying now. "We have no one else to turn to. The bank won't work with us. We need about $50,000 to avoid foreclosure. We'll lose everything. You already lost everything. We raised you, fed you, and provided a roof over your head for 19 years. Since then, I've been living alone and have never asked you for a dime. I promise you that once I'm back on my feet, you'll be a convicted felon without a job and you won't be getting back on your feet. I'll find something. If you're lucky, you'll find minimum wage work. But even that will be difficult because of your drug conviction. You just haven't accepted it yet. My brother moved closer. I'll pay you back. Dad said. So that's it. You're just going to watch us lose our home. I'm living my life. You're the ones who showed up here. Please, I'm begging you. We'll sign papers. We'll put it in writing. We'll pay you back with interest. You can't afford interest. Mom grabbed my hand before I could pull away. Get up, Mom. She fell down on my floor and simply collapsed into herself, crying. I looked down at her, then at Dad, who was staring at the wall, and finally at my brother, who seemed to want to vanish. You can't afford the principal. You're broke. She got up slowly and wiped her face with her hands. I went to my desk and took out my checkbook because I wanted something in writing that they couldn't tamper with later. I wrote a check, put family assistance on the memo line, and took a picture with my phone before I even tore it out. I gave it to my mother, who looked at it and turned pale. $2? That's my contribution to your predicament. You're right, you did raise me for 19 years, so here's $2 for your trouble. You can now claim that I helped. Dad's face reddened. You smug. Don't be upset. You came here pleading and I gave you what I believed you were entitled to. We drove 5 hours to get here, and then you wasted 9 hours round trip. Dad stepped forward and said, You know what? We don't need your money. We'll figure it out ourselves. Mom was staring at the check as if it might change if she looked long enough. My brother's voice was quiet. That's the value I place on people who tried to destroy my life in order to save their investment. No, you will not. You have been enjoying his alleged success for years. You paid his legal bills to protect your own reputation. You co-signed his condo to boast about it, and you came here because you finally realized that no one else would save you. Mom threw the check at me and it bounced off my chest. I hope you're happy, she said, her voice breaking. I hope you feel good about yourself watching your family suffer. We're sorry, she screamed. How many times do we have to say that? You're not sorry for what you did. You're sorry it didn't work. I actually sleep great. Full 9 hours. Dad followed him, stopped at the door and turned back. When we lose the house, when your mother and I are living in an apartment and barely making ends meet, that's on you. No, Dad. My brother moved toward the door. This was a mistake. We shouldn't have come. Finally, something we agree on. The only thing I regret is not cutting you off sooner. That's on you. You made the decisions. I'm just not paying for them. You're going to regret this. He left, followed by my brother. Mom stood there for a while longer, staring at me as if I were a stranger. I don't even recognize you anymore, she said. Good. She left, and I shut the door behind them. I picked up the crumpled check from the floor, smoothed it out, snapped a picture of it, and saved it to my phone under receipts. An hour later, my phone buzzed, and I received a text from Mom's new number. The person you knew was your backup plan. I'm not that person anymore. I typed back, Mom, you're making a huge mistake. Family helps family. We're family. Family doesn't frame family for felonies. I blocked the number, blocked my dad's number, and blocked my brother's number. 4 months later, my aunt called again, saying, They lost the house. They're moving into a 2-bedroom apartment in a cheaper area. Your mother works at the hospital full-time. Eventually they all stopped trying. If you like this video, please hit the subscribe button. Your dad's doing contract work where he can find it. Alright, I thought you should know. Thanks for the news. We hung up. My brother attempted adding me on social media from a new account. I banned it. Thanks to it, the channel is able to provide you with more and better stories. My wife screamed, apologize or divorce. I left with 3 words and never looked back. My wife's suffering began from there. The sound of my wife's voice reverberated around our kitchen like a throne itself. David, if you don't apologize to my son right now, we're going to end up getting a divorce. The words struck me so forcefully that I could feel them in my MERS. With her arms crossed, her chin up, and her eyes bright, Sophia stood by the sink. Her eyes were brilliant with that obstinate sparkle that she got when she convinced herself that she was right and that the world could just accommodate. Under the cabinet lights, which were located behind her, cast a harsh light on the mess that was on the countertop. Bags of groceries, a bag of pretzels that was only partially open, and my pill organizer were all sitting in the same spot each time, serving as a subtle reminder that I was no longer 24 years old. In addition, there was Ethan, her son, who was 28 years old and was still wearing his cap backwards inside the house, as if the house were a fraternity. He was resting against the doorframe in the corridor. In fact, he wasn't even putting on an act of regret. A sneer appeared on his face as if he was already aware of how this situation would finish. It was as if he had seen Sophia do this to other individuals in the past. The old David was the one they were waiting for. The individual who took it in order to find serenity. The person who mended the faucet that was leaking while remaining silent about it. It was the person who paid the bills and pretended that the disrespect was nothing more than a nuisance. The air became more dense. This is not poetic. Weighty. Extremely thick. The kind in which you have the sensation that your shirt is sticking to your back and your lungs are resisting the need to take a complete breath. The refrigerator made a low hum. The clock that was mounted on the wall over the microwave ticked as if it had something to demonstrate. I looked directly at my wife, the lady I had married 7 years ago in a small church outside of Cedar Falls, Iowa. At that time, the pastor had mispronounced my middle name and we had a good laugh over it later in the parking lot. When there was a long line at the VFW fish fry, the woman who used to hold my hand was the one who did it. For example, there was a woman who used to cry in my pickup truck because she was so afraid that her son would never return home. Now she was ranting at me as if I were an employee who was doing inappropriately. "I'm sorry, David," but she yelled even louder. "Have you heard me?" I didn't turn my gaze away. First, I didn't blink at all. I did nothing but wait for the silence to continue until Ethan's grin began to flicker, indicating that he was becoming bored. In the back of my mind, I heard my father, William Carter, who was born and raised in Grundy Center. It was as if I was hearing a voice from another existence. This is the kind of man who could mend a combine with nothing but shame and baling wire. If a man begs today, he will pay for it forever. My jaw became very tense. My left shoulder, which had been affected by arthritis for many years, was the location where I felt the pain. Almost as if my body itself had become weary of keeping everything together. I cast my gaze directly at Ethan, passing by Sophia. After being let go from his sales position in Des Moines, he had moved back into our home 2 months previously for a brief period of time during which he had been there. After all, Sophia was the one who said it. There was a variation in Ethan's interpretation depending on who was listening. On occasion he was terminated from his position. At other times, it was management that was toxic. One time I overheard him over the loudspeaker explaining to a friend that he had left the company because he refused to sell his soul. This was what I was aware of. When he arrived at our house on Prairie Lakes Drive, he brought with him 2 duffel bags, a PlayStation, and an attitude that was so huge that it could fill the entire ranch-style house. Additionally, as he remained in our home for a longer period of time, Sophia's bravery and honesty shrank, and eventually everything in our house began to revolve around Ethan's moods. When he slammed a door, the supper was a hushed affair. In the event that he rolled his eyes, Sophia would apologize to him as if he were the one who had been hurt. Her handbag was the first thing she reached for if he wanted cash for gas. This evening had begun in the same manner as any other winter evening. When the windows were pressed against the cold of Iowa. The furnace is operating continually. I am still wearing my work boots and I smell like the dust from the factory and the oil from the machine. When I got home, I would look forward to seeing Meatloaf on the local news. Instead, I came into Ethan giggling at something on his phone while Sophia was sitting at the table with a stack of mail. Sophia was holding the stack of mail. One of the envelopes was already open. On it was written my name. I felt as though I was being accused by the Blackhawk Credit Union emblem which was staring up at me. "Oh, what is that?" I inquired about it. Just comments were said by Sophia. She did not glance at me. I heard Ethan snort. It's as if he doesn't already know that he's on the verge of bankruptcy. I halted this. My apologies. It seemed as if Ethan were in a movie when he slowly stood up. I continued. "You're acting like you don't know. You're always on my mom about money, like you're some hero because you pay the bills." Sophia finally looked up at that moment, and the expression on her face was not one of apology. The admonition was given as if I was the issue since I had poked the bear that she had been feeding herself. "Ethan," she whispered in a low voice. However, it did not have any bite to it. With his hands resting on the table, he leaned forward. "What are you aware of, David? The way you behave as if you own everything is getting old for me. It's not your tiny factory where you work. Moreover, this is the home of my mother. What about you?" He took a quick look at the photograph that was framed and displayed in the corridor. At James Lake, My father was seen wearing a flannel shirt and holding a crappy. Ethan's lip tightened up. Not only that, but your cherished elderly gentleman quit flashing his ghost around like a badge. He has not arrived. He is no longer there. And you continue to be little more than a maintenance person. That is what caused it to happen. This is not an insult to me. At 2 a.m, when a conveyor belt is falling, I've heard men chat more loudly in the break room than they normally would. I am able to have a hit. On the other hand, my father was the kind of man who never talked to anyone by raising his hand, and continued to educate 50% of the county on what constitutes decency. There was no reason for Ethan to speak to my father. I moved closer to the object. Make sure you don't bring up my father. Suddenly Ethan's eyes lit up. Or, what is it? Sophia jumped up from the chair, her palms facing outward like if she were trying to break up a brawl in a club. Stop what you're doing, David. Just halt, if you please. It was he who initiated it, and I detested the fact that my voice sounded worn out, harsh, and older than I actually felt on the inside. When Sophia turned her back on me, that was the moment when she decided to press the nuclear button. I beg you to tell my son that you are sorry, or we are going through with a divorce. To the extent that the previous 7 years could be reduced to a switch that she could turn in order to maintain Ethan's comfort. We had arrived at this point. A loud noise, 2 brilliant hearts, and the lights in the kitchen. When Ethan was in the corridor, he was smiling as if he had already won. The nostrils of Sophia became tense. While continuing to smile, Ethan folded his arms and said, "Say it." At that moment, I looked back at my wife and said, "Go ahead, David. Tell me you're sorry." When I looked for the woman I married, I looked for her face. For the person who had previously stated to me, "I just want a peaceful home." For the one who promised me we'd be partners. What I witnessed was someone standing between me and her kid, selecting him once more without even being aware that she was doing it. Not once did I yell. No, I did not criticize anything. I didn't give Ethan the joy of watching me finally cave in to his demands. I have just expressed the one and only truth that's still in my mouth. I am finished with this place. With a blink, Sophia appeared as though she had not yet absorbed the English language. What is it? My old brown Carhartt jacket was waiting for me as I turned around and walked to the coat rack. I found my keys hanging on the hook. I was the one who took them. When I went to retrieve my duffel bag from the closet, it was only partially packed because I had been on a work trip that never took place, as the cosmos knew. Sophia called David and voice climbing was heard. "Don't you dare to say that." A momentary delay at the entrance allowed me to take one more look behind me. Ethan's sneer trembled slightly, as if he had just become aware that the game might be about to change. Neither of them received another word from me. When I went outside, the cold forcefully struck my face. The snow glistened like shattered glass as a result of the illuminated porch. A cloud of white air was produced by my exhalation. I walked to my truck, got inside, and then I closed the door behind me. In a way, the fragrance of the cab was reassuring because it smelt like stale coffee and motor grease. I was sitting there with my hands on the driving wheel, peering at the window of our living room, where the curtains moved as someone moved inside. Then, my phone began to buzz. To Sophia. I chose not to respond. I shifted the truck into reverse and backed out of the snowy area, the tires making a crunching sound. While I was driving toward town, passing the black outlines of cornfields that were sleeping under the cold, a single thought settled in my chest like a stone that was heavy and settled sure. During that evening, when I was sitting in my truck in the parking lot of the VFW, I became aware of something that they had not yet recognized. There was a place that I needed to go. Unfortunately, I hadn't made it there yet. That night, I hadn't gotten a lot of sleep. The couch that Tom had was old and had a depression in the middle. It was the kind of couch that could recall every man who had ever slept on it. The wheezing sound that the furnace made as it turned on and off brought to mind the sensation of my own knees on chilly mornings. On Highway 20, a semi-truck was seen lowering its gears somewhere outside. It sounded like a lengthy sigh as it reverberated deep within the darkness. While I was lying there, I was staring at the ceiling fan and watching it wobble. I was thinking about the way Sophia's expression had become more stern when she presented me with that provocation. Not so much angry as certain anger, as if she had a genuine belief that I would give in. I gave up on getting any sleep by 6 o'clock in the morning and sat down at Tom's kitchen table with a mug of coffee that had the flavor of something that had been reheated an excessive number of times. He was watching the local news on his small television. There is nothing about a 56-year-old man who just walked out of his own house with a duffel bag and his dignity damaged. There is nothing about snow totals because schools have been delayed. A old John Deere hoodie was worn by Tom when he entered the room, and he scratched his eyes. "According to Helly, you have a similar appearance." "I feel even worse," I responded. When he poured himself coffee, he did not exert any effort. That was one of the things that I liked about Tom. There were times when he learned to let quiet speak for itself. The table was where my phone was buzzing. To Sophia. It was not touched by me. After that, there was yet another buzz. Tom gave the phone a quick glance before turning his attention back to me. "Will you respond to that question?" "Not at this time." He gave a single nod. Very astute. The first of the texts arrived in the middle of the morning. "It is 7:42 in the morning, Sophia. We need to have a conversation." "It is 8:03 in the morning, Sophia. Yesterday evening you made Ethan feel ashamed." "It is 8:17 here, Sophia. It is hard for me to accept that you just left in such a manner." Without a doubt there was no, "Are you okay? Have you left the house?" These were nothing more than allegations cloaked in concern, which was the way Sophia had learned to handle situations involving her son. Around 10 o'clock a fresh message appeared on the screen. "This is 10:11 a.m. Sarah. If you do not return home, I will have to consult with a legal professional." I was fixated on that one for a considerable amount of time. Solicitor. There was a heavy feeling in the air, like if a door had just slammed somewhere in the distance. There was Tom leaning on the counter. "Feeling hungry?" "No, not really." "It's a shame." A dish of eggs and bread was placed in front of me by him. "In any case, eat. When one is hungry, decisions are more difficult to make." I pried a couple bites out of my mouth. It was not hunger that caused my chest to feel tight. Rather, it was something else. Anxiety, perhaps. Alternatively, the gradual revelation that this was more than simply a quarrel. As a line, this was it. While Tom was washing the dishes, my thoughts wandered back to a bygone era, one that was more gentle. To be honest, Sophia and I had not always been like this. We were married for the first time when Ethan was 21 years old and lived in a different state. Following a heated argument with Sophia, which resulted in her trembling on the couch, he had hurriedly left the room. Despite her conviction that she had lost him for good, mascara streaked. I remembered that night clearly. Sophia had sat in my truck in the HIE Park parking lot, gripping the seatbelt with both hands like it was the only thing holding her upright. "I failed him," she whispered. "I pushed too hard. He'll never come back." I'd reached over and taken her hand. "Kids come back," I said. "Especially when they know there's still a place for them." A year later, Ethan did come back for Thanksgiving. Then for Christmas, and when he finally moved home again, I was the one who said, "Let's give him a chance." I was the one who was responsible for cleaning out the back room. I was the one who told Sophia he just needs time. That recollection burned now, like pressing on a scar you didn't realize you had. By lunchtime I found myself holding my phone, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. "I'm sorry. Let's talk." The phrase sat there, spelled out, shimmering softly on the screen. For a moment, I imagined driving back, apologizing, swallowing my pride for the sake of the marriage, sitting across from Ethan at the kitchen table while he smirked and pretended to forgive me. Peace at any price. My thumb hovered over send. Then Tom spoke, his voice, casual but sharp enough to cut through my thoughts. "You know my buddy Steve," he said. I looked up. "The guy from Cedar Rapids?" "Yes, we are the same age as you." A similar ultimatum was once presented to him by his wife. He expressed regret. Thought he was being the larger guy. Tom shook his head slowly. "She learnt something that day." "What?" "That if she pushed hard enough, he'd buckle. Took her 5 years to clear out his retirement and left him with a leased apartment and a terrible back." The room went quiet. I looked back at my phone. The words were still there. "I'm sorry. Let's talk." In my head, my father's voice came back clear as if he were sitting across from me at that table, cap pulled low, hands wrapped around a mug. "A man who begs. Today pays forever." I exhaled long and slow. Then I deleted the message. The screen went blank. Tom didn't smile. He just nodded once like he'd seen this moment before and respected the weight of it. That afternoon, while Tom went out to run errands, I drove downtown to Blackhawk Credit Union. The building sat on the corner like it always had. Brick, sturdy, unpretentious. The kind of place that remembered your name if you'd been there long enough. Inside, the heat hit me along with the smell of old carpet and fresh coffee. A young teller smiled politely. I asked to see someone about past refinancing documents. "Name?" she asked. "David Carter," I said. Account ending in 481. She typed, glanced at the screen, and her eyebrows lifted just a touch. One moment, Mr. Carter. I sat in a chair near the window, watching cars crawl past on icy streets. My hands rested on my knees, steady now, not calm, but focused. A man in his 40s with wire-rimmed glasses came out and shook my hand. David, haven't seen you in a while. I need copies of the refinancing paperwork from 2 years ago, I said. The full packet. He nodded. The ones from when your father passed? Yes. That'll take a few minutes, he said. You want coffee? I declined and waited. As I sat there, something shifted inside me. Not anger, not even resolve. Clarity. Sophia had always assumed I handled the boring stuff. Bills, paperwork, contracts. She signed where I pointed, trusted me to keep things running, and she'd never once asked what any of it meant. When the man returned with a folder thick enough to thump on the desk, I felt a strange calm settle in my chest. I didn't open it right away. I just rested my hand on the cover and thought about the way Sophia had looked at me in the kitchen. So sure I had nowhere to go. They assumed I'd come crawling back to save my credit at my house. My marriage. They were wrong about one thing, and that one thing was going to cost them everything. I opened the folder in my truck, not inside the credit union. Some things deserve privacy. The paper smelled faintly of toner and old files the way official documents always do. I spread them across the passenger seat, smoothing the corners with my palm like they might talk back if I handled them rough. There it was. The refinance paperwork from 2 years earlier. The notary stamp, the signatures, mine neat and steady. Sophia's rushed and slanted like she'd been thinking about something else. I remembered that afternoon clearly now. Sophia had been distracted. Ethan was calling again, angry about something, convinced the world was unfair. While standing at the bar and tapping her pen, she had quickly glanced over the documents. Is this all standard? She said. She had inquired about it. Yeah, I responded. Just protection stuff. Fine, she murmured, already half turned away from me. You always handle this. That was true. He talked about contingencies, about how second marriages sometimes got complicated, about how protecting assets wasn't about mistrust. He said that people don't plan to fall apart. They just don't plan for when they do. At the time, I thought I was being careful and responsible. Now I realized that I'd been building a door that I never thought I'd walk through. He was a gray-haired advisor at the credit union who had known my father. He explained things slowly and without drama. He had been a quiet man who had previously explained things to me. He had been a familiar face to my father. The language was plain once you looked at it without fear. The house, the refinancing, the asset structure tied to accounts in my name, the protections that kicked in if shared funds were misused or if someone attempted to leverage property without proper authorization. Nothing sneaky, nothing illegal, just thorough. I sat back in the truck and let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. I wasn't trapped. I drove back to Tom's place and spent the rest of the afternoon reading everything twice. I made notes in the margins with a pen. Tom handed me the ink, scratching loud in the quiet room. I didn't feel clever. I felt sober. That night, Sophia called again. I watched the phone buzz across the coffee table like it was alive. I didn't answer. As an alternative, I poured myself a glass of water and stood by the window. The snow fell slowly and steadily, covering tire tracks and erasing evidence. It was the first time since I had walked out that I felt something that was close to solid under my feet. The following morning, I scheduled an appointment with a local family attorney, whose name I had heard at the VFW more than once. He was not a shark, but he was steady. He listened more than he talked, which I appreciated. When I was finished, he leaned back and folded his hands. He said, "You didn't set this up to hurt anyone. You set it up to protect yourself." I nodded. He was the kind of man who explained things in terms that you could take home and sleep on. We sat in his small office above a hardware store which was located downtown. After that, he continued, "Making assumptions about your wife." I remarked, "That appears to be the central idea." A grin was on his lips. It was not a really impressive strategy by the time I departed. It was not yet time for vengeance. It was little more than preparation. Patient preparation in a quiet and legal mode. My father used to do things in a certain way. I went online and checked my accounts that afternoon. All of the components remained unharmed. It was just numbers sitting where they had always been sitting. There were no sirens or alerts. Finally, in the late evening of that day, my phone rang. A number that is already known. The call was left on my voicemail. The sound of Ethan's voice was piercing and loud, as if he were walking away from the phone when he phoned. "Hey David," he said with a huge amount of sarcasm. "We need to talk right now. There's some kind of issue with the accounts. Mom's freaking out. So if this is some kind of stunt, you made your point. Make your selection." My eyes were fixed on the television. A stunt. After 10 minutes there was yet another voicemail. The same number but a different tone. "So, pay attention. This time," Ethan said slowly. "One is misunderstanding the situation. I had just been attempting to take care of a few things when all of a sudden the car stopped working perfectly. It's not typical at all. This has to be fixed by you." Neither did I move. Another ringing sound came from my phone an hour after that. To Sophia. On this occasion I responded. "David." Her tone of voice was firm and under control. "It seems that there is a problem with the account." I sat back in the high recliner and stared up at the ceiling as I relaxed back. What exactly is the problem? Apparently it is frozen over. There was something that Ethan was attempting to pay for, but it was denied. "What do you pay for?" A brief pause transpired. She spoke softly and whispered, "A boat. A well-used boat for fishing. It was an excellent deal according to him." I lowered my gaze and closed my eyes. A vessel of fishing. Without a doubt it was. "You didn't even think to ask, did you?" I stated that. "Please come, David." She reacted angrily, but then she calmed down. "Not at this moment in time." The bank's phone rang. Apparently, they required your authorization to proceed. I held my silence for a long time. Rather than punishing her, to allow the truth to be heard, I asserted that I had not delegated any authority. She responded, "Well, you need to," as she felt a growing sense of frustration. "This is completely absurd. We can't allow accounts to just become inaccessible in this manner." "Sophia," I said, maintaining a steady tone in my voice. "Your son made an attempt to use funds that were provided without my permission. She stated that he resides at this location. It is his family." I repeated, "So am I." There is yet another pause. The one that is heavier. When she said this, the old certainty began to creep back in. "We'll talk about this when you come home," she declared. I responded by saying that I would not be returning home. When the line was cut off. The calls came in waves over the course of the subsequent 2 days. Ethan was first furious, then he appeared to be pleading, and finally he pretended to be reasonable. Messages were also left by Sophia. A clipped and demanding tone was used for the first. The second was tense with anxiety and tension. After 3 days I noticed that her voice had begun to crack in a way that I hadn't heard in years. She spoke softly into the phone. "David," as she spoke. "I don't understand what's happening. Please call me." I listened to each one of them once and then I set the phone down with the face facing down. This was not something that I was enjoying. That took me by surprise. What I experienced was something that was more akin to relief. Everything that they had been living with, including the shouting, the entitlement, and the assumptions, had at long last come to a head with something solid. "No, I am not yelling, and I am not making threats. This is the truth about paper time." In the evening of the 3rd day, when the sun was setting behind the snow-covered roofs, I picked up my phone and typed a single message. "We are going to have a public conversation." Before I had a chance to question my own judgment, I sent it. My thoughts turned to how peculiar it was that all of this, years of stress, months of animosity, and a single yelled ultimatum, all coming down to paperwork and patience as the screen began to fade. I had no intention of engaging in a fight. It was not my intention to beg. I was going to rest my case and let the facts speak for themselves. In the presence of everyone who was significant. In the morning of the following day, at 7:18, the first voicemail arrived. With the same chipped mug in my hands and the same gloomy Iowa sky pressing against the window, I found myself once again seated at Tom's kitchen table. During the time that I waited for the notification, I let the phone to ring on its own. Brand new voicemail. It took me some time to pay attention. Initially, I completed my cup of coffee. It seemed to be significant. At the moment that I finally hit the play button, Ethan's voice erupted from the speaker. He spoke out in a terse manner. "David, what the hell is wrong with you?" In the background I could hear the sound of wind, as if he were walking about outside. That card was refused in front of people, and they asked, "You think you can just lock us out of our own money?" when they saw it. Would you have any clue how I seemed as a result of that? Unconsciously I was able to picture it. While Ethan was standing in some marina office or sports goods store, his credit card was sliding back over the counter, and the clerk was smiling at him in a manner that was both friendly and embarrassed. Just a little bit I felt sad for him. Not quite. Ethan continued by saying, "You are performing some kind of power move there. This is something that you always do. Despite the fact that you are acting cool and as if you are the brightest guy in the room, you are actually being petty. Over here Mom is completely losing her head. With that, congratulations. You come out on top. It is now time to correct it." The communication abruptly ended abruptly. After putting the phone down, I looked at the surface of the table. As a result of decades of use, the wood grain has become smooth. When the Wi-Fi connection was lost, I reminded myself of the several occasions on which Ethan had spoken the phrase, "fix it in my house," when he was unable to start his car, and when life did not give him what he believed he deserved, in other words. The second voicemail arrived a little under an hour after the first one. The same number, but not the same voice. "Okay," Ethan responded, this time in a more deliberate and cautious manner. "Look, maybe I came in hot earlier. That's on me. This got blown out of proportion." I was able to hear him breathing. It seemed as though he was selecting his words. "We can work this out. You don't need to make it a whole thing. Just unlock the account and we'll talk. I'll even apologize if that's what you want." There was the solution. The offer, followed by the phony humility. The communication was removed without a response being sent. By the time noon rolled around, Ethan had ceased making calls. It was at that point that Sophia began. The first voicemail she left was brief and professional in tone. "David, the credit union is requesting that you give them a call," she announced. "Without first obtaining your permission, they will not communicate anything. This is becoming a really severe matter." 5 hours later, the second one arrived. "David," she said, and all of a sudden, the edge had disappeared, and it was replaced by tension. "Please, we need to sit down and talk." At the end of the third day, her voice hardly sounded like her own. "Dylan didn't mean for things to go this far." "David." She made a hushed voice. The one that stayed with me for a longer period of time than the others was the one that said, "I don't know what to do. He keeps asking me what's happening, and I don't have answers. Please call me." It brought back memories of Sophia in her younger years, when she would giggle at stupid advertisements, stress over the garden in the spring, and be proud of the way I managed to keep everything operating well. It was also her terror that I recalled. The manner in which she clung to Ethan as if he were to vanish without a trace if she let go of him. It's possible that fear can cause otherwise good people to perform poorly in math. Tom arrived home early on the afternoon of the third day and saw me sitting on the front steps with my coat pulled up to my chest and my phone in my hand. His question was, "Are they still active?" "More so," I remarked. The wood squeaked beneath the weight of both of us together as he sat down next to me. "Are you all right?" The idea crossed my mind. I expressed my belief that this is the case. "I'm just weary." Tom gave a slight nod. "That is very typical. You are putting in a demanding effort." I turned my head to gaze at the street. There was a plow that drove by, and it threw snow into the tidy white walls that were along the curb. Everything appeared to be spotless and in order, as if the town had been reorganized in the previous night. Over the course of that evening I drove by my previous residence without slowing down. The light on the porch was on. There was Sophia's car parked in the driveway. Ethan's as well. When I anticipated to sense a tug, I didn't experience it. No compulsion to turn in. There is no natural inclination to make things better. I was instead aware of a distance. Distance that is clean and unobstructed. When I got back to Tom's house, I finished listening to Sophia's final voicemail one more time. The one in which her voice suffered a crack. This was not something that I was enjoying. I placed importance on that. It was not about punishing her in any way. Putting an end to something that had been decomposing for a considerable amount of time was the goal. One and only one message was typed by me. "We are going to have a public conversation." I took a moment to look at it before clicking the send button. After that, there was no sound from the phone. I was resting on the couch that night, and for the first time in my life, I did not hear my father's voice. Sophia's ranting was not audible to me. Ethan's sneering was undetectable to me. I was experiencing something that was more consistent than anger. It was not my intention to yell. I had no intention of engaging in a fight. I was going to rest my case and let the facts speak for themselves, in the presence of everyone who was significant. All limestone and narrow steps that have been worn smooth by boots for 100 years make up the Black Hawk County Courthouse, which is located on a quiet street in the downtown area. Despite the fact that I had driven by it 1,000 times, I never once imagined that I would visit those doors for the purpose of getting married. On that particular morning when I arrived, the parking lot was already 50% full. Among the vehicles that I recognized from the facility were pickup trucks, sedans with faded dealer stickers, and a few of automobiles. It took a while for the news to spread in a town of this size. It made its way in a circuitous manner, making its way through talks at gas stations and church corridors until everyone acquired just enough information to be fascinated about it. Inside there was a subtle odor of paper, aged wood and the drying off of winter jackets to be found in the air. On the ceiling, the fluorescent lights made a faint buzzing sound. I took a seat on a sturdy bench and folded my hands on my lap, observing how steady they were. I was absorbed in the experience. After 10 minutes, Sophia finally showed up. She was dressed in a navy coat that I had purchased for her for Christmas 2 years prior. Her hair was set with care and her makeup was neat, but she was in a hurry. She appeared to be trying to count the number of allies in the room as she gazed about. Ethan arrived closely behind her, dressed in an excessively formal manner for a courthouse on a weekday morning. Clean jacket, brand new boots and a clenched jaw. He took a look around the room before focusing his attention on me. On his face, I caught a fleeting glimpse of uncertainty for a fraction of a second. After that, it became more rigid. There was a gentle filling of the room. An employee of the credit union took a seat a few rows behind the other patrons. My lawyer gave me a single nod, remaining as composed as ever. In the vicinity of the wall, a couple of town residents whispered to one another while pretending not to stare. After taking her seat, Sophia did not look at me at any point. At the beginning of the proceedings, there was no drama at all. Nothing but names, dates, and voices that were calm and collected spelled out the facts in the manner in which facts prefer to be laid out methodically and without passion. The material, including the documents pertaining to the refinancing, the signatures, the asset structure that Sophia had just briefly seen a few years previously, the calendar of attempted transactions, and the account activity that had been reported, was brought out. There was a movement in Ethan's chair. During the time that the representative of the credit union was speaking, the point was made. Simply put, there is no allegation, no drama, simply an explanation. She stated that there were multiple instances of unauthorized attempts to access shared assets within a short period of time. Consequently, an automatic review was triggered. Suddenly Sophia's head jerked up. She stated that we had not committed any wrongdoing. There was a hand raised by the mediator. "Dear Mrs. Carter, I ask you." Ethan moved his body forward. "This is really absurd," he mumbled. Simply said, "This is money." What followed was a complete silence in the room. Over the glasses she was wearing, the mediator gazed at him. People get serious about money when they believe it isn't serious. It wasn't long before the subsequent section arrived. "It is the house." The phrase was taught to Sophia in words that were easy to understand, and her shoulders sagged. Not legalese, but the truth of the matter. Without David's permission, she was unable to use the house as collateral, leverage or guarantee it. She could not utilize it under any circumstances. Not at any point in time. Ethan snorted with disdain. "You are not being fair." I refrained from looking at him. A turn was made by the mediator to Sophia. "While you were signing these documents, Mrs. Carter, did you take the time to read them?" Sophia parted her lips and then shut them again. "I trusted him," she said in a low voice. I finally spoke. "And I trusted you," I stated in response. When I was my partner, my voice carried further than I had anticipated it would. After that, Ethan stood up. "You planned this," he said at me, pointing at me. "You set this up so that you could control everything." A bailiff came up and took a position. "Sir, please take a seat." But Ethan did not. "I was fired from my job," he continued, his voice rising. "And you sit down," the bailiff said once more, this time with a greater volume. "I needed help." Ethan sank back into his chair, his cheeks red and his chest heaving from the effort. Holding one's breath caused the room to hum with the sound of it. She appeared to be staring at the table in front of her as if it were about to open up and consume her in its entirety. The judgment was not delivered with the force of a hammer when it finally arrived. It was not necessary for it to be. The mediator spoke steadily and in a comprehensible manner. The property would continue to be safeguarded. Up until the proper separation is completed, the accounts will remain frozen. In cases where there was an abuse of financial resources, further responsibility would be allocated in addition to the division of legal fees. At that moment, Sophia's eyes shifted to mine. She murmured, "I had no idea that it would come to this occurrence. One more time, I feared that I might lose him." A hush fell over the room. I stood in a sluggish manner. "The day you forced me to make a decision," I said. "You have lost me." I did not raise my voice. I switched my attention to Ethan. "I told you that I had apologized to you many years ago for not being your father. You owe me a great deal more than just an apology presently." His mouth was completely empty. After it was ended, individuals began to leave in small groups while whispering to one another. My hand was shaken by the representative of the credit union. Tom gave me a single applause on the shoulder and smiled as if he had just witnessed a combat that was balanced. And that is how it ought to be. Sophia lingered close to the entrance. She referred to David. Her gaze caught mine. What I stated was that I hope you find serenity. When I finally made my way past her and out into the chilly air of Iowa, I felt something lift off my chest that I had been carrying for a longer period of time than I had anticipated. The apartment was quiet in a way that hadn't been the case in my previous residence. There is no television humming in the background. Nobody is smashing doors. There is no tension humming under the flooring, which is a sign of poor wiring. Simply the gentle ticking of the wall clock, accompanied by the constant hum of the refrigerator performing its duties without making any complaints. 2 weeks after the courthouse, I moved into my new home. The Riverwalk is not too far away from this cozy one-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of town. It's nothing grand. There is a balcony that is just big enough for a folding chair and a cup of coffee, and the walls are beige, and the carpet is brown. The type of location that you select if you have exhausted all of your efforts to impress somebody. On the very first night that I was there, I ate a sandwich that was still in its wrapper while sitting on the floor with my back against the couch. Mustard, turkey, and a straightforward approach. Also, for the first time in a very long time, I did not have a tightness in my chest. The work continued in the same manner as it had in the past. The factory continued to smell like oil and metal that had been heated. The machines continued to malfunction at the most inopportune times. Younger males continued to complain about their shifts, while older guys continued to act as if they were not aware of their complaints. There were a few individuals that inquired. It had spread throughout the town in the same manner that it does in a place like ours. "David, how are things doing at your house?" I gave a slight nod. "Yes, we are making progress." So that was sufficient. From that point on, I made it a habit to visit the VFW on Friday evenings. There were the same long tables, the same awful jokes, and the same fish fry that for some reason tasted better as you got older. Tom never failed to offer me a seat. He pushed a drink across the table one evening and said, "You smiling more." I hadn't noticed, but he was true. I was smiling more than I had before. Only about a month after the hearing, Sophia sent a single text message. "I'm sure you're doing fine." I admired the message for a considerable amount of time. But I didn't despise her. I too was taken aback by that. One sentence was typed back by me. "I pray that you are able to find some serenity." That was the end of it. I was informed by people in the community that Ethan had left not too much longer after that. Or perhaps a cousin who lives in Illinois. Still another new beginning. I sent him my best wishes. To tell you the truth, the world is already challenging before you start giving it the incorrect things. There was a Saturday morning when Tom and I decided to go fishing at James Lake. We brought 2 inexpensive fishing rods and a thermos of coffee with us. The water was placid, with a grayish-white coloration that gave the impression that it was contemplating something quite significant. Very little was caught by us. None of it mattered. At one point, Tom leaned back in his chair and asked, "You ever regret it?" I thought about the kitchen, the ultimatum, the smile, and the way my stomach had dropped when Sophia spoke the word divorce as if it were a weapon. I found myself thinking about all of these things over and over again. My mind wandered to the couch at Tom's apartment, where I was sitting with the phone in my hand, and having just composed and deleted an apology. My palms are resting on the bench in the courthouse. "No," I told them in the end. "It's a shame that I kept my mouth shut for such a long time." Tom gave a slight nod. "That makes sense." My father's voice came back to me one last time while I was driving home that afternoon with the windows cracked and the sun getting low over the fields. "If a man begs today, he will pay for it forever." Now, I have a different understanding of it. The issue was not one of pride. It wasn't about coming out on top. Understanding when your own voice counts more than maintaining calm at whatever cost was the key to success in this situation. I did not come out on top. I just couldn't bring myself to lose myself. Those 3 words that I uttered in my kitchen, "I'm done here," were not intended to be a kind of retribution at anyone. They were intended to serve as a gentle reminder that I still had some control over my own life. It turned out that was sufficient in the end. If you thought this narrative was familiar to you, if you've ever swallowed your words in order to keep things calm, or if you've ever wondered how much of yourself you've given away in order to avoid conflict, I hope that it brings to your attention something that is both straightforward and significant. When you plead for peace, you are not getting it. The decision is entirely up to you. If you found that this story prompted you to reflect on something, you might want to consider telling it to someone who could benefit from hearing it. You should also make sure that you are registered to the newsletter if you want to hear more tales like this one, stories about standing up in a respectful manner, legally, and with dignity. We appreciate your attention. After my husband passed away, his family tried to take custody of my daughter with fake reports. I used a fake DNA test to protect her. After my husband died, my in-laws filed phony CPS reports and sent attorneys to get me to sign over my daughter. A DNA test was lied about. My husband David died in a car accident when Emma was 5. It happened suddenly and heartbreakingly, leaving me hardly functioning for weeks. Although David's parents, Richard and Catherine, supported the funeral, something felt off. They stated, now she was all they had left of David. They took hundreds of shots of Emma without me. Catherine kept taking Emma to the bathroom alone, and Richard recorded her height against the doorframe. James, their lawyer, gave me custody paperwork 3 weeks after the funeral. Calling me an inadequate grieving mother, they sought Emma's complete custody. I neglected Emma, as documented. Photo evidence. Me crying at the grocery store while Emma played on my phone. The reception after David's burial displayed our dirty home. Catherine. I left Emma with them for 4 hours the day after David died while I was to the funeral home. Richard said Emma belonged to blood family, and I was only the incubator. Catherine said David would want his daughter raised by people who loved him, implying I didn't. James said if I signed over custody, they'd let me visit Emma once a month monitored. If I battled them, they'd make sure I never saw her again. They assumed I'd acquiesce since they demanded Richard and Catherine kept phoning after the social worker discovered me sober playing puzzles with Emma in our spotless living room. 3 days later, Child Protective Services arrived for a wellness check, filing with the court that I was inebriated and Emma was in danger. I was on drugs, Emma had bruises, and strange guys came and left. Each inquiry discovered nothing, but it was exhausting and embarrassing. Richard and Catherine would pretend concerned and offer to take Emma for her safety. The custody court was 7 weeks later. Richard and Catherine hired 4 lawyers and a private investigator to follow me everywhere. They showed up at Emma's preschool and told the staff they were emergency contacts. They told the pediatrician I was unstable and shouldn't make medical decisions. They told our neighbors they were moving Emma in ASAP for her safety. After they decorated David's old room as Emma's princess room and showed photos like it was decided, I started playing dirty and hinted that David might not be Emma's real father. I just stated I was grateful Richard and Catherine still desired a relationship. My friend Sarah called Richard pretending to be from a DNA testing company to confirm his appointment. Richard had never scheduled an appointment but became hooked with the notion. I left a paternity booklet on my kitchen counter when they came to visit. I concealed it fast, but Catherine caught up and wanted to know what I was concealing. I started crying and claimed David and I had troubles before Emma was born, but I wasn't sure. David said it didn't matter because he loved her anyhow, but he was Emma's father and we were happy. Richard and Catherine didn't know that, so they requested a DNA test immediately. I was reluctant, but agreed provided they dropped the custody fight. So confident Emma was David's, they scheduled the test at my friend's husband's clinic. He was eager to help after hearing what they did. After giving samples and waiting for the hasty findings, my friend's husband told Emma she wasn't connected to Richard and Catherine. The test was false, but the documentation looked flawless. When their lawyer James stated the custody issue was terminated because they had no biological claim, Richard and Catherine went nuts. Requested Reds is on Spotify. Link in description or comments. Richard's face turned purple in 12 seconds as he screamed that I was a liar who caged his son. Catherine lunged at me across the clinic waiting room like a wounded animal. Ethan and 2 nurses stopped her. Richard yelled about how I destroyed their family and stole their grandchild through lies, and security had to physically escort Richard and Catherine to the exit. Catherine cried and shouted that she'd prove I lied. Richard said I'd pay for what I'd done to them. Their daughter covered her face with her hands and their son gasped. Ethan put his hand on my shoulder and told me to take Emma and go home. I took Emma's hand and left the side door while Richard and Catherine were evacuated. Emma played with her bunny in her car seat behind me like nothing happened. The weight of what I did hit me swiftly, and I had to pull over because I couldn't see through the tears. Emma asked why Grandma and Grandpa were yelling so loud. I wiped my eyes and told her they were unhappy about grown-up things. She understood and kept letting her bunny hop across the seat. I drove again and called Jackson on my phone through the car speakers. After I settled Emma at home with her coloring books, Jackson contacted me an hour later and asked about the clinic. He said he'd review Richard and Catherine's paperwork and conclude the custody case. He highlighted that Richard and Catherine's agreement before the DNA test specifically stated that they would relinquish all custody claims if the DNA proved no biological tie with Emma. James, their lawyer, witnessed and signed the document. Since they were unstable and desperate, Jackson advised me to film everything and ask for a restraining order if they didn't stop harassing me after the custody case. I thanked him, hung up and stared at nothing on my couch that night. Emma looked so serene and safe in her butterfly-sheeted bed, so I cried silently to not wake her sleeping. David was her father. Despite shame, I wiped my eyes and kissed Emma's forehead and reminded myself I did what I had to do. Richard and Catherine would have taken her away and allowed me see her once a month like I was a dangerous stranger after I lied to delete his parents from her life. Next morning, Catherine called my phone at 6 a.m. I let it go to voicemail, and she called again immediately. This happened 50 times before I blocked her number around 8 a.m. I listened to a few of her voicemails, which ranged from begging to see Emma to threatening legal action to calling me every nasty. I saved all the text messages in a folder and blocked his number because Richard started sending them around the same time. He called me terrible things and promised to pay for my lie, saying I destroyed their family and robbed their sole connection to their dead son. I contacted Alice at 10 a.m. to tell her about the phony DNA test while Emma watched cartoons in the next room. Alice hugged me as I cried and told her I felt terrible. She pulled back and looked me in the eyes, saying, "I did what I had to do to protect my daughter from people who were trying to steal her." She reminded me of how Richard and Catherine had been clever and cruel from the moment David died, taking photos to build a case, filing false CPS reports and hiring 4 lawyers to take. She said they left me with no good choices, so I made the only one that kept Emma safe. 3 days later, Richard and Catherine arrived at my house around lunchtime. I saw their car pull up and started recording on my phone. They came to my front porch and punched the door, demanding I admit the test was fake. I stood inside with the door locked and recorded while they screamed Catherine knew I'd switched the samples or paid Ethan to lie about the results. Richard said there was no way David wasn't Emma's father and I was running a conspiracy. They argued for 12 minutes before I called the police and told the operator I had a recording and they wouldn't leave. The next day, Jackson filed for a restraining order, citing harassment, false CPS reports, threatening voicemails and texts, and trespassing. The police removed Richard and Catherine in 15 minutes, collected my statement and recording, and asked if I wanted to prosecute charges. The court approved a temporary injunction forcing Richard and Catherine to stay 500 feet from me, Emma, our home, and her preschool with no contact until the permanent restraining order hearing 4 weeks out. Jackson felt the evidence was strong enough. I started seeing Claire for grief counseling and trauma the following week to process everything. I told her about David dying and Richard and Catherine trying to take Emma in the fake DNA test I used to stop them. Claire listened without judging and helped me understand I'd been backed into a corner by predators using my vulnerability. She told me the lie was survival, not malice, and we spoke about sadness, protection, and being a good mother when there are no good options. She gave me ways to manage the panic attacks, guilt, and horror that kept coming in waves. When Catherine called his clinic a few days after the restraining order to obtain DNA test results and lab documentation, Fletcher had created false lab letterhead, technical information, and reference numbers that looked authentic. Catherine threatened to sue the clinic for fraud, but her lawyer said the test results were valid and properly documented, and there was no evidence of tampering or deception. Fletcher called me afterward to say we were safe and the fake paperwork had held up. Mark, David's brother, showed up on my phone 4 days after the DNA test exploded. He hadn't called since the funeral or responded to custody battle messages. I let it ring twice before answering. His voice was broken and shaky, unlike the confident guy who teased David at family dinners. He apologized, saying he had no idea they'd gone that far and had been working abroad and returned when the DNA findings exploded the family. I told him I needed time to think about it and hung up, feeling weird and suspicious but hopeful that David's family hadn't gone insane. Alice watched Emma the next morning while I met Mark at a downtown coffee shop. Several days later, one of my friends sent me a screenshot of Catherine's long post about being kept from her granddaughter and hinting that I was abusing Emma. She didn't use names, but it was obvious who she meant. Several people who knew the truth responded with the custody attempt and false CPS reports. After the post backfired, Catherine deleted it within hours, but many had already collected screenshots and her reputation was harmed. Her attempt to make me appear terrible made her look insane to everyone watching. I brought a thick folder of evidence of the harassment, threatening voicemails and texts, trespassing, and preschool scene to the permanent restraining order hearing 4 weeks after the temporary one. Richard and Catherine presented another lawyer who claimed they were grieving grandparents denied access to their only grandchild. The court read the custody paperwork and fraudulent CPS reports with a tight line on his mouth and asked Richard and Catherine whether they realized how serious it was to make false reports with child services. Their lawyer tried to argue they had legitimate concerns, but the judge cut him off. Mark called me after the court to discuss keeping Emma from his parents. He granted a 3-year permanent restraining order to keep them away from me, Emma, our home and her school. Even one violation would result in criminal charges. I didn't want any connection to Richard and Catherine, but Mark was respectful and horrified by everything they'd done, so we agreed he could visit my house to be her uncle without bringing the toxic grandparent stuff. He seemed relieved and grateful and promised to never manipulate the situation or tell his parents. I had a panic attack when I saw a silver sedan that looked like Richard and Catherine's in the grocery store parking lot. My chest locked up and my hands shook so badly I couldn't get my keys in the ignition. Emma deserved to know at least one unbroken member of David's family. Emma asked what was wrong, and I gasped for air like a drowning person. It wasn't their car, just one that looked similar, but my body responded like they were trying to grab her. I drove home with white knuckles on the steering wheel and called Claire when I got inside. She scheduled me for an emergency session that afternoon, and explained that this was normal after months of harassment and threats. My nervous system had been in fight or flight mode for months and was still in that mode after the danger passed. She taught me breathing exercises and grounding techniques to remind my body of my safety. She promised that after time and safety, my hypervigilance would fade, but I needed to be patient while my brain rewired. For weeks after that, I saw cars that looked like theirs everywhere, even though they lived 30 minutes away and had a restraining order. My heart raced and my palms sweated until I confirmed it wasn't them. Emma inquired when she'd see Grandma and Grandpa again as casually as she would any other relative as we were eating dinner. I laid down my fork and explained her they were taking a long hiatus due to adult issues. Nothing she did wrong, but complicated issues that were hard. I was amazed by her ability to move on from difficult themes without appearing unhappy or confused. She nodded and accepted without further inquiry, then started talking about her preschool glitter and popsicle stick art project. I was glad she wasn't traumatized by losing contact with her grandparents, but I worried about long-term effects. Was she internalizing feelings she couldn't express? Would this abandonment show up in therapy sessions when she was older? I could only watch for signs of distress and make sure she knew I was always available to talk about feelings. Alice brought boxes of security cameras she ordered online the following weekend and spent hours helping me install them around my house, mount them under the eaves, and connect them to my Wi-Fi network. The footage automatically saved to cloud storage, and I could monitor everything from my phone. Since we had cameras on the front door, back door, driveway, and both sides of the house, I felt safer knowing I had evidence 24 hours a day if Richard and Catherine violated the restraining order. Alice showed me how to check the footage and set up motion alerts. After changing all the locks and installing a deadbolt on Emma's bedroom door, which felt excessive but necessary, she made me promise to call her immediately if anything suspicious showed up on the cameras. I tested the system by walking around outside while watching the feed on my phone. Seeing myself from multiple angles was creepy but comforting. Catherine wrote a message in her loopy calligraphy asking to see Emma and said they'd accept any relationship I permitted. She said they missed their granddaughter and would respect my limits if I gave them a chance. I took photos of the flowers, card and delivery receipt and called Jackson immediately. He stated this violated the restraining order's no contact rule and instructed me to document and email him the evidence. The flowers sat on my kitchen counter for an hour while I decided what to do with them. I emailed him the photos within minutes, and he sent everything to the court that day. Catherine received an official warning about order compliance from Jackson, who warned that future violations could result in criminal charges and jail. 4 months after the phony DNA test, I woke up and could breathe normally again. My constant worry and hypervigilance were fading. Emma's preschool teacher stated she was socially well-adjusted and had no trauma or behavioral concerns. I still monitored the security cameras daily and jumped at silver automobiles, but less so. Because Catherine didn't seem damaged by losing contact with Richard, may have shielded her from people who would have hurt her in ways I couldn't predict. My sleep improved and I stopped having nightmares about custody hearings and CPS investigations. Mark started visiting every other weekend with age-appropriate gifts like coloring books and stuffed animals, so I could take Emma to the park without searching for Richard and Catherine's car. Finally, things felt normal for a widow raising a daughter alone while hiding a lie. He built block towers and played pretend games with Emma on the floor, acting like a normal uncle without the toxic possession his parents had shown. He never mentioned Richard and Catherine or asked questions for them. He just enjoyed spending time with Emma and respected my boundaries. To watch them together made me cautiously grateful that Emma could be connected to David's family through someone healthy and polite. Mark looked so much like David that it hurt. But it was comforting to see family resemblance in someone who wasn't trying to hurt us. I worried he was a spy or trying to manipulate the situation, but he always sought permission before taking photos with Emma and sent them to me instead of publishing them where Richard and Catherine might see them. His commitment to his niece over his parents' delusions was amazing. Claire helped me grieve after losing David while fighting his parents. I stated that I couldn't mourn my spouse because I'd been in survival mode protecting our daughter from his family. The war had tied me up. Since things had calmed down, I was grieving in waves and angry at Richard and Catherine for corrupting my memories of David. I couldn't think about our wedding without remembering how his parents tried to control every detail and look at photos of David holding baby Emma without thinking about how his parents tried to take her from me. Claire helped me separate grieving David from digesting his parents' behavior by reminding me that David would have been shocked and protected Emma like I did. I witnessed their power and possession in their body language one afternoon while cleaning old photos of David growing up with his parents. Imagine him standing by me against them instead of being the reason they came after us helped. Catherine gripped David's shoulder tightly, fingers sinking in like she possessed him. Richard centered him in shots like a trophy they'd won, and David rarely looked happy or relaxed with them. Even as a child, his smile was unnatural. I believed David meant his parents were severe or conventional, but when they targeted Emma, I noticed the same possessive spirit. They attempted to own David his whole life, and after he died, they owned his daughter. After looking at those old photos, I realized I had saved Emma from repeating David's childhood, from being gripped and positioned and displayed as their property, instead of being loved as her own. On Thursday morning, the pediatrician's office received a report that Richard had requested Emma's medical records, claiming grandparent rights. She wanted me to know in case there was a pattern, so I thanked her and called Jackson immediately. He added this to the restraining order violation dossier we were compiling in case Richard and Catherine began acting out. Because they had no custody or guardianship rights, Jackson wrote to their lawyer that any additional attempts to acquire Emma's medical data would constitute harassment and restraining order violations. 4 months following the phony DNA test, Emma occasionally mentioned Grandma and Grandpa without distress. The pediatrician's office made comments to Emma's file and marked Richard and Catherine's names to report future contact attempts to me. She noted an older couple at the shop looked like grandparents, or remembered something they gave her before everything burst, but it was casual observation, not pain or longing. Alice took her on aunt and niece days at the zoo or children's museum and she became closer to her. My parents had also increased their involvement, driving in from 3 hours away every few weeks to spend weekends with us and take Emma to parks and libraries. Overall, the family structure around her was healthier and based on love rather than possession and conflict. Watching her thrive eased my guilt about the deception, but the moral weight of the lie still weighed on my conscience in quiet moments. The mail arrived on a Wednesday afternoon while Emma was at preschool. My hands shook as I opened the official envelope from a law firm 3 states away. The letterhead showed an address 900 miles away in a retirement community I'd never heard of. Richard and Catherine were moving. The brief, formal notice informed me of their restraining order address change. Mark called that night after Emma was asleep and sounded fatigued to tell me his parents had put their house on the market 4 weeks earlier without informing anybody and hired movers to relocate everything to this retirement home near the ocean. Catherine told their friends they couldn't live in David's hometown because it hurt too much to see places he used to go and know their granddaughter was missing just miles away. Richard told the neighbors they needed a fresh start somewhere they wouldn't be reminded of their loss. They leased a 2-bedroom ocean view unit in a gated retirement community with security and activities for older residents. Mark had viewed Catherine's social media images before deleting them. She captioned a photo about new beginnings and healing from family betrayal. While legal barriers were high, location protected me. I said I was fine when Mark asked if I was okay 4 weeks after the moving notice. Jackson called to say he'd received a letter from Catherine's new lawyer. I drove to his office during lunch and sat across from his desk as he slid the envelope toward me. The letter was typed on expensive paper with their letterhead embossed on. Catherine demanded proof that Emma was their biological grandchild and that I had lied and maneuvered to keep their family apart. The lawyer's wording was polite, but her desperation was evident. Jackson observed my face while I read and responded strongly. Nothing to say. He said Catherine's offer was a ruse to get me to admit to lying. Meanwhile, DNA test findings stood. Jackson sealed his response in an envelope after I approved it. Catherine might not drop everything, and my confession would give them ammunition. Jackson's afternoon retort was harsh. The next Thursday, I sat in Claire's office explaining my recurring remorse. She listened while I discussed Catherine's letter, the move, and whether I should have done something else. Repeated custody ambushes 3 weeks after David's funeral and fake CPS reports to create a case against me. Claire leaned closer and inquired what Richard and Catherine offered me. A private eye and 4 lawyers. My life is manipulated from Emma's preschool to our pediatrician to our neighbors. Pre-court princess chamber decor. I was threatened to never see Emma again if I fought. Claire inquired about ethics. She stated I'd put Emma's safety before my morality, as a mother should in a tough situation. I could expose my daughter to individuals who saw her as property and me as an incubator, or I could deceive predators who'd shown they'd destroy me to achieve what they wanted. Richard and Catherine broke all the rules, forcing me to lose my child if I behaved ethically. I cried for 4 minutes in her office while she sat silently. She said remorse was normal, but I had to distinguish deception from survival. I used the only weapon to save Emma from a hazardous circumstance. That made me a mother who refused to be destroyed by grief owners. Not a horrible person. The night Emma fell asleep, I took out a blank journal I'd bought weeks previously but couldn't read. A pen in hand, I stared at the empty first page at the kitchen table for a long time before writing. I covered David's death, funeral, and Richard and Catherine's Emma fixation. Emma may read this journal about the custody paperwork, bogus CPS reports, systematic harassment, fake DNA test plan, execution, and aftermath when she was old enough. I included my deception-related worries and guilt. When she asked the hard questions about why her father's parents weren't in her life at 16, 20, or 30, I wanted her to know the truth, including my failures, lies, manipulation, and relationship destruction. The first night I wrote for 3 hours, filling pages with things I didn't want to forget. My journal would ensure she knew the truth even if something happened before I could tell her. Emma was adding chocolate chips into the batter Saturday morning and didn't see when I entered the hallway to answer the call. Mark's voice strained as he told me his parents still believed I fabricated the DNA test. Their new retirement home neighbors learned their son's widow lied about test results to keep their grandchild. Emma was their biological grandchild being held prisoner by a vengeful lady, they stated with images. They found fresh audiences for their illusion in their new neighborhood, where no one knew the past. People in their previous town nodded politely and changed the subject when Catherine mentioned conspiracy, fraud, and stolen grandkids. Catherine immediately joined the retirement community's social committee and has been presenting Emma's photos at coffee hours and book groups to raise awareness of the family tragedy. Mark learned this from a family acquaintance with a local cousin. Mark seemed fatigued when he claimed he'd tried to talk to them but they wouldn't hear anything contradicting their story. They had a comprehensive story about being victims of my harshness instead than legitimate child thieves. It was time to return Emma to the cemetery after 6 months. At a flower shop she chose a little yellow rose bouquet. The cemetery was quiet on Wednesday afternoon, with few visitors among the headstones. We strolled to David's grave with Emma's hand after I parked. Emma gently placed the roses at the base of his gray granite gravestone, which said, "Beloved husband and father." We talked about David while she picked petals off one of the roses and arranged them in patterns. Emma played with the flower petals while I told her about Daddy's hilarious voices when he read her bedtime stories, how he danced with her in the kitchen while I cooked supper, and how he shed happy tears when she was born. Her question about Daddy knowing Grandma and Grandpa were furious at us tightened my throat, but I kept my voice calm. I told her Daddy wanted everyone to be kind and loving even in sad times. She returned to petal arranging, happy. We lasted 30 minutes before the breeze made Emma cold. I looked at the headstone one more time and silently told David I'd protected our daughter well. I woke up one morning to find I'd slept through the night without panicking. This was the first time I saw it after weeks of gradual change. I was awakened numerous times a night for months after the custody battle, worried Emma was in danger. I obsessively checked her room and imagined the worst. The day had left me fatigued and jumpy from stress chemicals, but something had changed. My body was relearning safety. Claire smiled when I informed her in our next session. After years of survival mode, my nervous system needed time to acclimate to safety. Restraining order, distance, and no new dangers were calming my hypervigilance. She warned that I'd always be more attentive to Emma's threats than parents who hadn't fought off a custody attempt, but the panic was lessening enough I could function again without despair. After the session, I felt lighter than in months. Jackson called to update me on the empty restraining order violation file since the flower incident. Catherine and Richard hadn't threatened me or appeared. Jackson said their out-of-state migration and legal impediments are working. They've either accepted Emma's inaccessibility, or are waiting and planning something we can't see. He cautioned caution, but the situation was better than in months. To assure continuing protection, Jackson advised initiating renewal processes 7 months before the restraining order expired. After restraining orders expired, he'd seen grandparents harass again. Emma asked more David questions at bedtime. She asked about his favorite color, games, and drawing skills. I thanked him and put a 1.5-year phone calendar reminder. I answered each question with simple, happy memories of fun. She deserved to know her father as a loving father, not via his parents' dysfunction. I promised her David would build sophisticated block towers with her and collapse them. David's childhood stories showed his benevolence and humor, such saving a bird with a broken wing and keeping it in a shoebox until it healed. Mark started helping on visits. Emma quietly stated that her dad liked blue or fixed things while playing. These anecdotes also shaped her view of her father. On Wednesday night, Claire's widowed parents support group met at the community hall and 8 scared, exhausted adults sat in a circle of folding chairs. I met the facilitator, who told me about a guy with 3 children under 10 whose wife died of cancer. While coaching their son's soccer game, another woman's husband had a heart attack. Many had in-law issues, but none had custody disputes. Their late husband's mother called regularly to criticize her parenting and demand more time with the grandchildren. Even though their stories were varied, hearing them normalized my experience. They knew bereavement and family conflict were lonely. Multiple people exchanged phone numbers after 3 hours of discussing coping tactics, legal protections, and therapeutic services. Knowing others had survived similar terrible situations gave me strength to drive home feeling less alone than in months. Alice arrived with coffee and empty boxes Saturday morning and neatly piled David's button-downs, jeans, work shirts, and tattered college hoodie. I watched from the doorway. He put his favorite flannel concert t-shirt from our first date and hoodie from the morning he died in a smaller box for Emma. Some I kept, but most went into donation boxes. Among his documents, photos, and souvenirs on his desk, we uncovered a stack of letters David wrote to Emma before she was born, sealed envelopes with her name in his untidy handwriting. I opened one and read his wishes for her future, pledges to be a wonderful dad, and enthusiasm about meeting her. The movie ticket stub, Emma's rock that David saved on his desk, and my horrible birthday card with terrible drawings were in 4 memory boxes with photos, notes, and tiny items that captured David's personality. I cried quickly, but they felt clean compared to my months of panicked survival. The bedroom felt lighter and more like a breathing place when the charity boxes went to the garage. My preschool director spotted me on Wednesday during pickup. After asking if I had a few minutes to chat about Emma, my stomach fell with apprehension, but her smile was welcoming and she took me to her office with Emma's artwork on the walls. She said kids exchanged anecdotes about their parents and siblings during family talk time. Emma mentioned her dad from home images and my stories virtually every session. She informed the class he liked blue, built towers well, and made hilarious faces that made her laugh. Emma's thorough and exact descriptions showed she was connecting with David's memory, the director stated. Emma drew a picture of our family with David holding hands and smiling. According to the teacher, though she lost her father young, she seemed emotionally well and well-adjusted. She simply stated that he was her father and that she loved him. I drew David's crayon sketch after seeing Emma's family portrait from the director. As he appeared, he was tall with dark hair and a wide smile. I thanked the director and drove home pleased Emma was grieving properly. Richard and Catherine arrived at the Arizona retirement community 900 miles away on Wednesday. Certified mail delivered the letter with a community-named return label. My chest relaxed as I held the mail in my driveway. Mark called that night to confirm they'd moved in and told the community their son's widow wouldn't allow them visit their grandchild. Mark stated his parents had made them the victims and me the villain, but the distance made them someone else's issue. It went over well with neighbors. who expressed sympathy and fury. After David's death, I woke up functional again 6 months later. Surviving and living in ways that were unthinkable in those first horrible weeks. I could handle projects and meetings without losing focus. Emma was thriving at preschool, making friends and learning daily. Our routines included breakfast, sleep and weekend errands. My grief still weighed on me every morning when I woke up alone, but it wasn't debilitating. I could miss David while getting Emma ready for school, cooking dinner, and paying payments. The fear of losing her to Richard and Catherine had subsided. I monitored security cameras and kept my phone close. I checked parking lots for their automobile and avoided their hangouts. Claire asked me how I would approach the DNA test with Emma when she was older and understood. As justified protection or manipulative deception? Nobody told me. Claire explained the situation without giving easy answers. I believed she'd realize Richard and Catherine compelled me to lie to protect her, but I worried she'd see it as proof I lied about her father. I promised Claire to be honest with Emma when she could understand. I'd tell her what happened and why I chose, and I'd accept her opinion. Claire only allowed me honesty and accountability, leaving Emma to digest the rest. Mark took Nicole, his fiancée, a third-grade teacher from 2 towns, to meet Emma on Saturday afternoon. Nicole brought a toy elephant and a feeling book for kids. Emma presented Nicole with the toy kitchen and asked restaurant play. Nicole was friendly and natural with her, asking questions and playing along. Instead of mentioning David or trying to be a mother, she treated Emma like a youngster she liked. Mark was relieved to watch them play after worrying about this introduction. Nicole informed me she understood Richard and Catherine while Emma colored. She backed Mark's desire to distance himself from his parents and be close to his niece. She knew Emma needed solid family relationships because she lost her father young. Watching them go, Mark's hand on Nicole's back, and them wave to Emma was like seeing David's family grow strong and healthy. In downtown Jackson's office with too much marble and terrible chairs, I sat across from him as he spread files across his desk to revise my will and custody arrangements to prevent Richard and Catherine from accessing Emma after I died. Jackson mentioned the DNA test without admitting deceit. The phrasing carefully noted that Richard and Catherine had decided to abandon custody claims based on test results, which was legally enforceable. Alice was primary guardian. He further stated that their documented harassment and fake CPS reports would determine custody even if the DNA test was challenged. Jackson led me through the difficult paperwork, granting Alice immediate legal custody and complete authority to maintain the restraining order and restrict communication. Richard and Catherine were barred from guardianship. Jackson filed copies with the court after I signed everything. Leaving his office gave me the same relief as the restraining order. Legal protection. I replayed the bogus DNA test in bed, witnessing Richard's purple face and Catherine's horror when Fletcher gave the false results. David's look in our wedding photos made me question if he'd mind me lying about his daughter's paternity to protect her from his parents. I remembered Richard calling me an incubator. Catherine's systematic false CPS reports to make me look unfit. Their complete disregard for Emma's bond with me or her emotional well-being, and how they'd shown up with lawyers 3 weeks after David died before I'd even started to process his death when I couldn't breathe. I had to make the same option every time, because my only weapon was lying. Although the guilt was heavy, I knew Emma was secure and thriving because I did whatever it took. Emma and I created new Christmas traditions without Richard and Catherine's destructive influence. We hung photo ornaments on the tree so she could see David's smile. I showed her superhero movies he loved and told her Dad would quote every phrase. I told her he sang made-up songs while doing dishes and danced despite being lousy to make her laugh. She was connecting with her father through memories and affection, not Richard and Catherine's ownership. Wednesday morning I saw Mrs. Anderson at the grocery store. Richard and Catherine tried to turn her against me during the custody battle. After seeing me, she halted her cart and I braced for conflict. Instead, she apologized and said she regretted believing Richard and Catherine's assertions that I was unstable and neglected Emma. She discovered their neighborhood manipulation campaign after they left. Other neighbors had discussed and discovered. Anderson inquired how Emma was doing. I said she was okay. We briefly discussed neighborhood issues before parting ways. Something changed as I drove home. Richard and Catherine's community healed. Our isolation and siege were lifted. Mark arrived on Wednesday afternoon while Emma was at preschool and we had coffee at my kitchen table. He said his parents called him every few days to ask about Emma and her life. Mark said Emma was just healthy and joyful. He told Richard and Catherine that his relationship with me and Emma was independent from their mess and that he wouldn't spy or communicate. He added they still claimed the DNA test was phony and I deceived everyone, but their tale varied per person. I was astonished by his commitment to his niece despite his parents' twisted ownership claims. I altered samples, Fletcher was involved, or it was elaborate payback for a slight. Mark found it stressful watching them destroy themselves over lies they'd convinced themselves were truth. 8 months after the phony DNA test, I could look at our wedding photos without crying. He cried as I praised him for being Emma's only decent connection to David's family, stating she deserved to know her father's memory without his parents' poison. David and I laughed throughout our first dance, cut the cake with frosting on our noses, and kissed under the sunset with his hand on my face. Emma crept up alongside me and pointed at a photo of David lifting me. I could see our love and family without Richard and Catherine's nastiness. I hugged her tightly and whispered, "Yes, we were very happy and Daddy loved us both so much." She nodded and returned to her blocks, content with this simple family truth. 3 years remained on the restraining order. Jackson had described the process and told me that renewal would be straightforward given Richard and Catherine's documented behavior, so I started renewing. Their silence and isolation may indicate that they've given up or are planning something fresh. My fireproof safe had restraining order documents, bogus DNA test results, every fraudulent CPS report, and custody hearing transcripts. I couldn't risk Emma's safety assuming their motives. Richard calling me an incubator and Catherine's relentless campaign to depict me as an unfit mother made me question whether I was delusional. Paranoia and security are better than trust and vulnerability. Claire gently mentioned that isolation wasn't healing in one session. I needed to move on after betraying David. I loved my husband and worried that dating would mean forgetting or betraying him. Claire said me living fully was the best way to honor David and teach Emma resilience. My first dates were awkward and uncomfortable. Coffee dates with nice dating app men that didn't click. Some guys were scared by my disclosure that I was a widowed single mother with a difficult in-law history. I understood their inability to handle a 5-year-old and legal issues, but each failed date hurt. I tried, put myself out there, and proved life was more than survival. Emma invited Uncle Mark to her 5th birthday party one morning, and I agreed immediately. She planned the unicorn cake, purple balloons, and preschool classmates' visit for weeks. Respect and reasonable boundaries earned Mark my trust. I cried when Mark gave Emma an art set she desired and a framed photo of David holding Emma. Several parents praised him for playing with the kids and helping with activities. Unlike the first year after David's death, the party was fun and normal. Watching Emma blow out her candles alongside loved ones made me feel like we'd constructed something stable and decent from the devastation. 3 weeks after Emma's party, the intermediary called me to tell Catherine had asked for one Emma photo. Catherine was heartbroken and seeking her granddaughter. The intermediary stated Catherine cried and acted like a sad woman rather than the custody manipulator. She preferred one current photo to meeting Emma and talking to me. Thanking the intermediary for the message, I requested time to consider it. I hadn't planned to answer to Catherine since any contact would open a door I'd worked to seal. The request made me consider kindness versus safety. Was Catherine actually suffering or was this manipulation? The trauma she caused, did her pain matter? Could one photo hurt? At my next therapy session with Claire, she helped me process the photo request by reviewing Richard and Catherine's first response to David's death and how they treated Emma like property rather than a kid. Instead of affection, they supported their bereaved daughter-in-law with attorneys, fake reports, and manipulation. Claire argued their need didn't erase their tragedy or prove they'd change their image of Emma as theirs. One snapshot may appear innocent, but it would show them I was eager to participate, my boundaries were malleable, and perseverance might wear me down. Catherine had insulted me in front of her family, Richard had threatened to take my kid away, and they'd tried to tarnish my community character. Claire suggested the kindest thing I could do for everyone was keep Emma safe and me sane with rules. I felt bad for Catherine's pain, but I must protect her from danger. I started arranging Emma's fall kindergarten transfer 9 months after the custody fight. I submitted comprehensive documentation of Richard's Catherine restraining order at enrolling. The school secretary added their names and images to the banned individuals list, labeled Emma's file with security alerts, and ensured they were forbidden from Emma's contact and information. The principal said they took these occurrences seriously and had protocols. Emma could only be picked up by myself or other adults, and anyone stealing her information would be reported to police. Security became part of our routine rather than a crisis response. After surviving, I completed Alice and Mark's emergency contact paperwork, updated medical information, signed field trip permission papers, and other parent activities that felt amazing. James and I sat next to each other during a tedious conference talk and joked. James took my number after months of survival mode, and we texted, had coffee, and went on dates. He was understanding of my challenging circumstances and interested in getting to know me and Emma. He respected my modest pace because I wasn't ready to rush. After months of survival, his presence seemed possible. He addressed insightful questions about David and never challenged my history or competed with my husband's memories. When I vaguely described the in-law issue, he listened without judgment and didn't press for more. He made me laugh, sent nice good morning texts, and appeared content to let our relationship grow at my pace. Mark called one night, excited and worried, asking if we might meet for coffee the day following the DNA test bombshell. I learned he was engaged to his fiancée at the coffee shop where we first talked after the blast. So I congratulated him because I met her at Emma's party and she was. Mark then requested Emma to be their flower girl, which would be out of state for Richard and Catherine. I declined, but Mark soon emphasized that his parents would not be attending and that he had elaborate security measures. They were prohibited from the venue due to security guards and staff images of Richard and Catherine. His wife realized that Emma's safety came before family conflict and supported this decision. Mark said he'd gained trust via respect and appropriate boundaries and hoped Emma could be part of his special day. After 10 months following the phony DNA test, I felt honest in the mirror. I agreed to security and emergency measures, and Mark wrote everything down. He cried as he thanked me, stating having his niece celebrate with him meant everything. Richard and Catherine coerced my hand by treating my sadness like weakness, and my daughter like property they might claim through papers and deceit. I protected her the only way they left, and seeing her grow made the moral weight bearable, even if it never went away. I still woke up thinking about what I did, but then I saw Emma sleeping blissfully in her room and remembered why I crossed that line. She was mine to defend, and I'd do it again. Her backpack bounced when Emma started kindergarten in late September. When her teacher called me 4 weeks into the school year to schedule a conference, I worried something was wrong, but she grinned and said Emma was doing great. Emma made friends easily, participated in class debates, and read above grade level, according to her teacher. She occasionally mentioned her father in sharing time, saying he died in a vehicle accident, but she still loved him. Emma's processing of David's death was healthy and age-appropriate, said the teacher. Her non-traumatization and lack of behavioral issues lifted a weight I hadn't realized I'd been carrying for months. I worried the custody battle and losing David would destroy her foundation, but she looked great. Emma knew James was my friend, but this was their first meeting. Emma helped me set the table with triangle-shaped paper napkins after I made spaghetti. Emma graciously took James' flowers and coloring book. James helped her blend crayon colors, and they sang crazy songs about their animals as I did dishes. He never impersonated her father or David. He treated her like a valuable person with true compassion and respect. Jackson called me on a Wednesday morning 11 months after the custody struggle in response to Richard's formal letter through a new lawyer requesting mediation to repair the family split. I felt better seeing them chuckle at a purple elephant drawing. Jackson read the letter over the phone, and I could hear his disbelief. He suspected deception to get Emma or me to admit something about the DNA test. They may hope I collapse at mediation and admit the test was false. Or they may be recording a reconciliation attempt to file for grandparent visitation later. Jackson urged me to decline legally without physical contact, which I did immediately. I only spoke to Richard and Catherine through the restraining order. Richard's lawyer wrote me an angry letter 3 days later, calling me nasty and accusing me of parental alienation. Jackson saved it in case we needed harassing proof. Mark married on a Saturday in October at a winery 3 hours away. Emma looked somber as she carried a basket of rose petals down the aisle in a white dress with pink flowers. Like a pro, she dropped petals every few steps as a flower girl. Mark promised Richard and Catherine an invitation, but venue security officers had images of them and asked them to notify police if they showed up. Nicole, Mark's bride, crouched down to Emma, admired her attire, and asked if she was excited to be flower girl when we arrived for photos before the ceremony. Nicole met me twice before the wedding and knew Richard and Catherine. It was apparent she welcomed Emma and supported Mark's decision to exclude his parents. Emma danced at the reception, ate too much cake, and fell asleep driving home. Just over a year after David's death, Emma and I visited his grave on a November Sunday afternoon. Emma delicately placed the flowers on his headstone while I stood behind her with my hand on her shoulder and told Daddy about kindergarten, her teacher, and Olivia, her new friend. She recounted Uncle Mark's wedding and her flower petal throw. She then recounted her new friend James, who taught her to draw elephants and read books with hilarious voices. When his parents tried to take Emma, I knelt next to her and told David I did my best to save her. Despite my unclean and complicated decisions, I believed he understood. James brought me to a quiet restaurant for dinner the week before Thanksgiving while Alice watched Emma. We evolved gently and cautiously over 7 months of dating. He clasped my hand across the table and confessed his love for Emma and me. He wanted to heal instead than replace, develop something fresh, and honor David and me without rushing. Emma called him James, not Daddy, and everyone understood. James always arrived and was nice and kind. When I told him I liked him but needed to take things slow, he grinned and said he'd wait. After supper, we drove to my house to find Emma sleeping on Alice's lap watching a movie. Emma was doing well in kindergarten with friends, confidence, and good methods to communicate about her dad. Alice, Mark, and James were our lovely family. The weeks after David died were sad, but I was happy in ways I never thought possible. My phony DNA test was morally confusing and unethical, yet it protected me. We were protected from Richard and Catherine, who lived 900 miles away with fantasies they'd never abandon. Emma climbed into my bed and told me about her dreams some mornings, while I made pancakes and she colored at the kitchen table. Healing and establishing a future that respected David without his parents' dysfunction were our goals. The death of David restored normal life in ways I thought were lost forever. There was still grief, but it wasn't overwhelming. Coexisting happiness and loss seemed like a win. I spent $45,000 on my dad's cancer dream trip, then my family tried to replace me with my sister's freeloader boyfriend. My ailing dad's dream vacation was funded by me. I canceled everything and watched them go downhill as my family replaced me with my sister's freeloading boyfriend, claiming, "He's basically family. You're just the sponsor." Well done, Reddit. After learning that my dad had cancer, I spent $45,000 on his dream vacation to New Zealand. My family also felt they should be invited. They devised their own strategy to make it happen after I declined. I am a 32-year-old man who manages projects for a Fort Worth commercial signs company. After working my way up from install teams, I now get about $92,000 base pay with bonuses that, in good years, bring me closer to $120,000. I don't lack financial knowledge. For many years my grandfather worked in construction sales. It was completely destroyed until Coacher set everything on fire overnight. Selling commercial products in 3 states, he was making 6 figures. When March 2020 arrived, the industry as a whole abruptly stopped. Budgets are frozen, projects are canceled, and businesses fail. Dad went from being a high achiever to having trouble getting callbacks. Mom is a different matter. Never had a permanent job. I always have an excuse ready. Bad back. Shifting employment market. Currently her candle business is mysteriously losing money. Her Etsy shop is visible to me. 12 sales over 2 years. However, she continues to purchase supplies as though she will soon figure out the algorithm. They experienced actual homelessness 4 years ago when their landlord sold the rented property. Without my mother's knowledge, Dad came to me by himself. We had coffee together. Looked as uneasy as possible. "Son, I hate asking this, but we're in a bad spot. The rental got sold and we've got 30 days. Your mother doesn't know I'm here." Instead of asking for assistance, she would prefer to sleep in the car. In 2018, I was wise enough to purchase a second property, just a good 2-bedroom condo, nothing special. To prevent PMI, put down 20%. A 3.5% rate was fixed before things went haywire. Living in my primary house with my partner, who splits the costs with me, I had been renting it out to pay the mortgage. I informed Dad that they could move in for about a third of the market rate, or $800 per month. I spent $2,000 on my HOA and mortgage. To keep them housed, I was spending $1,100 a month on food. Dad was appreciative. Stated that within a year, they would become stable and either locate their own place or begin paying the market rate. When Dad said, "Well, it's the least he can do after how we struggled to raise him," Mom's response. Just like I owed them housing just for being here. That was 4 years ago. In the present, that rent money appears perhaps 60% of the time. Everything is documented by me. Over 4 years, they have defrauded me of about $17,000. Emily, my sister, moved in around 2 years ago. She is 26 years old, has a degree that she hardly ever uses, and when real jobs began requiring real effort, she rebranded her party girl energy as career-focused. She was bouncing around doing freelance social media consulting, which is code for pleading with tiny companies to give her $500 so she could share their Instagram lunch specials. Before landing an entry-level position at a nearby agency, that lasted for perhaps 3 months. She had no portfolio, but she was always complaining about being undervalued. She earns roughly $50,000, yet she spends as if she's making $120,000. Every time I mentioned unpaid rent, my mother would give me the family guilt trip. A corporation is not what we are. Why are you taking advantage of us? They never missed a payment on their new Highlander though. Mom told me straight out that they had to pay for Emily's spa day, thus they couldn't afford rent. Had to. As though it were a utility bill. After a frat party in her senior year, Emily damaged her car while driving under the influence. Mom hired a $6,000 lawyer, paid the $3,000 deductible, and had the charges dropped to reckless driving. She made the error of being anxious about finals. I requested a $500 loan for textbooks that same semester. Mom told me that I had to learn how to handle money. When I unexpectedly drove by on a Saturday afternoon last year, I discovered that they were having a big barbecue. 20 individuals, music blaring, and a brand new 75-inch Samsung TV set up in the living room. Here's the worst part. Without my request, they completed a kitchen renovation, stainless appliances, granite worktops, and a new backsplash on my property. Mom said, "Not now. We have guests." As if I were the impolite one for bringing up their debt during their party at my condo when I pulled her away to discuss the 3 months' worth of overdue rent. After that, Dad discovered me in the hallway. "Son, I didn't know about the remodel until it was done. She maxed out a credit card I didn't know she had." "I apologize." He appeared worn out and discouraged. "I informed her that we had to pay you first." "You can wait," she said. After that, I established a limit on lending money. I didn't hear from Mom for 2 weeks. Every few days Dad gave me a call to see how I was doing. Expressed regret for her actions. Said that he was trying to collect the back rent on his own. About 6 months ago, her boyfriend began to essentially live there. Jason eats my labeled food from the refrigerator. Parks in the space I've allocated. Acts as though he is the property's owner. I called my dad after realizing he had been there for 5 nights in a row. "Yeah, he's been around a lot," Dad remarked, sounding worn out. "Your mother invited him to stay temporarily while he gets his business off the ground. Since it's your property, I advised her to ask you first. You'll be okay with it," she said. The following day at 2 p.m., I drove over and discovered Jason playing video games on my couch while wearing boxer shorts. Tuesday. "Everyone else is where?" I inquired. He said, "Work," without raising his gaze from the screen. "I could hang out here during the day," Emily added. "Wi-Fi is better than where I am." I remarked, "You don't live here." On that night, I convened a family gathering and told the members, "Bro, relax. It's just temporary." Jason, Mom, Dad, and Emily were all seated in my living room, which they had been using as their own clubhouse. I said, "Jason is not under any lease, so he doesn't live here. He needs to leave because he isn't paying his rent," Mom said right away. "He's Emily's boyfriend. He's practically family. Why are you being so territorial?" "Because it's my property and I didn't agree to have him living here." Jason tried to speak with a calm tone. "Look, man, I'm just here helping Emily out, contributing where I can." "You're not contributing anything. You're eating my food, using my parking spot, and lounging around during business hours when you're supposed to be building your empire." Emily began to sob. "You're being cruel. Jason's going through a tough time financially, and we're just trying to help him get back on his feet." "Not my problem. He's an unauthorized occupant, and I'm serving notice to vacate for lease violation. I'll either start the eviction process against all of you or Jason will go in 7 days." I had already investigated it. Texas law was unambiguous. Unauthorized occupancy was against the terms of the lease. For the duration of the lease, I could provide written notice to depart. They must correct the infraction, or else everyone will be subject to forcible detention. In accordance with Texas regulations, I had the notice typed, dated, prepared for posting, and certified for mailing. Mom's cheeks flushed. "You can't just kick him out. Where's he supposed to go?" "Literally anywhere that isn't my property. 7 days to fix this. After that, I file with the JP court and let the process handle it." Then, in a low but forceful voice, Dad spoke up. "He's right. Jason's not on the lease. This is his property. We should have asked permission before inviting anyone to stay." His mother turned against him. Jason got up and attempted to appear strong. Don't you dare take his side right now. I'm not taking sides. I'm stating facts. This is wrong and you know it. This is crazy. You're a freeloader wearing my son's generosity like a jacket, Dad stated, getting to his feet, adding, I've been nothing but respectful. Jason left in 5 days after saying, pack your stuff. I didn't hear from Emily for a month. Mom texted about forgiveness and family harmony in a passive-aggressive manner. The day after Jason moved out, Dad gave me a call. I appreciate you standing your ground. That was necessary. Emily's money has been being drained to sustain that child, and your mother has been enabling him. Perhaps this will wake them both up. It didn't. However, it demonstrated to me my father's true position when it came to matters. Dad received the diagnosis in March of this year, stage 3 pancreatic cancer. He was given the facts by the oncologist, a weary-looking woman who had likely told him this news 1,000 times. 18 to 24 months with severe chemotherapy and radiation, or 6 to 12 months without treatment. However, the course of treatment will make you feel awful. In that sterile exam room, Dad sat there and nodded as if she were giving a technical explanation. Mom was in tears. I was attempting to comprehend the true meaning of 6 to 12 months. In order to confirm staging and finalize a plan, the following few months were filled with scans, biopsies, and specialist appointments. Dad said, "It's not a family trip," more loudly. "It's my bucket list trip that my son is paying for. You don't get to invite yourself." The conversation quieted down. Dad had never shut her down in public like that, as far as I knew. Mom squinted her eyes. She rose from the table and said, "Fine. I see where I stand." Emily trailed behind her and glared at me as they left. For a minute, Dad and I sat there silently. He continued, "Thank you for all of this. She's going to make this difficult." I replied, "Probably, but this is between you and me. She doesn't get a vote for about 3 days." It stayed. Details were planned with Dad. Discussed what we hoped to see. Lists of the sceneries he had dreamed about for 20 years were created. Mom then launched the campaign. It started with the quiet treatment. Then there were remarks at every family get-together. Must be nice to afford expensive vacations while your parents struggle with medical bills. Some sons include their whole family in what might be their father's final memories. I guess I know who matters and who doesn't. Dad resisted at all times. Mom had Emily working the same approach, but she said, "Stop it, he's doing something kind. Don't poison it." Social media messages, phone conversations, and texts about keeping families together and not abandoning them in their hour of need. Emily shared a lengthy Instagram story one evening, complete with depressing music, about feeling left out by those who ought to love you the most. Then Dad fell silent. During one of our planning sessions, I became aware of it. He appeared preoccupied, anxious, and physically more exhausted than normal. At last, he added, "Your mother's been on me every day about this trip, telling me I'm choosing you over her, that I'm a bad husband for going along with excluding her when I'm dying. She's making my life miserable." It was there. Every day the mortality card was used as a weapon. I said, "You want to cancel?" He hesitated and appeared worn out in a manner unrelated to cancer. "No, but I also don't want to spend what might be my last few good months listening to her weaponize this every single day." I glanced at him and asked, "What if we invited them just to stop the war at home?" "You really want them there?" "Yes, 100%, son. It would be better." I said, "It'll cost more. Maybe another $18,000 out of pocket after using what points I have left." "I know, and it's not fair to ask, but I'm asking anyway." "Yes," I replied. The reservation was extended for the 4 of us. The entire out-of-pocket cost, including cash and points, was approximately $43,000. Over half of my yearly take-home pay after taxes. At Sunday supper 3 weeks prior her departure, Emily mentioned Jason. I didn't even look up from my plate when he said, "So, Jason's really interested in New Zealand. He's been researching the startup scene in Auckland." "Good for Jason." "I was thinking," she said. "It would be amazing if he could come. He's basically family anyway." I replied, "No. Budget's maxed." Mom jumped right in. "But honey, Jason's going to be part of this family soon. Don't you want your father to have everyone important there? This might be his last chance to make memories with all of us." Halfway to his mouth, Dad's fork halted. It was in a somewhat trembling hand. cancer-related side effects, or simply fatigue? It's difficult to tell. Nobody asked me if I want Jason there. I don't. Mom gave him a glance. Dad, I don't want him there. Dad spoke it more loudly. This is already more people than I planned for. I wanted a trip with my son. Now it's 4 of us. That's the line. Jason could pay his own way, Emily said, sounding defensive. Then Jason can book his own trip, I replied. This one's full. His micro-expression told me everything about his financial situation when I suggested that he should cover the cost of his own travel to New Zealand. Dad called me at work 4 weeks before to my trip. He had a unique voice. Tense, nervous, the way it was when there was a big problem. Son, I need you to come to the house right now. Don't tell them I called. I was parked down the street 20 minutes later. At the corner, Dad greeted me, gazing over his shoulder as if someone were pursuing him. His words. They're planning something? Something bad? What kind of bad? Identity fraud. Bad. Your mother's been talking to Jason on speakerphone when she thought I was asleep. They're going to use your credit card information to book him a ticket. My blood chilled. How would they even get my card info? Emily took a photo of your credit card last month when you left your wallet on the counter during Sunday dinner. I saw her do it but didn't think anything of it at the time. Thought she was just on her phone. And Mom knows about this. She's the one who told Emily to do it. They've been planning this for weeks. They're going to try buying Jason a ticket using your card details. Once they book it, they figure you'll just accept it rather than cause drama. I was ill. That's credit card fraud. That's identity theft. I know. That's why I'm telling you this crosses a line I can't ignore, even if it cost me my marriage. He had trembling hands. They're willing to commit crimes to get what they want, and they're using my cancer to justify it. What do you want me to do? Stop them any way you must, and I will fully support you. I'm done defending those who would harm you in this way. I called my credit card company first and spent the next hour on the phone. Explain the situation. Family members had photographed my card and were planning fraudulent purchases. The first representative was empathetic but constrained. Sir, I can freeze this card and issue you a new number immediately. Any attempted charges on the old number will decline automatically. Do it, and can you flag the account for fraud monitoring? Absolutely. I'm noting everything you've told me. If anyone tries to dispute a decline charge or claim authorization, we'll have this on record. New card ships overnight, different number entirely. Got a case number FR2847392. The old card quickly froze. I then gave the airline a call. Outlined how someone may attempt to book tickets fraudulently using my card information. When the representative said, "We can add security notes to your reservation. Any changes or additions will require in-person verification with photo ID and the physical card matching our records." I informed them of the new card number I would be getting. Reservations made on the old number would not be processed. At 9:47 a.m. the following day, I received an alert about a refused transaction. An attempt was made to charge the airline $9,500. The card is dead. Automatic rejection. I called the fraud department of my credit card company right away. That's the attempt I warned you about yesterday. Case number FR2847392. We see it. Transaction was declined due to frozen card status. Would you like to pursue this legally? Absolutely. I went directly to the police station by car. Not an emergency. Sat down and explained everything to a detective. Dad's warning, the credit card photo, the fraud alert case numbers, and the just rejected attempt at a transaction. The detective, a woman in her 40s, appeared to be truly upset for me. So, your family tried to steal your credit card information to book a ticket for your sister's boyfriend while your father's dying of cancer. That's the situation. And your father is willing to testify to what he heard. He'll give you a written statement. She duplicated everything. I handed her screenshots, the denied transaction record, and case numbers along with a sworn affidavit. This is considered attempted credit card misuse and fraudulent use of identifying information under Texas law. I'll need to contact the airline, document the attempted booking, get your father's statement. Building a solid case takes time. How long are we talking? Weeks at minimum, probably longer. These things don't move fast. They're flights in 4 weeks. When's yours? She asked me, looking at me. Same day, different time. Mine's at 6 p.m., theirs is 6 a.m. I'll work this as fast as possible. We need enough for arrest warrants. If I can coordinate with DFW Airport Police, we can execute warrants when they arrive for their flight. That's the cleanest way to do this. I followed up over the next few weeks. The airline verified that someone had called under false pretenses to be me. When I tried to book using the old card number, it was denied. Regarding overhearing their planning, Dad provided his written statement. The detective used call logs and financial information to construct her case. She called 5 days before to the flight. We've got enough for arrest warrants. Judge signed off this morning. I've coordinated with DFW Airport Police. They'll execute the warrants when your family arrives at check-in. That week, Dad moved in with me. Told his mother that he needed to be near his doctor for a few tests. She didn't ask any questions. Too busy getting ready for her trip that she stole. The time of their flight was set for 6 a.m. They had to arrive at DFW by 4 a.m. on July 16th, for check-in from abroad. It was 6 p.m. for me, on the same day. I wasn't present. It wasn't necessary. I never thought I'd actually see it, remarked the man. We cruised over the sound. Seals on rocks, cliffs and waterfalls. Dad took 300 pictures. Didn't say anything, just took it all in. He once remarked, "Your mother would have complained about the cold." Once. Emily would have spent the entire time on her phone. Jason would have made an effort to emphasize his brand. I'm glad it's just us. Some days Dad wasn't feeling great. The cancer, the travel, the altitude. We'd order room service, watch documentaries, just talk. I'm sorry I waited so long to stand up to your mother. He stated one evening, "You stood up when it mattered. I should have done it years ago. The favoritism, the way she treated you. I let it happen because it was easier than fighting her." He hesitated. "I'm proud of you for everything. For taking care of yourself when we didn't. For having the spine to prosecute them. For bringing me here. We had breakfast last morning with a view of Lake Wakatipu." Dad's phone rang. "County Mom. Please, we need bail money. We're your family. Please don't abandon us." Dad placed his phone down. She made her choices. 10 days later, we took a plane home. Although he was tired, Dad was joyful than I had seen him in a long time. Months passed during the criminal case. The public defender made an effort to bargain. A deal was made by the prosecutor. Mom and Emily's adjudication was postponed. Conditions include detention, no contact, and restitution. Because Jason had a record and was the one who called the airline and said, "I'm totally her son," he wasn't given the same leniency. At first, Mom declined because she believed that a family conflict constituted a legal defense. A private lawyer hired by Jason's father attempted to argue that Jason had been duped. Didn't know it was illegal. That explanation was destroyed by the phone records and Dad's admission that Jason made the impersonation call. Through middlemen, friends, and family members, they tormented me about ruining the family, sending lengthy Facebook messages about overreacting, and claiming that they were facing criminal charges due to a miscommunication. I sent the detective everything. Keep it coming. Every indirect contact helps the case. Dad began therapy, aggressive radiation and chemotherapy. Despite his frequent illnesses, weight loss and hair loss, he never voiced any complaints. Additionally, he rejected calls from family members who attempted to push him into dropping charges. "If it goes to trial, I'm willing to testify," I informed the prosecutor. Following a difficult chemotherapy session, he said, "They need to hear what they planned, how they used my cancer to justify it." Because it's the legal system, not fast food, the case dragged on for months. At first, Mom attempted to play chicken with the plea bargain. She insisted that it was a family miscommunication. "That's not just something you say to your aunt to get out of trouble. It's a legal defense." Then her attorney explained it. The entire paper trail, including Dad's sworn declaration, the unsuccessful attempt, the airline phone logs, the fraud notes, etc. The greatest result she could hope for was the agreement on the table, so they begged. Mom and Emily have no competition. Postponed decision-making. Jason pled as well, but the court handled him like the grown-up he acted. After that, sentencing happened quickly. Mom received a 5-year no-contact order, deferred adjudication, community supervision with a 90-day jail sentence as a condition, state jail time, and full restitution for all documented case-related expenses, totaling approximately $14,000. Emily received the same punishment, which included state jail time and a 60-day jail sentence as a condition. Jason received a 12-month jail sentence, probation, and straight jail time. The judge showed no pity. The jail sentence indicates that this was planned, not an error. You don't get to use someone's terminal illness as a discount code for committing fraud. Together, Dad and I went out. Still weak but alive, he was using a cane. I inquired, "How do you feel?" I sued them for $17,000 in unpaid rent and damages, plus legal costs and damages filed while they were awaiting sentencing. Their attorney attempted to dismiss it, but my attorney shut it down. The criminal case covers fraud and identity theft. Lighter, like I finally let go of a weight I'd been carrying for 30 years. Separate difficulties. This deals with years of overdue rent. The civil trial proceeded more quickly. I had 4 years' worth of paperwork, including bank statements, rent agreements, and payment records. Regarding their actions and refusal to pay market rate, my property manager provided testimony. The judge gave me a favorable ruling. $6,000 in damages, $9,000 in legal fees, and $17,000 in unpaid rent. $32,000 in total. After completing their jail sentence, they declared bankruptcy. On the grounds of fraud, my attorney objected to the discharge. The criminal restitution remained in place. That can never be discharged. I had already placed liens where I could, but part of the civil judgment was erased. Legitimate paychecks and tax returns are slashed. The chemotherapy was more effective than anyone had anticipated. Dad's most recent tests, 6 months after his sentencing, revealed that the tumor had sufficiently decreased to allow for surgery. After a grueling surgery and months of recuperation, they performed a Whipple procedure. No tumor was visible on post-operative imaging. The cancer specialist was cautiously hopeful. "We call this no evidence of disease, not cured. Pancreatic cancer is too aggressive for that word. But this is the best outcome we could have hoped for." When she informed him, Dad started crying. "I thought I'd be dead by now. You responded better than we hoped. Early detection, aggressive treatment. And honestly, your attitude probably helped. You're not out of the woods, but you've got real time." He moved close to me into a tiny flat. Refused to make amends with Mom even after her prison sentence was over. While serving her sentence, she filed for divorce. Had the institution served the paperwork? She resisted it. Claimed to have been abandoned. Claimed that his treatment had rendered him incompetent. Said that I had tricked him. Dad's medical documents, which demonstrated his competency, were produced by his lawyer. His written declaration and his statements in the criminal case demonstrate his ability to make decisions clearly. My wife attempted felony fraud against my son while using my diagnosis as justification. She's shown no genuine remorse. I don't want to spend whatever time I have left legally bound to someone who would do that. She had made no financial contributions for years, according to documents Dad had, but the divorce proceeded through community property state. She took her record, her debt, and her candle company with her. Emily served her term and was released. Went to live with a friend in Oklahoma. Currently works retail. She turned private on Instagram. Jason became dark. Mom finished her speech and attempted to reach out. Emails about lessons learned, family, and reconciliation. She was prevented by Dad. She was blocked by me. These days, we have family dinners. Dad, my grandmother, my uncle, and me. The folks that disconnected Mom after discovering the deception and did not condone her actions. I hosted Thanksgiving that year. Dad had a nice appearance. Still skinny, easily exhausted but alive, with gray hair sprouting back. We discussed his scans, travel schedule, whether he remained healthy, and other typical topics. Mom was once mentioned by my uncle. She called to ask if I had seen Dad and to find out if he would pardon her if she made an appropriate apology. Dad didn't raise his head. There's no right way to apologize for what she did, and forgiveness isn't owed just because someone feels bad about consequences. We talked about other things. I was leaving my workplace at 6 o'clock in the evening, 18 months after I was sentenced. When I noticed Mom's Highlander parked there, she was resting against it. The passenger seat was occupied by Emily. Initially, I wanted to call the police. Although this was a public parking lot and they weren't yet approaching me, they had a no-contact order as part of their probation. I made my way to my truck. Mom pushed the automobile away. "Please, just 5 minutes. I'm begging you." I had my keys in my palm as I came to a stop around 15 feet away. "You're violating your probation by being here. I'm not approaching you, I'm just talking. Please, just listen." Emily exited the vehicle. Wearing a uniform from a chain of craft stores, she had no makeup, her hair pulled back, and a rugged appearance. The girl from Instagram had vanished. "We're losing everything," Mom remarked. Her voice broke. The probation, restitution payments and supervision fees take most of my paycheck. I can barely afford rent. Emily's living in a one-bedroom with 2 roommates. We can't get decent jobs with our records. We're drowning. That's what happens when you commit felonies. We made a mistake. Emily raised her voice in desperation. One mistake and you destroyed our entire lives. Do you have any idea what jail was like? What it's like trying to find work with a record? I can't even get promoted to shift lead because of the background check. You didn't make a mistake. You planned fraud for weeks. You photographed my credit card. You tried to steal my identity. Those were choices. Mom took a step forward. I raised my hand. That's close enough. Red-eyed, she paused. Your father is poisoning you against us. He's turned you into someone cold. Someone who'd watch his own mother suffer. I wasn't made into anything by Dad. He simply ceased shielding you from the repercussions. We're family. Now Mom's voice broke completely. Complete sobbing. We raised you. We gave you everything. And you repay us by putting us in jail, by taking everything from us. You gave Emily everything. I got community college and plasma donations. That's not fair. You paid for her lawyer while I was selling blood for textbooks. Don't talk to me about fair. Emily had started crying as well. I'm sorry, okay. I'm sorry we tried to use your card. I'm sorry about Jason. I'm sorry about all of it. Please. We're begging you. Drop the restitution. Talk to your lawyer. We can't live like this. The restitution isn't optional. It's court-ordered. I couldn't drop it if I wanted to. You could talk to them, Mom insisted. You could tell them we've suffered enough, that we've learned our lesson. Please, I'm your mother. I'm begging you. I gave her a look. Really? Examined her. This woman, who had always favored Emily, guilt-tripped me for demanding fundamental justice, and planned atrocities against me while claiming to be family. No, please. You used Dad's cancer to justify stealing from me. You committed identity fraud. You tried to scam your way onto a trip I paid for so Dad could see something before he died. And when you got caught, you blamed me for overreacting. You've never once actually apologized for what you did, just for getting caught. I'm apologizing now. Mom's hands were trembling. I'm standing here begging. What more do you want? I don't want anything from you. I want you to leave me alone and pay your debt. Emily tried something else. What about Dad? Don't you think he'd want us to reconcile? He's doing well now. He beat it. Don't you think he'd want his family back together? While Mom was incarcerated, Dad filed for divorce. He made a sworn declaration against each and every one of you. He has no desire to interact with you. Stop using him as a prop. He was manipulated. He was sick of being married to someone who'd commit felonies and blame everyone else. Best decision he ever made. Then Mom's face altered. It became an ugly form of desperation. You're just like him. Cold, unforgiving. You'll end up alone. I'm not alone. I've got Dad. I've got the family members who didn't commit crimes. I've got a life that doesn't include people who steal from me. We're your blood, Emily remarked. That has to mean something. It means I know exactly who you are and I choose not to have that in my life. I went by them on my way to my truck. Mom took hold of my arm. I paused. Don't touch me. She instantly released her grip. Hands up. Please, please, we have nothing left. No money, no prospects, no family. You took everything from us. I didn't take anything. The court did. After you committed crimes. This is on you. I'm your mother. Now she was crying uncontrollably. Doesn't that mean anything to you? I climbed into my truck, turned on the engine and rolled down the window just enough to make myself heard. You're the woman who raised me to believe family meant something, then proved it didn't when you committed fraud against your own son. That's what you mean to me. I observed them in the rearview mirror as I drove away. Mom fell against the vehicle. Emily is supporting her. 20 minutes later, my phone began to explode. Messages from Emily's phone. You're heartless. We lost everything and you don't even care. Dad would be ashamed of who you've become. I sent them all to my attorney. After half an hour, he gave me a call. They violated their probation by contacting you. I can file a report if you want. Will it extend their probation? Probably. Might add supervised probation requirements. Possible short jail time for violation. I considered it. Gave it careful thinking. Do it. Both of them were summoned for violating their probation. Mom was granted a 1-year probationary period with monthly check-ins. Due to her repeated efforts at contact, Emily received the same punishment, plus a 30-day lockup. The night I found out, Dad and I went to supper. In a parking lot, they ambushed me. I cried and begged him during the entire performance. What did you say? No. Slowly, he nodded. Good. They don't want forgiveness. They want consequences to disappear. Those aren't the same thing. You'd want us to get back together, Mom remarked. Dad chuckled. I actually chuckled. I gave a sworn statement against them in the criminal case. I divorced her from jail. What part of that suggests I want reconciliation? We have nothing left. No money, no prospects, no family. You took everything from us. I didn't take anything. The court did. After you committed crimes. This is on you. I'm your mother. Now she was crying uncontrollably. Doesn't that mean anything to you? I climbed into my truck, turned on the engine and rolled down the window just enough to make myself heard. You're the woman who raised me to believe family meant something, then proved it didn't when you committed fraud against your own son. That's what you mean to me. I observed them in the rearview mirror as I drove away. Mom fell against the vehicle. Emily is supporting her. 20 minutes later, my phone began to explode. Messages from Emily's phone. You're heartless. We lost everything and you don't even care. Dad would be ashamed of who you've become. I sent them all to my attorney. After half an hour, he gave me a call. They violated their probation by contacting you. I can file a report if you want. Will it extend their probation? Probably. Might add supervised probation requirements. Possible short jail time for violation. I considered it. Gave it careful thinking. Do it. Both of them were summoned for violating their probation. Mom was granted a 1-year probationary period with monthly check-ins. Due to her repeated efforts at contact, Emily received the same punishment plus a 30-day lockup. The night I found out, Dad and I went to supper. In a parking lot, they ambushed me. I cried and begged him during the entire performance. What did you say? No. Slowly, he nodded. Good. They don't want forgiveness. They want consequences to disappear. Those aren't the same thing. You'd want us to get back together, Mom remarked. Dad chuckled. I actually chuckled. I gave a sworn statement against them in the criminal case. I divorced her from jail. What part of that suggests I want reconciliation? I said that. My parents changed the lock on my room, kicked me out, and gave it to my brother after I paid off their mortgage and became the legal owner. I acquired the legal owner after paying off my parents' whole mortgage. Then, when my brother had a baby, they changed my lock and handed him my master suite. I refrained from arguing. At dinner, I served evictions. I'm now math BB S 250 $0 richer and they're all kind of homeless. Reddit. Hello. My brother and sister were treated like royalty, but my family always considered me as the backup parent and handyman. I moved out, started a genuine life on my own, and believed that was it. As it happens, they weren't finished with me. Let me take you back to the beginning before we dive into the chaos. I'm Ethan, currently 26 years old. However, this section of the narrative begins at the age of 19. I used to live with my parents, James and Laura, as well as my younger sister, Hannah, and elder brother, Caleb. I did odd electrical jobs and any other handyman work the neighbors needed as part of my part-time job. But none of that mattered in my home. Already, I was the one who cleaned up after everyone, did errands without being asked, and mended anything that broke. That year, Caleb received his college degree. You wouldn't realize from the celebration that the degree wasn't useful. Laura ordered a huge cake, rented an entire banquet hall, hired a photographer, and decorated the space as if Caleb had just received a prize for rescuing the nation. The family didn't even let me sit with them. I moved tables, took pictures, and adjusted lighting for half the day. Because, Annie, you're good with cameras. You are aware of how these things operate. Shaking hands and grinning as if everyone was waiting for him to take over, Caleb strolled around in a suit he hadn't purchased. James continued to assure everyone that Caleb was destined for success, and to introduce him as our future leader. Laura requested different napkins, so I ran to the store twice, carried trays, and cleaned up spills. I didn't voice any complaints. I still thought it was normal to help at that age. It cost about $4,200 for the celebration. They also didn't conceal it. Laura boasted about it to their audience. I recall holding the camera strap while I stood close to the back wall and watched Caleb receive more ovation for a degree he barely passed. Laura told him how proud she was and gave him another hug. Throughout the entire evening, nobody mentioned my name until they had to move something. Hannah's high school graduation came 2 months later. Even though the celebration was smaller, it still had a commercial-like appearance. Laura decorated the garden and had food provided, while James got her an old automobile with a large bow on top. As people gave Hannah gifts and envelopes, she sat in the middle like a celebrity. Half of them she didn't even glance at. She couldn't handle the curve of the driveway, so I parked the car they bought her. The vehicle also didn't last. It was constantly having issues. And for some reason, I was expected to drive her around because of that. A year later than expected, I also graduated that same weekend. I ended up finishing late because of my job, getting pulled into family duties, and missing credits. The focus was different, but they didn't forget. We're on a limited budget after everything for Caleb and Hannah, so we had dinner at a little diner close to our house. Halfway through my fries, James told me that I needed to start planning ahead because I wasn't going to college like Caleb, so he bought the cheapest things on the menu. Laura expressed her belief in me in a way that is typical of someone who needs to be controlled. My function became clearer after that. I fixed the sink if it was leaking. Before attempting a switch, they called my name whenever something electrical flickered. Since you're better with numbers, James would shove a stack of paperwork at me every year when tax season rolled around. Even though Hannah could operate a mower and Caleb was older, I was in charge of the lawn starting when I was 14. Hannah wouldn't drive herself somewhere unless it was to pick up her buddies, even when the car was running. I thus became her driver. Caleb left chaos in his wake. Somehow, I ended myself holding plates, clothing, and unfinished tasks. Laura would respond with, "Just help your brother. He's stressed." Or, she would add, "Caleb has a lot on his mind right now, even though he barely lifted a finger in the house." James remained silent. If anything, he behaved as though my function was predetermined from birth, and that this was all to be expected. Although I heard several directions, I never heard a thank you. I heard Laura conversing with her sister in the living room one afternoon while I was repairing a loose cabinet hinge in the kitchen. They believed that I was unable to hear above the threshold. I sat with a screwdriver and stared at the cabinet door while Laura said, "Oh, we don't worry about Ethan. He's like a rock. You pile anything on him and he stays put. But Caleb needs guidance. He needs our attention. He's sensitive." I couldn't ignore it till it clicked for the first time. I was not viewed by them as a human being with needs or boundaries. I was a backup generator, a tool that would continue to function regardless of how much you depleted it. I immediately started working in trades after high school. I chose electrical because I was already familiar with most of it from mending things around the house. I was earning consistent, respectable money by the time I was 21. It was good to have something that was mine, even though it meant long days and early mornings. I paid for my own clothes, my truck, and my tools. I got nothing from anyone. I was never concerned by that section. I was troubled by how quickly my income became into everyone else's issue rather than mine. It began modestly. With the power bill in hand, James would enter my room as if it were a summons from the court. "This month, we're short. Are you able to handle it?" He stated it as if I already knew the solution. A few days later, Laura followed with the same tone and a grocery list. "Right now, groceries are ridiculously costly. Will you be able to see us until next week?" I refrained from arguing. I had a full-time job. They didn't. I assumed it was normal to assist. Next was Caleb's auto insurance. He pretended that the world owed him patience, even though he hadn't held a job for more than 2 months since graduating. Laura handed the bill in my direction across the kitchen table. "Caleb is trying to find a new job. Right now, he simply needs a little help." Caleb never even raised his head from his phone. He simply stated, "I'll pay you back once I'm settled." This implied that he would never do so. Hannah then declared her intention to attend a wellness retreat. Stress and the desire to replenish her energies, perhaps. When she mentioned it, James gave me a direct look as if the funding had already been granted. They didn't even act as though it was a choice. Even though Hannah spent most of her days on her bed looking through her phone, Laura insisted that it was crucial for Abby's mental health. Every time I attempted to save money for myself, a problem at home arose. Someone experienced unforeseen bills, a tire went flat, or a pipe burst. It's funny that unless I had a little extra saved up, none of those crises occurred. Laura would appear out of nowhere with a bill just when I was getting ahead. Caleb would indicate his card was denied once more. Or James would allude to past due payments. It wasn't a coincidence. There was a pattern. I didn't require an explanation from a therapist. After a storm, the roof began to leak 1 month later. They didn't call anyone, despite James's promise that they would later. They turned to face me after waiting for the stain on the ceiling to spread. "You ought to take care of it," James added. "You are familiar with this material." Although I was unfamiliar with roofing, I managed to figure it out. I went up there, corrected the flashing, replaced the plywood, ripped off the damaged shingles, and sealed everything. Since James and Laura weren't sure when they would be able to reimburse me, I then purchased all the materials on my own. They never reimbursed me. Rachel began dating Caleb at this time. When I initially met her, she was amiable. However, Laura treated her like royalty right away. She continued saying, "She's perfect for Caleb. Someone who makes his life simpler is what he deserves." It wasn't nuanced. Even though I was the only one paying for everything, it was one of those remarks aimed to make me feel like I wasn't doing my fair share. I didn't hear much from Rachel. I was just background furniture to her. Caleb pretended to be pleased that he had landed her. Every time Rachel visited, providing her food, beverages, or anything else she desired, Laura seemed to glow. James had overloaded an outlet, so I was in the garage rewiring it. She claimed that she left college because it was too rigorous and that she was now studying spiritual healing, whatever that meant. She then questioned why I hadn't returned home to assist her with money or transportation. I disregarded those requests. The pattern eventually became recognizable. To keep the peace, I would take one call every 2 months. James would bring up the subject of bills. Laura would let out a deep sigh in the distance. Hannah would discuss meditation or energy crystals. The cycle was that. Next up was Caleb. Laura was the only person who kept me informed about him. Once more, he was unemployed. Rachel had gotten pregnant once more. They were temporarily residing with my parents. Nothing had changed, according to James, who maintained they were working things out. That's how 5 years passed. I worked, saved, renovated, and there was no stress, confusion, or unforeseen emergencies that suddenly materialized when I had money saved. At last, I had a secure business and a peaceful existence. I had workers. There were days when I didn't think about my family. Then there was a call. Late on a Wednesday night, I noticed James's name appear on my phone. I nearly let it ring, but I felt compelled to respond. He wasn't calm or collected when I called. He was crying so much that he was having trouble speaking. "We're in trouble, Ethan. The house is about to be lost." I remained silent for a while. His voice broke as he continued to speak quickly. He claimed that they had been overdue on their mortgage payments for some months. Notices had already been sent by the bank. There was a foreclosure proceeding. Before the sheriff posted the final eviction, they had 8 weeks. Laura was sobbing heavily in the background when I heard her say, "Call him again. Tell him we need him. Tell him, we need him." James made an effort to control his voice. "Please, Ethan. You must return home. You are necessary to us. You are needed by the family. Act like a decent son." It was there. When they desired something, they would always say this. "Act like a decent son." I took a while to respond. James broke the stillness by pleading, panicking, and explaining that they did their best, that Hannah was unable to help, and that Caleb was unable to find steady employment. They only had a demand wrapped in desperation. They had no money, no plan, and no direction. One thing was evident from the call, even if I didn't immediately agree to anything. I created a stable existence. They expected me to make things right when their lives were falling apart. 3 days after James called, I took a car back to my parents' house. To do it, I didn't give up on my business. By then, my staff could manage jobs without me breathing down their necks since I had a foreman I trusted. Since this wasn't a visit, I gave the timetable, remained reachable by phone, and took a brief leave of absence. A takeover occurred. Compared to my memory, the street appeared smaller. The house had a worse appearance. Laura hurried me inside as soon as I entered, sobbing so loudly that the neighbors could hear. She took hold of my arm as if she thought I would collapse alongside her. James wrung his hands as he hovered behind her. I didn't give anyone a hug, but Hannah stood close to the hallway, peering at her phone, pausing just long enough to say, "Finally." I remained silent about the mess. The tone was set when I simply asked, "Where's the paperwork from the bank?" Just business. No warmth. No reconnection. I followed James to the dining table, which was piled high with unread mail. Letters from the bank, final notifications, warnings, all of this should have been handled months ago. I glanced at the stack. They were telling the truth. The maximum projection was 8 weeks. As if I hadn't been the one keeping the property together for half of my life, Laura kept saying, "We're losing everything, Ethan. Everything. Your childhood home." I took a seat, arranged the documents, and uttered the words that completely altered the course of the day. "I'll pay the Rs and I'll pay the mortgage off in full," I replied. "But I'm not giving away that kind of money for free." Laura was frozen. James looked at me as if he didn't comprehend what I was saying. He questioned, "What does that mean?" I explained that if I save this house, I will legally be the sole owner, no disputes afterwards. In other words, when the payoff posts, I will have cleared the bank's claim and registered the house in my name. Laura's voice instantly became louder. "How can you possibly say that, Ethan? We call this place home. You can't simply take it." I didn't answer. I put a collection of documents on the table after opening my folder. A quitclaim deed for title transfer. A purchase agreement attesting to my loan repayment. The card of my lawyer. I didn't push them or yell at them. I simply moved the documents forward. Laura gave the table a slap. "Did you bring a lawyer? Do you consider us to be strangers? Your parents are us." James supported her. "Ethan. This is insulting. Considering family like a business." Hannah appeared bored as she rolled her eyes. "This is deceptive. This was arranged by you. Who visits their own parents with legal documents?" For half of it, she didn't even look up from her phone. I decided to ignore the rants. "It's easy. I'm willing to save the house if you want it saved, but I won't give the bank 6 figures to watch everyone mismanage it once more. I own it if I pay for it. This only works in one direction, because the bank still holds a lien. At closing, I fully repay the debt, and I receive the deed that same day." Talking about treachery and how she didn't raise me to be like this, Laura hid her face and began to cry even more. James began to speak about duty and loyalty. Hannah said that I was treating my own family like a landlord. The numbers were not contested. The foreclosure was not denied. They didn't provide an alternative. They simply attacked the notion that I was in charge. I learned everything from that. James eventually ran out of justifications. Laura's tears dried up. Hannah walked out of the room. They had no choice but to sign even though they didn't want to. Caleb was not making any money. Hannah signed because they had no savings and they were avoiding responsibility like it was a sport. Following the transfer, my lawyer also had them sign a simple month-to-month lease. Written rules prevent misunderstandings later. Laura sobbed during the whole ordeal. James had a defeated expression. Something about karma was whispered by Hannah. I didn't respond. After the signatures were recorded, I collected the paperwork, called my attorney, and declared, "It's done." After the legal aspect was resolved, I proceeded to examine the house. It was worse than I thought it would be. The carpet in the living room contained stains large enough to trace the outline of a tiny animal. The walls of the hallway were covered in crayon drawings. Obviously, Caleb's child. The leak I patched years ago caused water damage to a corner of the ceiling. Now it's terrible. I looked in the restrooms. Mold. Black stains are appearing on the tiles and behind the toilet. Something I didn't want to name was clogging the bathtub drain. Hannah's previous room was a complete mess. Half-burned candles, broken jewelry, empty cups, piles of clothing, and notebooks with scrawls concerning energy fields. Nothing was touched by me. The house was littered with boxes, bags, toys, shoes, and wrappers belonging to Caleb and Rachel. They had a cleaning crew and handled the property like a hotel room. There was only one thought on my mind as I stood in the corridor and observed everything. It wasn't a house. This was a sinking ship that had been fixed with excuses and duct tape. But suddenly my ship was sinking. For the remainder of the day, I took pictures, made notes, and made plans. It wouldn't be a little renovation. It would not be inexpensive. I would have it, but it wouldn't be fast. At least 6 figures, months of labor, the most of which I completed. Furthermore, none of these modifications were discretionary. In contrast to every project I worked on as a child. The house was collapsing. They allowed it to occur. I have to recreate it now. Not for them, not for nostalgia, not for control, not for ownership, not for a future free from catastrophe. I began the renovation as soon as the mortgage was paid off and the paperwork was completed. I handled it as if it were a real job site. No patchwork, no shortcuts, and no procrastination. There was more to the house than just repairs. It needed to be completely rebuilt. Deconstruction took up the first 2 weeks. I tore out the sagging kitchen cabinetry, removed damaged baseboards, and tore up old carpet. Beneath it all were shoddy fixes, mold patches, and water damage. Years ago, James had done things that hardly made sense. I continued to work. Dawn until dusk. Caleb did not do anything. On most mornings, by the time I started moving trash to the dumpster, he was already gaming on the sofa. He continued to wear his headset. When I carried tools through the living room, he seemed irritated. Most days, Rachel sat next to him, looking through her phone or commenting on the design of the house as though she were the project manager. Rachel would advise you not to tear down the wall. It closes the area. Or the family needs a warm, softer color scheme in the kitchen. She used the word family, as if she owned the house. Hannah wasn't any better. My room was adjacent to hers. She also complained that the noise interfered with her energy healing sessions each time I used a power tool. I need quiet time to recharge, she would say, waving her hands around as if she were pushing invisible air. The roof was the first significant project. I installed a brand new system, replaced the damaged plywood, and tore off every old shingle. The HVAC system followed. Like a dying engine, the old unit rattled. I installed a more contemporary system with improved zoning and ventilation. James pretended to understand everything as he stood beside me as I worked. With his arms crossed, he once remarked, "I would have done that years ago." It was just a matter of timing. Every time she could, Laura added her voice. "Make sure the kitchen has space for the island, but not too much. Don't obstruct the walkway either." Additionally, Caleb needs room to make snacks. She spoke as if Caleb had really used the kitchen. James felt compelled to criticize everything when I installed the new electrical system. He said, "Those outlets are too high. Caleb will not enjoy stooping." Caleb hadn't left the couch in 4 hours, but he didn't mention that. I began working on the interior as soon as the construction was stable. The entire house has new floors. Nothing cheap, clean lines, thick planks. There was an instant difference. Already, the area appeared cleaner. Rachel trailed me from room to room as though I asked for her opinion. "It should be blue on this wall. Shelving is required for this one. There should be more seats in the living room for everyone." She spoke with assurance as if she were the house's owner. "I'm reconstructing this place," I told her once. "Don't touch the tools, please." She didn't pay attention. The master suite was the largest project. The only place I made just for myself. I installed a reinforced door, a strong lock, insulated the walls, and used premium materials. It wasn't very large, but it was peaceful, tidy, and entirely within my control. It was the only room in the house where nobody else was permitted. To ensure that there were no ambiguities, I posted a single rule for the duration of the remodeling. Maintain the common area's cleanliness. That was it. Just basic respect, no heavy lifting, no chores. They instantly disregarded it. Everywhere he sat, Caleb left cups and food wrappers. Rachel strewn her belongings on tables and counters. Everywhere were Hannah's diaries, candles, and crystals. For whatever they didn't want to put away, James and Laura used the kitchen as a dump zone. They behaved like supervisors rather than offering assistance. "Don't put the island there," Laura advised. "Caleb requires more room in the pantry. Hannah requires a space beside the window for meditation." They didn't inquire about my desires. None admitted that I was the lone one reconstructing the building under their feet. They talked confidently, as if the house still belonged to them and my choices were merely ideas that they could disregard at any time. The entitlement extended beyond remarks. Rachel nodded as I heard Caleb say, "Ethan only owns the house on paper. Mom and Dad won't let him do anything big. He knows better." I had just come back from the hardware shop one afternoon. "He's too gentle to throw anyone out." Later, Hannah gave Rachel her own version. "He doesn't genuinely move us. Yet he presents himself as harsh. He isn't constructed that way." They spoke it casually, as though I hadn't even been mentioned, as though I was weak for not threatening them or blowing up. I listened while standing in the corridor. They continued. Their voices remained high. They thought I wouldn't take any action. I didn't answer. I didn't criticize them. They weren't corrected by me. I simply continued to work. I invested about Math BB S 180 $0 in a home that was regarded by everyone as a vacation rental. And their sense of entitlement became louder every day. I remained silent. They thought it was a sign of weakness. Already, Rachel had been all around the house. However, Laura made the announcement as if it were a community choice on the day she moved her bags in. She'll just stay until the baby comes, she replied, giving Rachel a royal-style slap on the arm. Rachel didn't wait for permission. She entered the house right away, left her bags in the hallway, and made herself at home. As soon as she was settled in, she behaved as though the house was her own. She took her time going through each room, examining everything I had constructed and pointing out things she wanted changed. The following morning, she approached me in the kitchen while I was taking measurements. She calmly said, "The master suite is way too big for one person. You should move your stuff to the basement. It makes more sense for a family to have that space." I didn't respond. I continued to look at my notes, as if she were talking about the weather rather than asking me to leave the one room in the house that I had kept private. Later that afternoon, James pulled me aside in the living room and said, "Son, don't be selfish. They have a child on the way. Rachel needs comfort." He spoke as if this had already been decided, and Laura followed him. She interpreted my silence as hesitation. "The baby needs room," she added. "You'll be fine downstairs." "You're young," she murmured, thinking about the family. I was the one who rebuilt the place, board by board, dollar by dollar, but none of that mattered when they needed something. It was strange to hear them talk about space as if they had paid for any of it. They had let the property to fall apart for years. My tools, which I always kept organized, started to disappear. I would find them in random rooms, outside on the porch, or shoved into drawers where they didn't belong. Rachel claimed to have borrowed them for a project, but she never specified what it was. Groceries no longer lasted 2 days. The pressure didn't stop there. I would stock the refrigerator in the morning, and by the end of the night, half of the food was gone. Rachel helped herself to everything else, citing pregnancy cravings as an excuse. Hannah went through my snacks because spiritual healers require clean energy sources. And Caleb ate most of it without thinking, grabbing whatever he wanted while yelling at his game. Laundry wasn't safe either. Every time I left clothes in the washer, Hannah would take them out in the middle of the cycle, and toss them on the floor so she could wash her delicate items. She pretended that I was to blame for not keeping an eye on the machine. Every day felt more constrained and smaller because no matter what I did, someone would find a way to cross my boundaries. I grew accustomed to opening drawers and discovering that my belongings were missing, to food vanishing more quickly than I could replenish it, and to Rachel giving commands as if she owned the property. However, the master suite was the one area where I drew boundaries and prevented chaos because it was my room. I built it, paid for it, and intended for it to remain unaltered. The lock was there for a reason, and no one was permitted inside. One night, after working a 14-hour shift on a commercial job site, I returned home exhausted, my hands sore, my clothes covered in drywall dust, and all I wanted was a shower and a good night's sleep. I headed down the hall to my suite, prepared to close the door and unplug. Before I got there, I heard laughter coming from inside, not just any laughter, but relaxed, comfortable, settled laughter, Rachel's voice, Caleb's voice, and the sound of the TV playing something loud. I stopped, looked at the door, and tried the key, but it didn't turn. I tried again, but it didn't. They had changed the lock, and I could tell they hadn't done it carefully either. My hand lingered on the doorknob for a few seconds as the noise inside persisted. Rachel discussing paint colors, Caleb making jokes about taking the large room, and the sound of someone unpacking bags but they hadn't asked. The hardware was scuffed, and the frame had new marks, as if Caleb had muscled it and said it was good enough. "Don't make this dramatic," Laura replied, appearing behind me in the hallway as if she had been waiting. "It's our house," she continued, adding that they hadn't even pretended to respect the one limit I had established. "Rachel requires the room." She didn't sound sorry. "You'll understand when you're a parent." They all pretended that switching my lock out and taking my private room was normal, and it was irritated, as if I was being unreasonable for wanting access to my own room. James showed up a moment later and nodded at her words, and Hannah peeked from the end of the hall, grinning as if she had foreseen this very situation. I looked at the door again, not because I was unsure, but because something inside me moved cleanly and quietly, and I didn't raise my voice or shake my hands. There was no point in arguing. It would only reinforce their sense that the house still belonged to them. After Laura informed me that it was their house and Rachel needed the space, I didn't say anything when I left the hallway that night. I also didn't sleep. Instead, I stayed in my truck for a while, letting the engine idle while I stared through the windshield. My chest didn't tighten. Instead, I just fell silent, not the kind of silence that comes from exhaustion, but the kind that comes right before a decision, a final one. After a while, I went inside to take a shower and change into clean clothes. I went to the master suite to check if anyone had changed their mind, but they hadn't. Instead, all of my belongings and personal belongings that I had kept ordered in that room were thrown in the corridor like trash. My work clothes were strewn all over the carpet. My toolbox was open with half of the outlets missing. My PC case had a dent in the side panel. And my safe, which was so heavy that no one should have touched it, was sitting crookedly against the wall with scratches all over the top, obviously dragged out. When I stood there staring at the mess, I no longer felt shocked, angry, or incredulous because they had already broken the lock on my room. So this was just the next step. The door to the master suite opened, and Caleb came out wearing my robe, stretching and drinking from my cup as if he had just woken up from the best sleep of his life, and he grinned at me. "Calm down, man," he said. "Mom and Dad said it's their house. Couch won't kill you," as if I was being dramatic about wanting access to the room I built and paid for. Instead of responding, I simply moved past my disorganized belongings, entered my former room, picked up a duffel bag, and packed the essentials. James called after me once, asking where I was going, but I didn't answer. I left the house without telling anyone, leaving only a few clothes, documents, and small necessities. I took pictures of everything before I left, including every mess, broken item, and infraction, not for nostalgia, but for proof. Then I called my lawyer and explained everything: the lock change, the property damage, the takeover of the master suite, the displacement, the ongoing disruptions, and he didn't hesitate. "We'll move forward immediately," he said. I drove directly to a hotel on the opposite side of town, paid for a week in advance, and sat on the bed with my phone in my hand. For the first time in a long time, things felt easy. 2 days later, the paperwork began to move, and I returned on a Thursday night with everything my lawyer could do quickly, not the actual eviction, but the first step that made it inevitable. You have full ownership and a signed lease agreement with your parents, and they have broken it. As I walked in without knocking, I saw them at the dinner table, laughing as if nothing had happened, with Rachel eating like she owned the kitchen, Laura pouring drinks, James carving something, Hannah scrolling while she chewed, and Caleb talking loudly about some online tournament. Laura forced a smile, not out of guilt, but out of surprise. "Ethan, sweetheart, grab a plate." I placed an envelope with a notice of termination in front of James and Laura. James quickly glanced at it before slamming it down. "You're evicting your own parents? Are you insane?" I put more papers on the table before the yelling got out of control. One in front of Caleb, one in front of Rachel, one in front of Hannah. Notices to vacate. Unauthorized occupancy. Caleb stood so quickly that his chair scraped. "You're kidding." Rachel's face pinched. "I'm pregnant." "You can't do this." Hannah yelled. "You have no soul." Laura began with the same line she always used to regain control. "This is our home." Caleb stepped toward me, saying, "We're not leaving." "Then you'll explain that to a judge." I walked out as the yelling chased me to the door. "You changed my lock. You dumped my property in the hallway. You damaged my things. You violated the agreement." This isn't a debate. It's notice. They treated the papers like a tantrum, something they could ignore until I got tired and folded. My lawyer filed, and after a court date, another step, and the ruling, they showed up acting offended as though the whole thing was a misunderstanding and I was just being dramatic over a room. They tried guilt, which is why they didn't leave for the next few weeks. They tried crying, they tried getting angry, but it didn't matter. The judge reviewed the deed, the signed agreement, the pictures, the lock change, the property damage, and then it was easy. The judge granted the judgment. The writs were issued. The day was set. The sheriff arrived on the appointed day, not as a surprise or a threat, and he posted the notice. It was instant chaos inside the house after he explained the timeline and gave them the last window to move what they could. In any case, Laura screamed loud enough for the neighbors to hear. James quarreled like he could change the volume on paperwork. Hannah packed things into bags and grumbled about energy. And Rachel paced the yard while talking on the phone, telling anyone who would listen that I had ruined her future. I stood by my truck, not gloating, just watching the process happen, and Caleb came out to me, crying for real now, his voice breaking. "Please, man," he said. "Please don't do this." Caleb stomped around, grabbing electronics first, as if priorities were a joke. None of them packed like people who thought consequences were real. My parents are currently somewhat homeless. Rachel is under a lot of stress. Everything is wrong up with the baby. We have nowhere to go. I whispered to Caleb, "Try getting a job." He broke down in tears as if the floor had fallen out from under him. "You can't leave us like this." I cried, feeling nothing sharp anymore. The sheriff completed his task, the locks were changed, the house was quiet. I cleaned up what needed to be cleaned. I called a realtor, and within weeks I had an offer that I couldn't turn down. The closing took longer, but when it cleared, it was much more than I'd put into it. I walked past him without saying anything more. After the last payment cleared, I sat in my truck and went through the list of people I had spent the better part of my life trying to please: James, Laura, Hannah, Caleb, Rachel, and so on. One by one, I blocked them. Just before the last block, James texted me one last time, saying, "Son, come home. We can fix this." That was it. If you like this video, please hit the subscribe button. Thanks to it, the channel is able to provide you with more and better stories. Abandoned at 18 with note, figure it out. 12 years later, I'm a success. My parents broke in to demand money. I filed a permanent restraining order. At 18, I returned to an empty house and a note on the kitchen counter. This was the cruelest thing I've read. It stated, "You'll figure it out." I didn't know what went wrong. I assumed they were tired of pretending to adore me. Actually, they never pretended. I cooked a birthday cake for my mom alone at 14 and she called it clumpy. I helped my brother Grayson with finals at 16. He called me a know-it-all and slammed his door. After my dad stated I was useless, I was shouted at when I told him I surrendered my entire earnings to him to pay expenses at 17. Though valuable, I was never liked. My parents and brother, my only family, moved 2 states without telling me. I learned from the landlord 10 days later. I had 10 days to leave since they canceled the lease early. I stayed at a friend's house for 4 nights until running out of options. I ended myself sleeping at the rear of a storage unit I rented with my last savings. I snuck into the YMCA and showered, eating peanut butter with a spoon for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I pretended everything was fine while applying for jobs on free library computers. I obtained a night shift diner serving job. The management was tough yet fair. I received cash under the table till I had an ID. One time, she let me nap in the break room when I was exhausted. I fought through it. Purchased a prepaid phone, recorded all receipts, and followed free finance and goal-setting YouTube videos. The first year was hard, but I survived. The tipping point was when a cafe regular gave me a temp job cleaning office files. It tripled my serving pay. "Yes," I said. Job after job followed. I arrived early, learnt quickly, and asked questions. At 23, I freelanced full-time. I founded a consultancy firm at 26 with a folding table and borrowed laptop. I had 6 contractors, my own office, and clients like companies I dreamed about by 28. By 30, I was a real billionaire with a retirement account, no debt, paid-off apartment, and affordable health insurance. The first time my bank app crossed 7 figures, I cried. No one from my family reached out during those difficult years. My brother appeared in a suggested friends list. He married and lives in the state they disappeared to. I watched the TV for a long time, wondering whether he told his wife about me, if I ran away, or nothing. I sometimes wonder whether hating them would have been easier. Truthfully, it was never hate. Heartbreak. Now I go to treatment to keep unbroken. I have a list of coworkers, classmates, and strangers who saved me without having to, showing me actual support. A podcast interview I recorded about surviving family estrangement went viral last week. It got 2 million views in 5 days. I received support, thanks, and strangers telling me I understood their sorrow in my inbox. Then, one email stood out. My mother wrote, "You're still our daughter." Just a statement about hearing my perspective and possibly talking. No apology. My brother sent another message. "We miss you. Can we fix this?" After staring at the screen, I closed the laptop. I contemplated whether mending involves looking back or moving forward. I delayed responding. Time was needed to process. Reagan, my therapist, advised me to wait a week before deciding. Give yourself space to feel whatever comes up, she advised us. No haste to answer. So I did. Work, gym, dinner with friends, normal stuff. Those emails tormented me. I kept opening, reading, and closing them. My mother's reply was chilly and clinical, like a distant friend. Though shorter, my brother's felt more genuine. I kept thinking about them. I replied to my brother first after 12 days. Just something basic. I wrote, "It's been 12 years. What changed?" And sent before thinking. He replied within an hour. His realization of their actions came via the podcast. He said he was 16 when they left me, that he didn't have a choice, that he'd always wondered about me, that he'd looked me up online a few times but never had the confidence to reach out, and that seeing me succeed made him proud. Not fully bought. Why wait till I was famous if he was worried? I asked him that exactly. His following email was lengthier. He admitted they were broke, my parents' business had failed, his wife was pregnant with their second kid, and medical bills were mounting. My stomach sank. The reason was there. Another week passed before I replied. My mom wrote a follow-up email with old family photos of me as a newborn, us at the beach when I was 6 or 7, and Grayson and me constructing a snowman. Happy times that felt like they belonged to someone else's life. Her email concluded, "We made mistakes. We want to make amends." Reagan saw the emails in our following session. She reminded me that I was in control, could set boundaries, and didn't owe them anything, but she also suggested that closure, whether reconciliation, or a final goodbye, might help me go forward. Although I nodded, I was conflicted. Almost wanted to tell them to go to hell. A portion of me wanted to know why they left me, and a tiny idiotic portion wanted them to love me. I met my brother initially, without parents. We planned to meet in a Chicago coffee shop midway between our homes. After flying in that morning, I checked into a hotel to calm down. I almost canceled 3 times, but at 2 p.m., he was readily visible as I entered that coffee shop. Though older, heavier, and with a receding hairline, his eyes were the same. He stood awkwardly and uncertainly when he spotted me. I didn't embrace. We sat across from each other with coffees like strangers. The first 25 minutes hurt. Discussion on the weather, my flight, and his driving. Then he apologized. "Caroline, I'm sorry." Grayson sputtered. "I was just a kid when it happened. I didn't know they were planning to leave you behind until it was too late. I was too scared to stand up to them." I won. I listened, scanning his face for dishonesty. He seemed serious, but I'd been duped. I asked him my 1-2-year-old query. Why me? Why was I left behind? He stared down at his coffee. "They always saw you as the strong one, the independent one, the one who would be fine on your own. They believed you didn't need them as much as me. They convinced themselves you'd be better without them." I'd never heard something so ludicrous. I told him about the storage unit, eating peanut butter for weeks, showering at the YMCA, and working night shifts at 18. His face fell. "I didn't know," he muttered. "They told me you had a plan, that you wanted to stay behind, that you were going to live with a friend's family, that you'd chosen to separate from us." All lies. After our conversation, I wasn't sure what to think. He seemed sorry. He showed me images of his wife and children, told me about his accounting profession, asked about my business, and didn't ask for money, which shocked me. He hugged me goodbye. I allowed him but didn't hug. I stood with my arms at my sides, feeling nothing. Dialing Reagan from my hotel, I told her everything. She noted that my brother seemed apologetic but still saw himself as a victim rather than accepting responsibility for my abandonment. She was right. Aged 16, not 5. Old enough to call, email, and check on me in 12 years. Mom called us that night. Grayson must have given her my number since I didn't. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity won. Her voice was raspier and older. I said hi and she cried. She told me how proud she was, how she knew I'd achieve, and how wonderful I was. After letting her talk herself out, I asked her my brother's question. Why me? She replied differently. We were in debt, Caroline. We couldn't afford 3 mouths to feed. We knew you were smart enough to make it on your own. We figured you'd go to social services and get placed with a better family. We thought we were doing you a favor. I hung up, blocked her number, hurled my phone across the room, and screamed into a pillow. Dad emailed me the next morning. First contact in 12 years. He didn't say sorry. Instead, He wrote of their struggles, medical costs, failing enterprises, Grayson's wife's surgery, and eviction. Finally, he asked whether I could aid the family. No questions about my life, no acknowledgement of their actions. Reagan phoned me right away after I sent her the email with the subject line, and there it is. We chatted for an hour about boundaries, forgiveness versus reconciliation, assisting against enabling, and what I wanted versus what I believed I should desire. My decision came Monday morning. I contacted my brother, saying I enjoyed meeting him. I understood he was in a difficult position when we were younger and was willing to have a relationship with him and his family, but with clear boundaries. No money, no loans, no financial support, and no relationship with our parents until they took full responsibility for their actions. His response was swift and telling. "Really disappointed, Caroline?" He wrote. "Our parents really need help. Family should support each other. You're being selfish with your success." All my childhood guilt buttons popped at once. I remained silent. I booked a Reagan appointment and Bali trip instead. To process, I needed space. Grayson apologized for his email in a voicemail 4 days later. He stated he understood my stance, wanted a relationship on my terms, and would respect my boundaries. I listened to it twice to see if he was sincere or just switching tactics. I gave him another chance but went to Bali with my guard up. 2 weeks on the beach, rice, field, hikes, and meditation. I needed separation. My dad sent 7 more urgent emails when I returned. Subject lines were all I read. Grayson texted me to talk again. I only consented to a call. The call began well. Again, he apologized for pressing. "I've been thinking a lot about what you told me." Stated. "I'm in therapy now." 2. I agreed. His tone was less defensive. Normal conversation regarding his kids and my business. He announced that our parents will visit him next weekend. I was asked to meet them for an hour in public. My chest tightened. "I'm not ready for that, Grayson." He pushed but stopped when I stopped. After hanging up, I called Reagan. We held an emergency session that night. She made me realize I feared seeing them. I still needed their acceptance, love, and to be enough, not because I disliked them. It was sad yet true. I cried in her office for an hour. Grayson texted again the next day. He said our mom cried all night after I said I wouldn't meet them. He said our dad was considering driving to my city. I panicked. Blocked Grayson's number immediately. I called my assistant to say I was working from home all week. Ordered grocery delivery. I hid in my apartment like a scared child. The doorman called Wednesday to report a couple seeking me. Their names were withheld. I knew instantly. Not admitting visitors, I told him. An unknown caller called 5 minutes later. Leave it on voicemail. My dad. "Caroline, we drove 9 hours to see you." He raged. "You're being childish. We deserve a chance to explain." I erased the message and switched off my phone. A knock on my door awakened me up Thursday morning. I froze in bed, beating heart. Peeped through. It was them. My folks acting like they belonged in my hallway. My mother called, "Caroline, please." Through the door. "We just want to talk to you." "We know you're in there," he said. "We love you." "We're sorry." I didn't enter. Shaking, I sat on the floor with my back to the wall. Later, they left. I rang building security immediately. They were told not to let them up again. The guard inquired if I needed police, sounding worried. Reagan was called after I said, "No, just don't let them up." She gave me a sandwich and sat with me as I cried during her lunch break. Told me I could set limits. I didn't owe them a meeting. And their behavior was harassment, not reconciliation. Grayson emailed me after she departed. He was mad. He said I disgraced our parents. They said they were sleeping in a cheap motel they couldn't afford because they needed to see me. He hoped I could help his wife with surgery next month. Said I was mean. I remained silent. Friday morning, I decided to leave town. Flying to Portland to visit my friend Rachel. She helped me while I was homeless. Let me sleep on her couch for a week when I was homeless. I trusted her entirely. My phone rang when I was packing clothing. Unknown number again. I disregarded. 10 minutes later, my doorman called. They reported a woman downstairs with a medical condition. She requested my name. Identified as mother. Felt nauseous. I wouldn't come down, but told him to call an ambulance if she needed aid. He sounded uneasy but consented. After packing, I went downstairs an hour later. Carefully checked the lobby before entering. They're missing. I felt relieved and oddly guilty. The doorman looked odd as I passed. He told me the woman experienced chest pains and was brought to Memorial Hospital by ambulance. I nodded and ran to my Uber. Grayson called again at the airport. Something compelled me to answer. Mom had a heart attack, he sobbed. She's in surgery. This is your fault for stressing her out. I disconnected and phoned Reagan. She replied instantly. I told her what occurred and asked whether I was bad. Caroline. Listen. She insisted. You are not responsible for your mother's health. This feels like another manipulation tactic. Get on your plane and take care of yourself. I did. Over the weekend, I saw Rachel. Told her everything. She remembered my family's abandonment. Reminded myself of my brokenness. She was upset for me. They don't deserve a minute of your time, she continued, pouring me more wine. Not after what they did to you. Having someone supportive felt good. Dad sent me an email Sunday night. Mom was steady. She'll be freed Tuesday after a stent. The email said, she's asking for you. Don't you think you've punished us enough? I showed Rachel. Her eyeballs were rolling so hard I believed they'd get stuck. She said this was typical guilt tripping. Though she was right, I felt responsible. After flying home Monday, roses were outside my apartment door. The card read, please call us. We're staying at the Holiday Inn until Wednesday. No apology or boundaries. Threw the flowers down the trash chute. A stranger texted me Tuesday morning. The photo showed my pale, little mother in a hospital bed. The note stated she may not live long. Do you really want to live with this regret? I put down Reagan. She advised me to change my number, take a break from social media, and possibly stay with a friend. I concurred. I called my assistant to say I'd work remotely for 2 weeks. Packed another bag. Before I left, my doorman called again. A young woman downstairs requested me, he replied. She claimed to be my sister-in-law and had a child. Felt trapped. These folks persisted. Send her up, doorman. I faced this head on. A tired woman knocked on my door. The toddler was napping on her shoulder and she had dark bags under her eyes. I'm Aurora, she whispered. Grayson's wife. I came alone because I wanted to talk to you without family drama. She came in grudgingly, and I gave her water. She accepted gladly. Aurora covered her sleeping kid with a blanket on my couch. Then she chatted at my kitchen table. I only learned about you 4 years ago, she said. Grayson told me you ran away at 18 and cut contact with the family. I always thought it was strange, but never pushed. Hearing your podcast was a shock. I confronted him, and he finally admitted the truth. Unsure of what to believe, I listened. Aurora seemed genuine. It's horrifying what they did to you, she said. I insisted Grayson reach out. But I had no idea they were going to ask you for money. I'm embarrassed and angry about that. Yes, I do need surgery for a thyroid condition, but we have insurance. Your parents are the ones in financial trouble, not us. I asked her why she came. She stared me in the eye. You deserve to know the whole truth. Stated, your parents have been telling everyone you abandoned the family, that you were mentally unstable, and that you stole money from them before disappearing, that they spent years looking for you. All lies to cover what they'd done. It felt like a punch. How do you know this is true? She showed me old Facebook posts on her phone. Mom requesting prayers to find her problematic daughter. Dad says I stole their savings before fleeing. Posts about hiring private detectives and inspecting homeless shelters, designed to appear like victims. All were years after they left me. Aurora apologized for unwittingly participating. She mentioned confronting my parents. She said they told her everything when she threatened to notify the family. Her lies were unraveling, and my podcast had listeners asking questions they couldn't answer, making them desperate. Then her adorable, curly-haired kid woke up. This is Clara. Aurora whispered. She's 3. I have another daughter on the way. I want my children to know their aunt, but only if you want that. 2. No pressure, no guilt. Just an open door if you ever choose to walk through it. I spent hours processing in my flat after they went. I contacted Reagan again and repeated Aurora's words. Nothing surprised her. Abusers often control the narrative, she said. They create alternate realities where they're victims. She asked my next move. I had no idea. Dad sent another email that night. This was different, angry and frightening. He threatened to sue me for defamation if I lied about them online. He claimed they had proof I stole from them. He threatened to go to the media if I didn't remove the podcast and apologize. He said they wanted money for reputation damage. Reagan, then my lawyer, Asher, received it. He phoned me immediately. This is empty, threatening, he said. Truth is an absolute defense against defamation. Save everything, but don't respond. I'll handle it if they actually file anything, which I doubt they will. People who are actually going to sue don't usually announce it first. Grayson called me the next day. Leave it on voicemail. He sounded scared. Caroline, Aurora told me she visited you. Our parents are furious. They're saying terrible things about her now, too. I'm scared they're going to try something desperate. Please call me back on Aurora's phone, not mine. No longer sure what to trust. I rang Asher again. He proposed meeting Grayson and Aurora in public with him as my lawyer to hear them out. I agreed grudgingly. The next day, we met at a restaurant near Asher's office. They arrived on time. Worried and weary, they looked dreadful. Aurora tried to cover her arm bruising. Grayson couldn't look. I'm Asher, Caroline's attorney, he stated as we sat down, making Grayson shudder. Once we sat down and got coffee, they started talking. The story was worse than expected. My parents lived off Grayson for years, moving in and out, collecting emergency funds, and minding his kids while criticizing his parenting. Aurora challenged them about me, and my dad grabbed her arm hard enough to leave marks. Grayson expelled them. They were staying in a motel, calling frequently, and visiting his business. Listening without interrupting, I saw my brother cry as he detailed how our parents had controlled him his whole life. I left them when they convinced him. How he'd been too fearful to challenge their version of events, locked in their manipulation and lies for 12 years, and afraid they'd hurt Aurora or the kids. Asher carefully probed about financial issues, house titles, bank accounts, and whether my parents had keys. Grayson addressed everything. He claimed they co-signed his mortgage. He said his college bank account still had his dad. Said they had spare keys. He said they had all his passwords. Asher took notes, occasionally looking at me. After the meeting, I felt exhausted but clearer. It wasn't about me anymore. Grayson and Aurora also suffered. Not me. But trapped. Asher advised interviewing their own attorney. He gave them a colleague's card and ordered them to change their locks, passwords, and bank accounts immediately. Nodding, they seemed grateful but overwhelmed. We left with Grayson hugging me. Now I hugged him. Though not forgiveness yet, it was something. I realized we'd both been hurt by the same folks. Maybe we could heal each other. My folks sent me more erratic SMS that night. Threats, accusations, and shame. I blocked all. So I phoned Aurora. I inquired about safety. Yes, she said. They changed the locks and stayed with friends the night before. Investigating a restraining order. I was relieved but scared. The next morning, my phone rang. Aurora hysterical. They broke into our house, she wailed. They took Clara's baby photographs, critical documents, and Grayson's laptop. I encouraged her to call the police immediately because they wrote, "Family matters should stay in the family." Promised to meet at their residence. On my way, I called Asher. A police car was outside their house when I arrived. Officers took statements in the living room. It was messy, drawers out. Papers everywhere. Grayson sat on the couch. Head in hands. Aurora pointed out missing things to the officer. I offered assistance as family. The police doubted grandparents would break in. "Are you sure they didn't just use a key?" said. "Maybe this is a misunderstanding." Aurora showed him her damaged arm and informed him about the increasingly aggressive conduct, threats, and harassment. Despite taking notes, he wasn't convinced. Said it would be hard to show who did this without evidence. After the police departed, we cleaned up. The spare car key, photo albums, and bank paperwork were found missing. Grayson looked downcast, saying, "This is my fault. I should have protected my family better. Should have stood up to them years ago. Should have looked for you harder." I said without arguing. We were past that. Asher arrived as we finished. He peered around gloomily. Said this changed things, we needed to document everything. Breaking in was a serious felony. That we should all stay elsewhere for a few days. He promised to assist us get emergency restraining orders in the morning. We nodded. Too tired to argue. Aurora packed luggage for them as Grayson and I secured the house, changed locks again, examined windows, and discussed security cameras. Taking measures against our parents was bizarre but vital. They crossed an irreversible line. Grayson received a dad text as we left. Just, "We're watching you. We are watching you." Shaking hands, he showed me. I emailed Asher a screenshot. I decided to tell them to stay with me. My building had security, cameras, and a doorman who knew not to let our parents in. They graciously accepted. The four of us ate takeout in my living room that night. Aurora brought Clara toys. We silently discussed future actions, restraining orders, police reports, changing phone numbers and email addresses, possibly moving, and long-term protection. Sitting there with my brother who'd abandoned me, his wife who'd believed lies about me, and their innocent daughter was not the family reunion I'd imagined. However, it seemed right, like we were finally facing the reality. We might be able to rebuild from our parents' mistakes. Asher called the next morning to say he'd filed emergency restraining orders for us. Said we have to go to court next week to make them permanent. I reported the break-in to a detective I knew who took it more seriously than the responding officers, he said. He advised us to stay together until this was handled. I concurred. I called my assistant to say I'd work from home indefinitely, due to family issues. She accommodated my schedule. Grayson, who needed to work remotely, had a workspace in my guest room. Aurora and Clara built pillow forts and watched cartoons in my living room. I felt odd having others around. I was single for years. I liked my peaceful routines, clean counters, and empty sink. However, the cacophony was reassuring. Explain Clara's giggling, Aurora's peaceful humming while folding laundry, and Grayson's typing from the other room. It felt familial. Possibly the family we could become, not the one that abandoned me. That afternoon, my doorman called to report a floral delivery. Check the card before sending them up, I instructed him. He read it to me. We know where you all are. This isn't over. I urged him to deny delivery and notify the police if they weren't returned. I phoned Asher again. He stated he'd add this to our case file, enhance our restraining order request, and we were doing everything properly. I didn't tell Aurora or Grayson about the flowers. Their stress was enough. Instead, I got additional groceries, made dinner for everyone, played with Clara, and tried to normalize this unusual scenario. After everyone was asleep, I sat alone in my kitchen and felt everything. Fear, rage, grief, odd hope. I sobbed into a dish towel to stay quiet. Aurora checked in on me while I made coffee in the morning. I lied. She didn't believe me when I said yes. She sat at the counter. It's okay not to be okay, Caroline, she added kindly. I'm not either. Grayson cries in the shower where he thinks no one can hear. Clara continuously asking when we can go home. This whole situation is terrible, but I'm grateful we're facing it together. I gazed at this stranger who was now in my life. I questioned her why she'd come to me that first day and trusted me over her longtime family. Sadly, she smiled. I've always felt something was off about your parents, about the stories they told, about the way they controlled Grayson. Podcast reinforced my doubts. I couldn't teach my daughters that abandoning a child was ever okay. That was our first hug. It was awkward yet sincere, like a start. Not friendship yet, but understanding, solidarity, and a shared desire to eliminate the mistreatment that had hurt us all. The following days were routine. Working, cooking, playing with Clara, and checking on Asher. We lived in a bizarre limbo of household routine and tension, startled at unexpected noises, and flinching when phones called. We were protected but not at peace, together but healing, family but yet discovering what that meant. Friday, Asher called with news. Detectives uncovered evidence. Security footage from a gas station near Grayson's house showed our parents' car parked during the break-in. The restraining order hearing was Monday. He believed we'd pass. We were relieved but worried for the next escalation. A brick hit Grayson's parking garage window that night. A noteless moment. Nobody needs one. The message was plain. The building surveillance footage showed a baseball cap wearing man facing away from cameras. Though we couldn't verify it was Dad. We knew. We added another police report to our case. We tried to hide our fear from Clara. We discussed court attire, testimony, and how to explain our family history without sounding nuts Sunday night. We needed the judge to grasp the escalation trend to protect ourselves legally and physically. It was weird to talk about our parents like strangers, dangerous strangers with our DNA. Mother's email notice rang my phone as we talked. Subject: last chance. I almost erased it, but something drove me to read it. Short and simple. If you go to court tomorrow, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I presented it to dinner guest Asher. He saved a screenshot to our file and urged me not to respond. He said such a threat would benefit us. None of us slept well that night. I checked my locks and listened for noises, wondering what my parents would do. I pondered if we were overreacting or underreacting, and how I went from abandoned teenager to successful businesswoman to hiding in my apartment from my parents. Monday morning was oddly tranquil. We dressed well, business casual, respectful, and trustworthy. Aurora had a friend watch Clara. We drove to the courthouse separately in case and met Asher on the steps. He carried a briefcase confidently. He said he'd handled dozens of cases like this, the evidence was strong, and judges took threats seriously. As we entered the courthouse, I saw them. My parents stood near the entryway, older and smaller than I remembered. My mother approached me first. Dad held her arm and back. They watched us pass without speaking or approaching, staring with fury and even dread. We entered the building past them, checked in at security, followed Asher to the right courtroom, and waited on a bench for our case. Behind us, my parents entered. I could feel them on the other side of the room and nearly hear their whispers, but I didn't turn. I focused on breathing and looked forward. Judge called our case. We stepped ahead and took our seats. Asher carefully presented our evidence. The break-in, threatening texts, flowers, brick, email, and desertion and manipulation history. The judge patiently listened, asked clarifying questions, and watched our parents with growing concern. When their turn came, my parents approached the bench. No lawyer, just them. My dad originally said we were exaggerating, that they were trying to reconnect with relatives, that they'd never broken the law, and that they loved us, and wanted to make right. He said it was a miscommunication exaggerated. A judge inquired about security footage and threatening messages. My dad disputed everything, stated the footage wasn't them, and said their texts were misunderstood. He stated they suffered, not us. Mom nodded and wiped her eyes with a tissue. The judge specifically asked about leaving me at 18. My dad hesitated and talked about troublesome kids, tough decisions, and doing what was best. The judge interrupted him and asked, "Did you leave your minor child alone and move to another state?" My dad looked down and murmured about money. The judge grew stern. The judge issued our 3-year restraining orders. No contact, no accessing our homes or workplaces, and no third-party messages after hearing all sides. Any infraction warrants immediate arrest. My folks were in disbelief and had never seen penalties. My mom only called me once as we left court. Softly. Continued walking. Not looking back. I felt weight lift with each step. Not yet healed, but beginning. The first actual line with major ramifications. All our hands were shaken outside by Asher. He said we did well, the directives were strong, and to call him immediately, if there were infractions. We thanked him, disoriented but relieved like natural disaster survivors blinking in the sun. On courthouse steps, Grayson hugged me. This time, actual hug. "I'm sorry, Caroline," he choked. "For everything. For not protecting you then, for not finding you sooner, for believing their lies, and for bringing this chaos back into your life." I held him back and assured him we would be okay. Find one other. And build something better. As we headed to our automobiles, my phone buzzed with an unknown text. I was almost hesitant to check, but I felt a chill. Clara played in her friend's backyard without knowing she was being monitored. I instantly showed Grayson the 4 words below it, "This isn't over yet." His face blanched. Aurora, on her way to pick up Clara, was phoned. I requested they meet at my flat. My hands were shaking so much I couldn't hold the phone when I called Asher from the car. He urged me to send him the SMS and drive home. He promised to call the cops and meet us. He claimed this violated the restraining order and advised me to keep calm but alert. The return drive felt endless. I kept checking my mirrors, fearing my folks were following. I breathed for a while in my car after pulling into my building's garage, attempting to calm down before meeting Grayson and Aurora. They needed my strength now. They were in my apartment. Aurora held Clara like she could vanish. Poor kid looks bewildered and afraid. Grayson paces, rubbing his hair. I displayed the text. Aurora cried, saying they'd watched her baby and she'd never forgive herself if Clara died. Grayson hugged them both, seeming more resolute than ever. Asher arrived 20 minutes later with 2 cops. They reviewed the text and called after our statements. They'd send a patrol car to the friend's place to investigate, trace the number, and enhance patrols surrounding my building, all the correct things. But I could tell they didn't understand how dangerous, unpredictable, and desperate my parents were. After the police left, we discussed future actions in my living room. Aurora recommended a hotel with different names. Grayson suggested driving to his cousin's residence several states away. Sitting. I got angry by the minute. This was nonsense. We followed the law and secured our restraining orders, yet they still terrorized us and controlled our lives through fear. I stood up fast. I'm done running, I said. Done hiding, done letting them dictate how I live my life. They've already stolen my childhood, I'm not giving them my adulthood, too. Grayson thought I was insane. What are you planning to do? I didn't know, but we couldn't continue. We alternated watching, while others slept that night. My first shift was spent watching the street from my living room window with the lights off. At 2 a.m., I saw my dad's old Buick. It circled the block 3 times before parking across that street. I woke Grayson after taking phone photos. We watched our dad stare at my building from his car. He was only observing and waiting, not violating the restraining order. In the morning, I sent Asher the images. He stated it was worrying but not a violation because my dad stayed in his car away from the building. He said to document everything and spoke to the detective again. The call ended in frustration. The law had constraints. Restraining orders were paper. They couldn't halt a determined attacker. Aurora and Grayson agreed to take Clara to a secure hotel with interior corridors for a few days. I helped them pack, hugged them goodbye, and promised to check in every few hours. After they went, I sat in my empty apartment feeling strangely tranquil, like I'd reached a conclusion and couldn't keep living in limbo. I called Reagan, told her everything, and requested her advice. A moment of silence. That question hit me hard. What do you actually want from your parents? Not what I didn't want, or was afraid of, but what I actively wanted. I hadn't considered it that way. I wrote a list after hanging up. I wanted to live fearlessly, establish a relationship with my brother and his family, stop feeling guilty for my parents' behavior, and forget the past. Not on that list was reconciliation with my parents. Forgiveness was absent. Nobody understood why they did what they did. I desired freedom from them. What I did that afternoon was wild. I emailed parents. Just a note. I know you're watching my building. I know you're not going to stop, so let's talk one last time. Tomorrow, noon. The coffee shop on 8th Street. Just me. No police, no lawyers. After that, you leave us all alone forever. I sent before reconsidering. Aurora and Grayson weren't told. Kept Asher and Reagan from knowing. I have to do this for myself. I wasn't stupid enough to expect my parents would become rational, but I had to face them. Peaceful expression needed. I needed to break this cycle forever. In minutes, my dad said, "We will be there." No threats, no guilt trips. I spent the rest of the day mentally preparing what I wanted to say, what I needed them to hear, and what boundaries I needed to set. Making a decision lightened my burden, and I slept comfortably that night. I dressed well the next morning to feel powerful and confident, not to impress them. Uber brought me to the coffee shop 15 minutes early. I chose a rear corner table with a view of the door but not from outside. Despite not wanting coffee, I waited calmly while ordering one. They arrived exactly at noon, older and exhausted than in court. Mom saw me first and nudged Dad. After walking slowly like a wild animal about to bolt, they sat across from me without saying. We looked at each other for a long time, these strangers who were my parents and had influenced me in ways they'd never comprehend. First, I spoke. I didn't call this meeting to reconcile or to give you money, or to hear excuses. I called it to make you understand one thing. It's over. You've lost. Not just the court case. You've lost me, lost Grayson, lost your grandchildren, and lost any chance at being part of our lives. And if you can't accept that, if you keep stalking us, threatening us, or trying to force your way back in, I will destroy you. Dad interrupted. I raised my hand. I'm not finished. I showed them screenshots of their threatening texts, Clara's photo, and the emails on my phone. I've sent copies to everyone in your lives, your siblings, your church, your neighbors, your employers, everyone. Not yet, but I will if you contact any of us again. If you come near our homes, or if you so much as mention our names to anyone we knew." My mother cried. "We just want our family back. We made mistakes, but we deserve another chance. We're getting older and don't want to die alone." I lingered on her. "You should have thought about that before abandoning your 8-year-old daughter. Before lying to everyone about what you'd done. Before breaking into Grayson's house. And before threatening your own grandchild. Before breaking in town. Before breaking into Grayson's house." Dad got mad. "You're ungrateful. You've always been difficult. You've turned your brother against us. You owe us for raising you." Actually, I laughed in his face. "Do you really think you're entitled to gratitude for doing the bare minimum as a parent for 18 years before abandoning me completely? Do you think your parenting was so stellar that I should be thanking you for it?" That stumped him. His cheeks was crimson and he sat silent. Though my mother cried, I felt nothing. The icy realization that these people would never change, take responsibility, or be the parents I deserved left me without shame or sympathy. I got up to leave. "This is your last warning. Next time you violate the restraining order, I won't just call the police. I'll make sure everyone you know understands exactly what kind of people you really are. I have the resources to make your lives very difficult if you force my hand. I don't want to do that. But I will, to protect my family, my real family, Grayson, Aurora, Clara, and the people I choose." My mom called. "Do you really hate us that much?" As I left, I turned around. "I don't hate you. I feel nothing for you. You're strangers to me now. And that's your loss. Not mine." After leaving the coffee shop, I felt lighter than in years. I called Grayson from the sidewalk and told him everything. He was initially outraged that I'd met them alone, then worried they'd retaliate, but mostly relieved that someone had finally confronted them. He wished he'd done it years ago with courage. I walked back to my flat, packed a suitcase, and joined Grayson and his family in their hotel for a few days for safety. First-time caller Clara ran to hug me when I arrived. "Auntie Caroline!" Nearly cried. Aurora hugged me. She was proud and hoped I'd find serenity. Grayson squeezed my shoulder without saying anything. We waited for my parents to act, checked our phones constantly, and jumped at unexpected noises for days, but nothing occurred. No calls, texts, emails, or car sightings, just silence. Grayson and Aurora returned home after a week. They changed their locks again, installed security cameras, and started looking at houses in my city to sell. I returned to my apartment, work, and semi-normal life. 1 month, then 2. Not from my parents. Asher checked in often. He stated the detective confirmed their return to their home state. He advised us to remain watchful but continue along with our lives due to the restraining orders. We did slowly. Grayson got a job in my city. Aurora put Clara in preschool. They bought a property 25 minutes from my flat. Every Sunday, we ate dinner. We created new customs and memories, a family based on choice rather than duty. I expected to feel regret, guilt, or resentment about my parents, but I felt relief, like I'd finally let go of a huge weight I'd carried since 18. I finally could think about the future. 7 months after the coffee shop fight, Asher forwarded a letter to hide my address from my mom. I almost didn't read it or threw it away. But curiosity triumphed. It was a couple paragraphs. Instead of explanations or demands, they acknowledged that they'd hurt me terribly, failed as parents, and understood why I didn't want to be around them. They promised counseling and to follow restraining orders. Their goal was that I would accept a proper apology, but they understood if it never happened. It was shown to Grayson. He got a similar letter. Over dinner that night, we discussed its sincerity, whether it changed anything, and whether we could trust them again. Instead of making any decisions, we resolved to take it day by day, prioritize our healing, and protect our growing family. The letter in my desk drawer represents my parents finally recognizing my right to set boundaries, pick who I allow in my life, and define family on my own terms. I keep it there, not because I'm ready to forgive or want reconciliation. Clara celebrated her 5th birthday last week. Grayson and Aurora asked me to plan. It was at my apartment. All around were balloons. I ordered a beautiful bakery cake. Presents heaped up on the coffee table. Clara laughed while jogging in a princess dress. Aurora took pictures as Grayson grilled on my balcony. Friends visited all day. Lots of noise. So much fun. I entered the kitchen alone and watched Grayson swing Clara around while Aurora giggled at a friend's comment through the doorway. My vacant, peaceful flat was now full of life and love. I remembered the message on my kitchen counter 12 years ago. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. And I did. Though not how they intended, I'd always known what family, love, and entitlement should be. Not everything is perfect now. Trust issues, weekly therapy, with Reagan, and abandonment nightmares persist. Still flinch when my doorbell rings suddenly. I'm healing. We all rebuild from our prior brokenness. Something stronger, selected, and real. Some people wonder if I'll reconcile with my parents, let them meet Clara, or forgive them. I don't know the answers. Someday, maybe never. I know this, I'm not defined by what they did to me. What I constructed after, who I became, and the family I created define me. I lost everything at 19 because of my sister's lies. Dad disowned me. 10 years later, the truth came out. Mom begged for a meeting. I said never. Reddit, hello. I never imagined that I would write something like this. However, given what transpired 12 years ago, I suppose all I need to do is share it somewhere that people would genuinely pay attention. One untruth caused my family to completely erase me overnight. And now, at last, the truth was revealed. I'm not here to feel sorry for you. All I want to do is tell you how it all transpired. The night my life ended without my death, I, Hudson, a 9-year-old man, was 19. It was one of those large Saturday dinners with my family. Uncles, cousins, grandparents, the whole family. When everyone in the house was there, my parents enjoyed entertaining. When people were watching, Mom was always in her element, chatting loudly and boasting about how cohesive our family is. My brother and I moved chairs out of the garage as Dad barbecued meat outside. Then there was my adopted sister, Stella. When she was 10 years old, my parents took her in because they had always desired a female. She was immediately accepted. Shy, quiet, and courteous. I used to teach her how to ride a bike, help her with her homework, and even stand up for her when other kids made fun of her adoption. She was always just my sister to me. She was acting strangely that evening. She continued to fidget with her hands while not eating. I assumed she might be ill or simply exhausted. She abruptly got up, trembling, when everyone was in the living room after dinner and said she had something to tell them. I recall how her voice sounded. It broke as if she was going to cry. Then she said, Hudson. He made me do it. It failed to register at all. Everybody froze. The only sound in the room was the ticking of the clock. At first, my brain didn't process it. Her meaning seemed different to me. A joke gone wrong, perhaps. Perhaps she was perplexed. Before I could say anything, my dad's hand was on me when she said, I'm pregnant. Everything turned white as his fist struck my face with such force. My ears rang and my teeth buzzed when I hit the floor. My mother began to cry as if someone had passed away. My brother muttered as he stood there, shaking his head. What the devil is wrong with you? Xavier? You are abhorrent. I didn't. Dad. The second hit came before I could finish, but I tried. With a fiery face and angry eyes, he shouted. You sick bastard. This family is ashamed of you. Stella was shaking and sobbing into her mother's arms, expressing her fear. It's okay, sweetie. You're safe now. My aunt whispered as she drew her in close. Xavier, my brother, moved forward and spat right next to my shoe. Get out. He growled. I glanced at everyone's faces and said, you don't deserve to breathe the same air as us. I have known them all my life. No longer did any of them see me as family. Simply repulsed. My voice broke as I said, she's lying. She is lying. I swear on my life. Nobody gave a damn. Someone, I believe my uncle, contacted the police when my mother yelled, don't even say her name. Don't talk to her. I was sitting on the porch, bleeding from my mouth, when the policeman arrived. My dad nodded without looking at me when one of them inquired if I was the suspect. I wasn't even rough-cuffed by them. They could see that I was just a half-dead youngster. Even so, it seemed like being buried alive when sitting in the rear seat while the sirens were blaring. They asked me questions at the station that I could hardly comprehend. What time did it occur? What did you do that evening? Did she refuse? I kept saying that it never occurred. Not a bit. I wasn't scheduled by them. There was nothing, no proof. In the morning, they let me go. One of them uttered the words statutory case, under his breath, as I recall. Even though Stella and I were only a year apart, 18 and 19, respectively, they still had to ask every question in the book. They examined timelines from our phones, called in a social services representative, and took statements. Ultimately, I had nothing to cling to. They cautioned me to remain available for any additional inquiries before sending me home. However, the world already knew when I went outdoors. We lived in a little town. Half of it had already found me guilty by dawn. I didn't immediately return home. I kept walking till my legs failed me. All of my belongings were stacked on the front lawn when I eventually returned. School books, clothes, and even my backpack. Like a guard, my dad stood by the door. "Leave," he said. This time, there was no anger in his voice. Simply cold. "You're finished here. Please, Dad. You are familiar with me." Never would I. "Don't refer to me that way. You are no longer my son." I reached through the doorway for my mother. She clutched Stella as if she were a crime scene victim and turned her face away. Behind them, Xavier slammed the door. I remained motionless. I could hardly pick up my luggage since my hands were trembling so much. My phone buzzed that evening. My girlfriend Aurora was there. We had been dating for a year. She was the one who knew me the best. She sobbed as she whispered, "Jack, I trust you. I promise that I do. However, my parents won't allow me to speak with you. They believe it to be true. They threatened to call the police if I ever saw you again. Don't do this. Please." She cried as I spoke. "I apologize. I am unable to lose them." She hung up after that. The phone screen went blank while I was staring at it. I never heard her voice again after that. For the remainder of the night, I sat in my car behind a gas station 3 towns away. I saw the rain streak down in crooked lines as I gazed at the damaged windshield. I had gone from being a typical child with a family, a girlfriend, and a future to being viewed by everyone as a criminal in less than 12 hours. I assumed it was my dad's truck every time headlights went by. I was afraid he would pull me back to complete the task he started, but nobody showed up. I glanced at myself in the rearview mirror when the sun finally rose. I had bruises on my face. There was still blood on my clothes. And I came to a straightforward but decisive realization. I had no one to save me. That's when it dawned on me. I hadn't been expelled by my family. I was erased. That thought weighed heavily on my chest. I had neither a plan nor a map as I drove into the night. All I had in my wallet was $math BBS $250, a rucksack, and the clothes on my back. I continued to drive until the gas light turned red. I didn't care where I was. The engine coughed close to a sign that read, "Welcome to Maplewood." I parked in a spot behind a line of establishments that appeared to be partially deserted. My hands were trembling from cold and hunger. For days, I had been subsisting on vending machine chips. Across the street, a diner window had a help wanted sign affixed to it. I tried to summon the bravery to enter as I stood there looking at it. When I walked in, the bell above the door jingled. Behind the counter was a man with deep creases in his face, big shoulders, and a gray beard. With a gravel-like voice, he asked, "Can I help you?" I said, "I saw the sign. I am capable of doing dishwashing. Really, do anything." He examined me. I had wrinkles in my clothes. The roadside muck was still on my sneakers. "Have you ever held a kitchen job?" "No, sir." He gave a grunt. "You appear to be hungry." "I'm all right," I said, a falsehood. With a groan, he nodded in the rear. "Jude is his name. There are sinks. You begin now. After your shift, you are given a supper." That was all. Just work, no paperwork, no questions. The kitchen was hot, noisy, and cramped. Until my hands were raw, I scrubbed pots and dishes. Jude offered me a half-eaten burger and fries from a client who didn't finish as my first meal. I didn't give a damn. Like I hadn't eaten in weeks, I gobbled it up. I attempted to return the plate to him at closing time, stating that I would find a place to sleep. It was the first act of compassion I had experienced in weeks when Jude cleaned his hands and added, "There's a room upstairs. Ain't pretty, but it's got a bed and a lock. You can work it off." Although the room was tiny, perhaps 12 feet across with a soiled mattress, a flickering light bulb, and peeling wallpaper from the corners, it had a roof and the floor remained stationary. I passed out on the bed and slept for 14 hours in a row. I developed a rhythm over the course of the following few days. Jude grunted, "Good job." His comments meant more to me than any apology I had ever received, but he didn't say much else. Jude was reading the newspaper at the counter when I walked downstairs to lock up one evening, maybe 3 weeks in. "Kid, what's your story?" he asked, looking up at me, and I froze. "What do you mean?" "Got a customer in here today. Some trucker passing through. Said he saw your picture in a paper a couple towns over. Some family thing." My stomach sank. I began to tremble. "It doesn't appear that way. It's untrue. My adopted sister. My sibling. She invented it." Jude never lifted a hand, I promise. "Calm down, child. What people say doesn't matter to me." I gave him a blink. "You don't?" He reclined on the stool. "Everyone has a story to tell. You're working here. That's what counts. Rebuild your life, keep your head down, and do your job. The rest will work itself out." It took a moment for those words to register. I didn't felt like a monster for the first time since that evening. I sat on the side of the bed that night and stared at the cracked wall, trying to take it all in. Jude gave me a chance even though he didn't know me. That's not something my own family could do. I was using my phone's contact list one evening. I needed to hear my mother's voice, but I was hesitant to phone home. Perhaps enough time had gone by. Perhaps they had come to the realization. On the third ring, she answered, silently. "Mom, it's me," I said. "Quiet. Hudson?" "Yeah, I just wanted you to know I'm okay. I found a job." Don't call here again," she said. Her voice broke. She hung up after saying, "Your father doesn't even want your name spoken in this house." I kept my eyes on the phone until the screen went dark. I never tried again after that. Months passed after weeks. I saved what little I could, while working double shifts. Jude began to teach me little lessons. How to check a thermostat, patch a vent, and repair a leaky pipe. "Child, learn to fix things." He would argue it's the only way to survive. Curiosity got the better of me one evening after closing. I looked up Stella's name. My mother stood proudly next to her, holding a cake shaped like a baby carriage, and there she was, grinning in photos, her tummy round, surrounded by family, and clutching pink balloons that said, "It's a girl." In the corner of the picture, my brother was grinning as if nothing had happened. My throat ached. I had to shut down the laptop because my stomach was so upset. I then made the decision that I would never again be Hudson Winter. Something in me turned off after that night. Give up, attempting to explain. Don't wait for someone to approach you. The version of myself they buried was over. At the diner, I poured myself into my work. I would arrive before the sun came up, and go long after it closed. I learned how to change the filters in the ancient air vents, cleaned grease traps, and replaced leaking faucets. Jude saw. He asked, "You ever thought about learning this stuff for real?" That's Ludfon. As I was unclogging the sink one afternoon with half of my arm down the drain, I looked up in confusion. "Similar to plumbing?" He laughed. "No, larger. HVAC, air systems, heating, and cooling. Kids, people are always in need of heat or cold. That ability keeps you going indefinitely." I remembered the way he said it. I was sick of cleaning dishes. I was looking for something that would last and be irreplaceable. Jude gave me a leaflet from the community college across the highway a few weeks later. He said, "Night classes," and slid it over the counter. I looked at the document for a while before saying, "You'd be good at it. You pay what you can. I'll cover the rest until you're on your feet." I had never before received such an offer of assistance. Not even my actual family. The next day, I registered. The initial months were harsh. After working 12-hour shifts at the diner, I would take the bus to night school and struggle to remain awake while listening to lectures about coils and compressors. I felt as though I was mending myself piece by piece every time I fixed something, when chilly air emerged from a vent, or when a broken item roared back to life. Jude continued to shove me. He said, "Don't just get good. They can't ignore you if you get so good." I had completed half of the HVAC program by the time I received my GED. On the side, I began performing little repairs. Jude's home, the vents in the diner, and a few frequent patrons. Jude hung the certificate in the diner's doorway as if it were his own child's diploma when it arrived in the mail. "Not bad for a runaway," he added, giving me a shoulder pat. Even if hearing that term still hurt, I laughed. I saved enough money with Jude's assistance to purchase a used pickup and some used tools. I left the diner to take a full-time job at a nearby HVAC firm. Derek, a coworker, was accused of taking money from a client's kitchen counter one summer afternoon. The supervisor was prepared to terminate him immediately. I intervened because of Derek's expression, which was the identical panic I had seen in the mirror 12 years prior. Check the vent, I suggested. Everyone looked at me. After climbing up and removing the cover, I saw that the envelope had been drawn halfway into the duct by the return air. Most likely, the client placed it too near the vent. Derek nearly burst into tears. The client received an apology from the boss. Derek then shook my hand as if I had just saved his life. Jude called me that evening after learning about it from a source. "Good job, kid," he remarked. "You cleaned up a mess. Not simply air. That's what makes men different from mechanics." I found that to be quite memorable. That's how the years went by. Work, rest, eat, and then work some more. It was safe, easy, and predictable. But occasionally, when I returned home at night, I would feel as though there was a whole other life still buried somewhere within of me. I opened an old account that I hadn't touched in years one evening while preparing invoices. When I opened social media, my hands trembled. I ought not to have done it. My family and her daughter, who appeared to be around 12, were standing in front of a birthday cake, grinning and laughing. My dad's arm wrapped over them as if nothing had occurred, and my mother was there to embrace her. In the background, my brother is smiling, as if he never spat at my feet. I went through the pictures until my chest ached, reading the caption, "Happy birthday to our miracle girl. Family is everything. Family." And appeared content, glowing, and as though they had never destroyed anyone's life. I shut down the laptop and sat trembling in the dark. I had envisioned them disintegrating without me for years. However, they didn't. They simply took my place. After my shift that evening, I sat in my truck in the parking lot and decided what to do. After returning home, I erased all previous accounts and any mention of the name Winter. Like severing a loose cable, I sever my connections to the past. I submitted the paperwork for a formal name change, Hudson Winter, by morning. Before all of this, the only person who ever truly shown me kindness was my grandmother, whose maiden name it was. Weeks later, the new ID arrived, and I gazed at it for a while. In some way, the image had changed. It was no longer a boy, and it appeared tougher and harder. On that day, I began creating something they could never destroy and stopped fleeing from what they had done to me. 12 years later, Winter Heating and Air was my own business. Just a few vans, 4 workers, and a consistent roster of clients who have faith in my abilities. We were dependable, but we weren't elegant. At last, life had reached a level. Early summer was when things started to fall apart once more. Sweat was streaming down my back as I worked on an ancient air unit behind a bakery when my phone began to vibrate constantly in my pocket. Hometown area code, unknown number. Twice, I disregarded it. On the third occasion, it continued. After wiping my hands, I replied, "Yeah, this is Winter." After a little period of stillness, I heard a voice I hadn't heard in more than 10 years. "Hudson." My chest constricted. "Who's this?" "I'm Aurora." For a moment, I froze. Everything in my immediate vicinity. The sounds of the street and the fan vanished. "How did you, Aurora?" She let out a sigh. "I thought you should hear this from someone who genuinely believes you, even though I know I shouldn't call." Just that words caused my throat to tighten. She went on. "Stella has been taken into custody." I blinked. For what reason was he arrested? She accused him of lying. For accusing another man in the same manner that she accused you. Feeling lightheaded, I leaned against the van. She what? This time, the man she accused retaliated. He hired an attorney. Everything. It turns out that she fabricated the entire tale once more. She also admitted to the first one to you throughout the investigation. She also claimed to have lied in the past. The words struck with the force of a sledgehammer. For years, I had dreamed of hearing something similar, but it didn't seem that way. There was only quiet, not relief. Aurora's voice trembled as she continued. She informed the police that she became pregnant following a one-night encounter with Asher, a local heroin dealer. When she told him, he vanished. Because you were present and everyone trusted her, she became frightened and accused you. They cleansed your name, Hudson. I was officially unable to talk. The phone made my hand go numb. She paused. "I simply felt that you ought to be aware. I apologize for the delay." I finally said in a hushed voice. "Thank you." She muttered. "I'm married now. Kids, but I never forgot what they did to you. I gave her a small smile, but she was unable to see it. Aurora, you were the only one who trusted me. That doesn't have to make you feel horrible. We continued our awkward but gentle conversation for another minute. She then bid me farewell, and that was it. After that, I spent over an hour sitting in the van and gazing at the steering wheel. I couldn't decide whether to laugh, cry, or shout. It was 12 years too late, yet my name was cleared. The call began in the morning. Emails come after private numbers. One time, my curiosity got the better of me and I received a message on my work email with the subject line, "Please call us back." I responded to an unknown number. "Hudson," murmured a tremulous voice. My mother said, "I recognized that voice right away." "Quickly, don't hang up, please," she pleaded. Stella filled the police in on everything. I hung up, saying, "We didn't know." They were unaware. They had no interest in finding out. A local newspaper requested a statement later that week. I remained silent. I had no desire in sympathy or publicity. I was hoping for something better. Quiet. However, silence was short-lived. The next email I received was from my brother, who said he hoped we could start over because he had been foolish and young. A voicemail was left by my dad. "Son, all we want is to see you." We aired. Errors. Forgetting someone's birthday is an example of a number blunder. Their actions were a decision, so I wrote letters rather of responding. Not the kind they anticipated. No pity, no gentle words, only the facts. I told them about all the nights I slept, shivering, in my car. Regarding the moldy space over the dining area. About Jude, the stranger who took me in after I was rejected by my own family. Their names made me nauseous, so I told them how it felt to burn my school ID. How I felt as I was cleaning grease pans for scraps, and saw pictures of them, grinning around Stella and her daughter. They didn't only destroy my reputation, I told them, my house, my confidence, and any remaining tranquility were all destroyed by them. I always ended my letters in the same manner. The truth was not believed by you. You can now accept it. I never sent them by mail. I just placed the letters in my desk drawer after stacking them in a shoebox. As I sat in my workshop that evening checking over bills, I took in my surroundings, the tools, the trucks, the company name painted on the walls, all of which I had constructed myself. I had lost everything, and it was gone forever. However, I couldn't lose what I had created. I felt not erased for the first time in years. Once more, I felt written. By me, not by them. However, tranquility doesn't last forever. The same individuals who had thrown me aside suddenly recalled that I existed after word got out about Stella. One afternoon, there was a knock on the door of my office. I heard my name called while I was repairing a thermostat unit on my desk. Hudson. I froze. My mother was there when I turned. She appeared older and smaller, like if someone had taken the life out of her. Her hands were trembling, as she held a foil-covered casserole dish, and her hair was gray at the roots. "I made your favorite," she whispered. I was immobile for a moment. "Chicken and rice. You used to love it." My stomach turned when I smelled it. I recalled the last time Mom had prepared it. The night before it all went haywire. I slowly got to my feet. "Why are you here?" Her eyes welled with tears. I leaned against the counter and said, "I just want to see you to say sorry. We were wrong." Stella lied. "We know that now." She dried her nose and said, "You're 12 years too late." She was crying, and your father said, "I didn't know what to believe back then." I interrupted her. "You didn't even ask me. You didn't let me speak. You kicked me out and told me never to call again." She came closer. "Please, Hudson," I yelled. "Don't call me that." She recoiled when the words struck her like a physical blow. "You lost that right." I gestured toward the door. She put the casserole on the counter and paused before saying, "You should go." I looked at it and said, "At least eat this, please. Throw it out when you leave." I felt nothing as the door shut behind her. Not sadness, not rage, just nothing. My dad arrived 2 days later. He was waiting outside the office, resting against his truck as if he owned the place, while I was out on a service call. He grinned as if our disagreement had just occurred years ago. "Hey, son," I said without responding. He added, "You've done good for yourself," as he glanced about. "Business, trucks, employees. I'm proud of you." I told him to get to the point. His jaw moved. Your mother's not doing great. She cries every day. I figured maybe if we all sat down, cleared the air. I nearly burst out laughing. Cleared the air? You beat me and threw me out. You left me homeless. You cleared the air that night when you told me I wasn't your son. He let out a disappointed groan. I was angry. You have to understand it was a different time. Things looked bad. So, you hit first. Asked questions. Never. His expression grew tense. You don't have to keep holding on to hate, son. Now then. I'm not holding on to hate, I declared as I took out my phone. I'm holding on to self-respect. He scowled. What are you? I hit a button. Security. I've got someone trespassing at the front. Big guy in a red jacket. His face transformed in an instant. You're calling security on your own father? When I said, you're not my father, you're a stranger who ruined my life. A few minutes later, the security officer from the adjoining building approached and requested that he leave. Dad drove to his truck, slammed the door, and drove out of the lot while muttering obscenities. I merely sat at my desk and stared at the same location where he had stood when the stillness returned. Meanwhile, I received tidbits of gossip from former acquaintances. My family was disintegrating. Dad had screamed at a supervisor at the plant, which cost him his job. There were rumors that he almost got arrested for it. Mom hardly left the house. She was unwell and no longer herself, according to her neighbors. After learning of what had transpired years prior, my brother's wife had taken their children and moved in with her parents. All of the illusions they had created about being the ideal family were crumbling. It's often said that karma takes time. It arrived exactly on time, in my opinion. Kevin, one of my employees, arrived at the workplace one afternoon carrying a tiny box. Hey boss, this was sitting outside the door, he said. There were dozens of letters inside, each with my name, Hudson Winter, scribbled in a weak hand. There is no return address. I knew who they were from, without even opening them. My mother's handwriting had always been dramatic. I went away after carrying the box into the back room and placing it on a shelf above the storage bins. I sat in my office that evening and glanced up at the window that held those letters. I considered every word that was written, including perhaps Bible passages about forgiveness, excuses, and apologies. For those who didn't spend nights in their car wondering why no one believed them, however, forgiving is a luxury. Closure was not what I wanted. I desired separation. I therefore kept the letters sealed. Each and every last one. I locked them up in that box. Because forgiveness made them feel better, they desired it. Not because they were deserving of it. They had no desire for me. They want atonement. I also refused to give it to them. I whispered to myself as I gazed up at the sky. I was once obliterated. I now permanently remove them. I assumed that was the end of it. The conclusion. However, the past always finds a way to slip through the crevices. I received the letter 3 months later. No return address, plain white envelope. There was only one page of paper inside. Stella Winter has asked to meet with you in the Maple Ridge Correctional Facility. I just stared at it for a long time. On paper, her name seemed incorrect, as if it had lost its place in my life. I put it in the garbage, took it out, and then threw it away once more. However, the idea persisted. I had been imagining what I would say to her if I ever met her again for 12 years. Perhaps it was time to find out. I therefore took a car to the prison a week later. It was in the middle of nowhere and 2 hours distant. I was brought into a gray visiting room that smelled like stale coffee and disinfectant after the front desk guard scanned my ID and buzzed me through. With my palms flat on the table, I took a seat at a metal table. Around me, others spoke softly. Parents, spouses, and children all went to see those they still cared about. I wasn't among them. Then she entered. She was hardly recognizable to me. She appeared slimmer and almost frail. Her face looked wrinkled and exhausted, her hair was pushed back tightly, and her skin was pale. The girl who used to cry in front of our family, gripping her stomach and calling me a monster, suddenly appeared to be a ghost. Her eyes flicked up briefly before dropping to the table as she took a seat across from me. "Thank you for coming," she whispered. She curled her hands in her lap and said. I didn't answer. She said, "You look different," after a brief pause. "Older. You look guilty," I remarked. In an instant, her eyes flooded. "I deserve that." "No," I quietly said. "You deserve worse." She nodded slowly, her eyes starting to well up with tears. "I know, and I'm sorry. For everything. For lying? For ruining your life? For all of it? Why? I inquired. I spoke in a steady, low voice. Why me? Her voice trembled as she looked down. Because you were safe to blame. You were quiet. You never fought anyone. I knew everyone would believe me because you were, you know, the good one, the easy one. And I panicked. I bent over. You panicked. So you destroyed my life. You panicked. So you made your own brother the villain? Her shoulders trembled. I didn't think it would go that far. I thought maybe you'd just deny it and people would forget and I'd get sympathy until I figured something out. Sympathy, I said again. You got that? You got a house full of people loving you, protecting you, throwing parties for you while I slept in a car behind a gas station. She put her hands over her eyes. I know what I did, Asher. She stopped gasping for air. Asher was the guy who really got me pregnant. He was a dealer. I slept with him once. When I told him I was pregnant, he laughed. Said I was crazy. Said if I told anyone, he'd disappear. And he did. I didn't know what to do. So, I blamed you because you were there. I simply gazed at her. I was no longer even angry. Simply hollow. You ruined my life. I muttered. Do you know that you stole everything from me? My family. My girlfriend. My name. You made me into a monster. You made me afraid to trust anyone again. She was using her sleeve to wipe her nose while crying. In a whisper, she said, I've thought about you every day in here. I hate myself for it. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see your face from that night. Good, I responded bluntly. You should see it. You should never stop seeing it. Desperate, she looked up at that moment. There's something else. My daughter, they never told her the truth. Stella responded, Mom said it would confuse her to change the story. So, she still thinks it's you. Even when everything was revealed, I just stared at her in disbelief. She gave a feeble nod. They said she's too young to understand and that admitting they were wrong would just open old wounds. They'd rather keep the lie than face what they did. She asks about you sometimes. Stella claimed to have seen your picture. Old ones from before everything. She is curious as to why you never showed up. She said, that hit harder than anything else. The identical falsehood that ruined me was being believed by a child elsewhere. Not mine. My chair scraped the floor as I got to my feet. A few people looked around. You don't get to tell me that, I said. You don't get to throw that on me now, like it's something I can fix. Trembling, she extended a hand. I'm sorry, Hudson. I really am. I can't undo it. I just needed you to know. I felt nothing as I gazed at her. Nothing but the end of something, neither relief nor closure. You took 12 years from me, I said. She was sobbing uncontrollably and choked on her words when she said, I hope you never sleep peacefully again. I deserve it, she declared. All of it. I lowered myself a little and gave her a final look. You do. After that, I turned and left. The guards buzzed the door open without a word. Staring at the fence ahead, I climbed into my truck and sat with my hands on the wheel. After seeing her, I imagined I would feel liberated, like if I had somehow triumphed. However, I didn't. In it, there was no triumph. Just tiredness. When the truth eventually comes out, some things don't get better. When you stop caring, certain things continue to be cracked. However, I became aware of something when I turned on the motor and started to drive away. Not forgiving, not blowing up, just walking away. That had strength of its own. I felt not erased for the first time. I was satisfied. After that visit to the penitentiary, a year went by, and things finally began to make sense. I purchased a new, respectable home just outside of the city after selling my old, tiny one. It had a gated yard, 3 bedrooms, and nothing extravagant, but it was mine. I paid for every wall and nail with my own hard effort. Quinn was another. She was introduced to me by one of my clients. She arrived to revamp the company's logo as a graphic designer. She had this calmness about her, but I didn't intend to date anyone. We had been dating for a year when she commented, whatever it was, you're not that guy anymore. She didn't probe too much about my background. I adopted a rescue dog named Max, and she moved in with her cat. The house felt alive for the first time between the 3 of us. Peace. Max. Quinn. And work. An envelope without a return address then arrived in the mail one morning. My stomach constricted. When I opened it, the name inside stopped me in my tracks, even though I had assumed it may be another apology from my family. Hunt, Lucas. Stella had accused a second man. His writing style was concise, crisp, and direct. Mr. Winner, I'm filing a civil case against Stella for defamation and emotional damage. You deserve that justice, too. My lawyer says your testimony would help both of us. If you're interested, call me. I read it twice. That afternoon, I gave him a call. The following day, we met at a coffee shop. He was perhaps a few years older than myself. He shook my hand as if we had been friends for ages. Feels weird. Doesn't it? Number 4, he asked. Feeling a connection that was upsetting to both of us. We talked about everything for an hour. Yeah, I replied, but I guess we both survived it. I didn't think twice when he asked whether I wanted to join the lawsuit. I'm in, I declared. Months passed during the case, but this time I wasn't hiding or running. I appeared in court, took a seat across from Stella, and spoke the truth in a cool, collected manner. When I spoke, I didn't even glance at them. The attorneys explained everything. The deception, the emotional harm, the bogus allegations, and the evidence that she had done it twice. The courtroom fell hushed as the judge's decision was made. I felt lighter than ever when I left the courthouse. Officially, I had a spotless reputation. However, it went beyond that. I felt as though a ghost had at last ceased to pursue me. My name wasn't buried in shame for once. It was next to phrases like vindication, justice, and truth. The voicemail then arrived. It was getting close to midnight. My phone buzzed while I was completing bills in my workplace. Hometown area code, unknown number. I was on the verge of ignoring it, but something forced me to listen when it went to voicemail. Your mother found this number online, son. I'm not sure if it's still correct. The message concluded with a long pause and a trembling breath. I don't have much time. The doctors say it's cancer. Stage 4. I don't want anything. I swear. I just want to see you one last time before it's too late. Please, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please. Son. I sat there looking at the phone for a minute. I then pressed play once more. I then removed it. Not out of rage, not out of retaliation, simply nothing. I recalled the evening he struck me. The expression in his eyes when he informed me that I was no longer his son. I recalled tasting rain and blood while I slept in my car behind the gas station. He made the decision to be honest. I was now selecting I muttered to myself. They threw me out into the cold ones. Now I fix other people's air. That's irony, I guess. And peace. They erased me once, but I rebuilt myself. And this time, my story ends on my terms. Steady, quiet, and always north. My husband destroyed my daughter's piggy bank. To teach sharing. Leading to his arrest for defacing currency. I divorced him. And protected my daughter. To teach sharing, my new husband broke my daughter's piggy bank in half. Bank cashiers quickly called the Secret Service. Since arriving here 3 months previously, Adam, my new husband, had eyed Emma's piggy bank. He continued repeating an 8-year-old shouldn't have that much money as he passed her room. Today's youth have no sharing ethic. In our garage over beers, telling his pal Carlos. When I was young, my family owned everything. No one could hoard cash like a king. Before dying, Emma's grandmother gifted her a porcelain piggy bank cow. Adam felt personally insulted. My husband was unemployed for 7 months before marriage. He sought the ultimate managing position. My daughter saved Math BBS $200 from birthday and neighborhood chores. Adam started small. My daughter saved Math BB. Emma, since you live here, why not help with groceries? The intensity grew. Our cable cost could be covered. Do you realize how selfish hiding money from family is? Emma would clutch the cow and explain it was for next summer camp. Adam was in Emma's room with the busted piggy bank on her carpet when I arrived home from work last Tuesday. Ceramics everywhere. Emma cornered crying. Money chilled me. He cut all bills. Cut them cleanly in half. Math BB. $25, 10s, 2s, cut centrally. Adam started his statement when he saw me. Sarah needs to share. I proposed splitting everything 50 over 50. Her mini camp half. Household half. I had to show greed's consequences due to her rage. Literalized it. Fair and half-half. Emma rushed me with mangled bills. Mommy. He broke grandma's cow. Cut all my money. Have saved long. Adam. Rolling eyes. Don't overreact. Kid. Banks exchange damaged bills. Your half goes to bank tomorrow. New bills. No harm. Household contributions are also included. Thank you. Adam shouted to Carlos in the living room. You believe this, Ray? Kids acting like I committed murder instead of teaching a life lesson. Adam insisted on meeting us at the bank the next morning. Wanted to confirm Emma was keeping half and contributing half to home expenses. Though in the car, he cautioned her. Tell them you want to deposit half into my account, I mean our household account for groceries and bills, like a good family member. A senior First National teller, Helen, helped me open Emma's savings account 4 years ago. Just seeing the bag of cut money transformed her face. Emma, what happened to your bills? Adam interrupted me. Accidental child cutting. This happens regularly, right? Replace these with new banknotes. $50. Percent dollar to her. $50. Percent dollar to me. Time to teach sharing. Helen got dollar. Math BBS. $25 off. It was properly checked. Sir. Did you cut this money? Adam puffed up. I mentioned equal distribution and visual learning for kids. Very good parenting. Helen put down the bill and took her phone. I must call. One moment. Adam chuckled. Really? Damaged bills? Unrealistic customer service. Here. We spend well. Within 10 minutes, 2 suit-clad men entered the bank. Official Secret Service agents, not local police. Taller Agent Thomas analyzed bills while shorter Lucas answered inquiries. Sir, Title 18 Section 333 criminalizes willfully destroying USSA cash. Adam blanched. What? Not so. Teaching my daughter to share. Agent Lucas grabbed a notebook. Sir, your daughter? Did I have Emma before? Said softly. We married 4 months ago. Agent Thomas looked up from invoicing. You broke your stepdaughter's money. Her legal funds. That destroys federal currency and property. 2 crimes. Adam stuttered. Teaching her family contributions. Avoid youngster money hoarding. Bad for health. Lucas' eyebrow lifted. Teaching youngsters to share doesn't hurt money, sir. Federal violations can result in fines and 7 months in prison. Plus, this appears to be theft and destruction of minors' property. I can't go to prison for cutting paper, Adam shouted. This is absurd. You're all mad. Agent Thomas uncuffed. Sir, multiple witnesses heard your federal felony confession. Arresting you. Adam seemed purple to me. His face went purple like a clog. Agent Thomas held Adam's wrists behind his back before he could finish his statement. He falsely claimed to teach Emma about family and responsibility. Agent Lucas held this small card and read Adam's rights in a flat, bored voice like he'd done it 1,000 times. Helen appeared to watch justice unfold as Adam was arrested with her arms folded behind the counter. Adam stared at me, opening and closing his jaws. Others stopped at the bank. Fishing cap-wearing old man stared. A mother with 2 kids attracted them. As Agent Thomas took Adam to the door, Adam shouted at me over his shoulder. He told me to hire a lawyer since I wasn't supporting him and married people should support each other. He shouted as they approached the door. Agent Thomas asked if I needed medical help since my hands were shaking so much I couldn't hold Emma. I hugged Emma and told him I was fine. She hid her face in my shirt, Adam shouted as they pulled him outside the bank doors. My mistake was huge. How he remembered. It was quiet save for bank sounds after the doors closed. A copy machine and typists. Helen approached us from behind the counter. Emma's eye level was reached by kneeling. Emma was assured softly that the bank would replace the clipped bills with new money. Emma raised her red eyes from my shirt and requested that they fix her grandma's cow. I declined because the ceramic bits were broken, but we could get a bespoke piggy bank. Possibly another animal. Emma nodded but said nothing. Helen stood up and patted my arm before talking to someone behind the bank. A suit-clad bank manager came from an office. He recommended a private meeting. We followed him past the teller stations to a small desk and 3-chair office. He gave Emma and me drinks and tissues across the desk. He explained the Secret Service needed Adam's cut-up cash, but the bank had already counted with agents watching. With their count and Agent Thomas and Lucas official papers, Emma's account would get $math BBS $200 today. Despite taking a few days to appear in the system, it was accepted. He left us alone in the office after I thanked him. I called Rebecca with my phone. Like usual. She answered on the first ring. I told Emma, Adam broke up her money and was arrested by the Secret Service at First National. She kept going. She said we were moving in with her family immediately. To keep Emma away from that house today. I relaxed my chest because I had no idea how to handle this alone. Rebecca suggested packing luggage for a few days and preparing the guest room. Despite my doubts, I drove when she requested. Office Agent Lucas offered me his business card. He predicted Adam's downtown federal court's arraignment tomorrow morning. He stated Adam or his lawyer will ask me about bail, but I can refuse. I had no obligation to post bail or defend him. To assure comprehension, he spoke plainly. I thanked him and put the card in my purse. Emma and I got in the car holding hands after leaving the bank. Drive home took 15 minutes but felt longer. Emma calmly looked out the window. Carlos' truck was in the driveway when we arrived. I told Emma we were dressing and going to Aunt Rebecca's. She nods. I quickly grabbed toothbrushes, Emma's favorite books, and clothes from drawers and closets. She took her unicorn, Teddy, and floppy dog off her bed. Carlos was sitting on the living room couch looking uncomfortable when we brought our things out. He stood forward and apologized for not stopping Adam. I interrupted him and told him to leave my house now. After arguing, he glanced at me and left. I locked the door after him. Sophia hugged Emma at Rebecca's house that night. A 15-year-old relative took her job seriously. Emma learned she was giving up her room and sleeping in her parents' sleeping bag. Emma could have the property to herself. Emma said, "Thank you," but did not go. Emma barely touched Rebecca's chicken and rice dinner. She pushed food around her plate at the table next to me. Ben, Rebecca's husband, watched Emma before gently recommending we treat her. He said this kind of thing, having a trusted adult destroy your property and savings could have lasting effects. Yes. Rebecca agreed and will find child therapists tomorrow. I put Emma to bed in Sophia's purple room with unknown band posters. Emma slept cuddling the unicorn and woke up screaming 2 hours later. I ran in from the living room hearing her. She was awake in bed complaining of being violated. In bed, I cuddled her and vowed Adam wouldn't touch her again. I pledged to safeguard her. She slept on my shoulder again. I lay there in the dark thinking about the signs I missed. Emma, money remarks. He always wondered what she should do with her funds, talked about kids today, and didn't comprehend sharing. I ought to protected her from him earlier. His nature should have been clear. Adam called at 10. I ignored. 5 minutes later, it rang repeatedly. At midnight, he called 17 times. Finally, I checked one voicemail. He yelled at my jail abandonment. Being his wife. How could I leave him? He became furious as the message progressed. After barring his number, I went to the kitchen. Rebecca made tea. We sat at the kitchen table with a mug. She calmly asked what I missed, what signs Adam was dangerous to my daughter. I told her about his unemployment, obsession with Emma's piggy bank, and need to know her savings. Rebecca listened without judging. She kept refilling my tea and discussing till I ran out of words at 2 a.m. Emma snuggled with me on Rebecca's couch the next morning. My phone had 7 hospital missed calls. Calling back, I reached my supervisor. I requested emergency family leave since my husband was arrested and my daughter was traumatized. She desired nothing specific. Her only advice was to take the week and my shifts would be covered. Thanks, but Adam hadn't contributed to our household income for 7 months, which made me queasy. A missed week of work costs important pay. Emma awoke next me. She knew where we were after seeming confused. I rubbed her hair and promised Aunt Rebecca saved her. Agent Lucas's name appeared on the phone again. I replied quietly and entered Rebecca's kitchen. Agent Lucas told me Adam was arraigned in federal court this morning. Bail was Math BB/S, $16, $0. Adam could never afford that, so I was relieved. Agent Lucas said Adam's mother provided a bail bondsman $10. $. My stomach dropped. Adam would be released later today with limitations, including no contact with me or Emma. He was detained for federal charges yesterday. How could that be? Agent Lucas said bail is usually granted unless the suspect is a flight risk or community hazard. Adam had no criminal record, and the judge didn't consider currency destruction violent. The no-contact order protected me best. In Rebecca's kitchen, I shook after hanging up. Adam leaves afternoon. He returned to our house, his too. I told Rebecca Agent Lucas's arrival remarks. She She instinctively scanned her phone for family law attorneys. She ignored my assertion that I couldn't afford counsel. She encouraged me to defend Emma legally and negotiate money later. Emma played with Sophia upstairs while I talked for 2 hours. Most attorneys charge Math BBS, $4,000 Math BBS, $6,000 to initiate cases. One lawyer told me to call when I could afford it. Another refused additional clients due to his workload. Rebecca gave me a James Poole number before I quit. She said he was Ben's church friend and family law expert. A pleasant man answered the third ring. I instantly explained my situation. The Secret Service arrested my husband for destroying my daughter's money after 4 months. I needed a divorce and restraining order but couldn't pay a lot. Without interruption, James listened. After I finished, he asked about Adam's federal accusations and arrest. He then replied that the criteria were obvious and that he has addressed domestic financial abuse. He and I could pay. He wanted Math BBS $500, which I could pay Math BBS $500 now and the rest over 7 months. Almost cried tears of relief. James agreed to start the papers at Rebecca's that afternoon. He brought a leather briefcase, and fancy suited too. He shook my hand and joined me at Rebecca's dining table. Emma and Sophia stayed upstairs. James made legal pad queries. How long did I know Adam before we married? His job situation? When did Emma's money behavior become worrisome? Was there more control or hostility? Answered everything honestly. The fast courtship after my Emma's money. Ex left. Adam was unemployed for 7 months. Emma was accused of hoarding money. Nodding. James took notes. He said Adam's arrest helped my divorce and custody case. Federal accusations showed lawlessness and poor judgment. His damage of a child's property demonstrated he was hazardous among kids. James advised, requesting emergency orders to keep Emma away and prevent him from accessing their money. We had to act fast before Adam's lawyer demanded marital property or visitation. James clarified each signed document. Request divorce, alleging irreconcilable differences, and child endangerment. Under an emergency restraining order. Adam must stay 500 feet from me. Emma. This home. Emma's school. And my company. Temporary complete custody without visitation pending criminal proceedings. James intended to file everything in court tomorrow morning. Emma descended as James packed his briefcase. She cautiously observed him from the doorway. She was received kindly and smiling by James. A family safety attorney, he claimed. Emma grabbed my hand. After James left, Emma asked Adam to come home. I told him he might return because it was home. He couldn't approach her or me owing to court order. She requested we move somewhere he didn't know. Fear shrank her voice. She felt unsafe at Rebecca's house. She thought Adam could find us anywhere. She was on my lap as I protected police and courts. Adam would go to jail if he approached her. But her eyes didn't trust me. I received an odd call later that afternoon. Leave voicemail. Emma's advisor. She said Emma's teacher noticed her nervousness and withdrawal today. Not participating, she appeared distracted. The counselor asked about household life. I called back to elaborate. My husband was arrested for Emma's property destruction. The divorce was filed when we were with family. A counselor listened and sympathized. She provided Emma with daily check-ins and a safe space to communicate at school. She stated several trusted caregivers may help traumatized children. Gratitude and heartbreak came from her. My 8-year-old needed this help since I married a dangerous man. James contacted Thursday morning to report filing the divorce petition and urgent restraining order. Clerk gave him case number and stamp. He promised a 10-day court hearing. Provisional order took effect immediately. Adam could not contact us or approach Rebecca's house, Emma's school, or my hospital within 500 feet. I should contact the police and arrest him if he broke it. James said he gave Adam's last known address, and the bail bondsman who posted his bond copies of all the documents. Within 48 hours, Adam was served. James called back at noon. Antonia told me Emma was processing trauma well but would benefit from weekly sessions after we left. So Michelle Smith called me that afternoon. Adam's federal prosecutor. She said Adam risked federal charges for defacing UAS money. The case was strong since he admitted cutting the money in front of witnesses, including Secret Service agents. State fines were also available for small theft and property destruction. Michelle indicated she'd work with the local DA on accusations. She asked me to testify about Adam's activities in the incident. Adam wounded Emma, so I'd do whatever it took to punish him. Michelle advised me to prepare to answer questions about Adam's pre-event actions, including his demand that Emma split her money. I pledged to help. On the weekend, Ben took his toolbox and hardware store bag to Rebecca. He promised to change my house locks while Adam was away. I was worried since Adam had a right to be there, but Ben said Emma was more important than property law. As we drove to my house, I worried Adam would come even though he wasn't supposed to. Mark promptly replaced the front and back door deadbolts. I was given 3 sets of keys, and told to hide one outside in case of emergency. I called James to detail our job. He grumbled and warned Adam's counsel I could be seen as preventing him from returning home in divorce court. He then stated he understood why I did it. No judge would condemn a mother for protecting her daughter. Adam was to break in or call the police. James advised Adam against trying that as the restraining order requires jail time for any contact. 2 days later, security called my apartment during my 4th floor rounds. They said Adam's looking man asked for me in the foyer. My employer told me to stay and requested security remove him. I saw 2 security officers lead Adam out from the break room window. Keeps turning to see where I work. Adam fled when a guard touched his arm and pointed at the building. The police arrived. As 2 cops exited their car and conferred with security guards, Adam flushed red and gestured furiously. Adam tried to flee after one policeman drew handcuffs, but the other grabbed his shoulder. Watching the police car pull away with him in the back, I had to sit because my hands were shaking. I worked even though my supervisor handed me water and told me to miss the rest of my shift. I called from the break room and James was on it. After calling police, security phoned him quickly. Adam would be punished for disobeying a court order, according to his contempt motion. Adam's contempt hearing was scheduled for Friday morning, less than a week after his hospitalization. I skipped work to see James in court. Adam appeared fatigued and furious with David. The judge entered swiftly. Adam was asked why he disobeyed the restraining order. Adam asked for 5 minutes to talk and suggested we could work things out if I listened. He claimed I was exaggerating a parenting issue to save our marriage. The judge intervened to clarify a restraining order. Adam said yes, but it wasn't fair because I was his wife and he could talk to me. Judge treated him like a shoe clog. She said, restraining orders don't have exceptions for convenience or hurt feelings, that Adam had been explicitly told to stay away from me and my workplace. She asked whether he felt exempt. Adam tried to respond, but David grabbed his arm and sat him down. James stood up and stated this violation showed Adam was dangerous and couldn't follow court orders, and my daughter and I needed protection from someone who placed himself first. Judicial sentence. The restraining order was renewed for 7 months and Adam was imprisoned for 5 days. She told Adam the next offense would mean months in jail. Adam changed purple again and rose up, but David pulled him down and murmured something to keep him down. I went home with Rebecca and Mark to pack more while Adam was in county jail. Starting with Emma's room, we carried garbage bags and boxes. I took her clothes, books, art supplies, and some toys. Adam's bedroom was left the same after I took my clothes and accessories. Adam's laptop was open on his desk while Mark carried everything to Rebecca's SUV. Forum was still showing. Sat down to read. Adam wrote months about entitled kids and cowardly mothers. He reprimanded kids who hoarded money instead of assisting family. He wrote extensively about how kids nowadays had no regard for authority and needed to learn that everything they had belonged to the family. Other readers recalled pressing kids for birthday or allowance money. Reading it made me queasy. This exceeded Emma's piggy bank. Adam thought so. I screenshotted everything on my phone. James said anything showing Adam's thoughts could help with custody disputes was priceless. I screenshotted every Adam post and comment about pressing kids to learn. Several were from about a year before we married. Emma's next Antonia session exceeded expectations. Rebecca took Emma as I signed divorce forms. She returned lighter. Rebecca said Antonia bonded with Emma's chattiness during the session. Emma informed me later that night she regretted her money. She questioned Adam's claims that good kids share with their families. She was asked Antonia's words. Emma claimed Antonia showed her saving money wasn't selfish because she earned and received it. Antonio said adults hurting children are responsible, not the children. Emma wondered whether Adam's piggy bank smash wasn't her fault. I comforted her and told her Adam's bad choices weren't her fault. She nodded against my shoulder and said Antonia told her that grown-ups sometimes do bad things and blame kids, but that doesn't make it true. James contacted the following week about the federal case. Michelle Smith offered Adam a plea deal to avoid trial. Adam admitted to federal cash destruction, paid $1 math BBS 6, $0 fine, served 7 months of home detention with electronic monitoring, and received anger management counseling. James said David informed him Adam was considering taking it but wanted confidence I wouldn't seek state charges. I asked James to clarify. He said Adam may face charges for small theft and property destruction in addition to federal charges. Adam required my promise not to aid state prosecutors. James said that wouldn't happen because I didn't make such decisions. The district attorney filed charges without my consent. I should ignore Adam's demands because of the divorce hearing, he said. James spent 2 hours preparing me for divorce. He argued against me in his office. Citing Adam's likely points, he claimed Adam would likely argue I was exaggerating, that he was parenting Emma, and that counseling may save our marriage. James taught me to stay calm and not dispute. I was told to focus on Adam's unemployment, money-controlling behavior, and repeated requests for an 8-year-old to pay family bills. We practiced my testimony until I could tell the story without crying. James said the judge will watch for vindictiveness or unreasonableness. I needed to seem as a compassionate mother making logical decisions, not a vengeful wife. I gained confidence after the session. I knew Adam's words and how to respond. Adam had his divorce hearing on a Tuesday morning 4 weeks after his contempt punishment. James and I met outside the courtroom in our best work clothes. Adam was represented by David in family court. Judge called the case after we entered. David stood and called Adam to testify first. Adam approached the witness stand humble and forlorn. Being poor and having to share everything with his brothers, he taught Emma about family duties. He said he wanted Emma to learn how families help, not hurt or fear her. He described his struggles with unemployment, money anxiety, and how teaching Emma to contribute would teach her morals. If Adam regretted his actions, David asked. Adam said he loved Emma and wanted to be involved, but regretted his actions. He suggested counseling to salvage our marriage. So I gave him another chance to be a wonderful husband and stepfather. Testifying opportunity. James wondered about pre-piggy bank months. Adam frequently suggested Emma pay for groceries or cable. I told my 8-year-old daughter that Adam was unemployed the whole time we were married and expected birthday money and chore wages while providing nothing. Emma cried about her damaged piggy bank and cut up funds when I got home from work. I told the judge about Emma's grandmother's porcelain cow, Adam breaking something valuable, and Emma's drama because she was upset. James questioned Adam's finances. He schooled Emma in the car, admitting to cutting the money in front of Secret Service agents and sounding innocent. Judge noted and listened. Her look revealed she didn't buy Adam's family values argument. When I told her about Adam's detention and restraining order violation at work, she sounded suspicious and upset. Witness Josephine testified next. I sounded scared and bewildered on the bank call. She told the judge. She stated Emma was shaking and crying when we arrived to her house that first night. Josephine debated whether Adam would find Emma's dreams at her house. After weeks of monitoring her niece, Emma still seemed apprehensive and scared. Mark testified. He testified that he helped me change the locks to keep Adam out. Forum threads and Adam's laptop recovery were discussed. James asked him about his vision. Child entitlement and weak mothers. The judge heard Mark's findings despite David's repeated claims that the laptop evidence was improperly obtained. Mark recalled Adam's months of posts, including his opinion that parents own children's money and his thoughts about forcing kids to give up their savings. The judge read my screenshots for several minutes in a quiet courtroom. Putting down her pen, the judge regarded Adam. She spoke calmly when ruling. Divorce granted. Sarah has sole custody, Adam has no visitation. Monthly child support based on $math BBS $600 imputed minimum wage full-time job income. She verified the court reporter's recording. Adam abused children financially. An 8-year-old was emotionally abused and manipulated. The court thinks he lacks judgment and self-control to safely interact with children. Pale Adam's cheeks grew red. He gripped the table edge so hard his knuckles turned white. Adam leaped from his chair. This is unfair. All of you hear her lies. She's poisoned everyone against me from the start. My stepfather rights exist. She was my wife. That gives me legal standing with the kid. The bailiff immediately approached as the judge raised her hand. Sir Peterson, sit down and contain yourself, or I will hold you in contempt of court. Adam shouted, ignoring her. She turned everyone against me. From cops to lawyers to you. I was teaching the kid family responsibility, but everyone assumed I killed him. David muttered as he had Adam sit down. The bailiff grasped Adam's shoulder. Adam rejected him. Do not touch me. System is rigged. Judge grew stern. I find Mr. Anderson in contempt. Restrain him, bailiff. David stood embarrassed as the bailiff placed Adam's arms behind him. I regret my client's overreaction. He's anxious. Judge silenced him. Your client proved the court right regarding his child fitness. Contempt will land him in county jail tonight. Adjourn. James gathered his papers as Adam was carried away, muttering about scheme and injustice. He stopped me quietly in the corridor. Adam probably appeals custody. He's entitled, and David will likely counsel him. You must understand. Appeals can take months or years. Recent instructions apply throughout. Adam can't see Emma. Not reaching you both. Child support due. No change till appeals court rules. That performance makes me skeptical. A judge will reverse this. After adjusting his glasses, James faced me. That rant helped us. It displayed his uncontrollable rage. His inability to manage challenging situations was shown. Most importantly, he didn't comprehend why his actions affected Emma. Any appeals judge will see a man who blames everyone but himself in that transcript. My chest eased after weeks of tension. 2 days later, my phone rang as I was folding clothes at Rebecca's. Michelle's name appeared. When I replied, she was blunt. Adam rejected the plea. Federal trial is his goal. I sat on the couch due to leg wobbles. In frustration, Michelle continued. Disappointed. Not shocked. Adam thinks he did nothing wrong. He hopes the jurors see him as a struggling stepfather teaching morality, not a federal criminal. He stated Brian, his new lawyer, convinced him they could win at trial. Michelle stopped, rustling papers. Sarah's understanding is needed. Adam's calculation erred greatly. The evidence against him is overwhelming. He admitted cutting money before Secret Service agents. Bank surveillance footage. Our witnesses are Emma, you, and the bank teller. Trials stress everyone and take time. I'm sad you must cope with this without pleading. Next Monday, I saw my hospital supervisor. When it was quiet in the morning, we sat in the staff break room with coffee because the HR office was too cold. I briefly described the issue as rising legal bills and my need for money. The supervisor took notes on a little pad while listening. She was likely in her 50s and worked at the hospital for about 20 years. After I finished, she put her pen down and looked troubled. Sarah, a trusted nurse, has been with us for 7 years. A hospital employee help fund can aid you. Workers experiencing family emergencies receive non-repayable grants. A form was in her folder. Complete immediately. The committee meets on Thursday and can provide money within a week if your situation qualifies. She explained documentation and fees throughout. Fees for lawyers qualify. Emma spent on therapy. I hoped the financial strain wouldn't destroy us after we finished. Sophia saw me in Rebecca's kitchen 4 weeks following Adam's jail time. I made Emma's school lunch sandwiches the next day to preserve routine. Sophia leaned on the counter and watched me work before saying, Aunt Sarah. Emma must be discussed. She cried after your evening shift. My stomach dropped and I stopped spreading peanut butter. Sophia continued carefully. I miss your home, she murmured. Missing her room, toys, and neighborhood, she's frightened to return knowing Adam may be there. She wondered whether he could find her at our house. She doesn't grasp the restraining order despite my explanations. She's 8, but she only knows a trusted adult hurt and broke her stuff. I dropped the knife and grasped the counter. Rebecca couldn't host us forever. They kept saying we were welcome and there was no rush, but this wasn't home. Emma wanted permanence, not a temporary safe haven since Adam didn't know the address. The next afternoon, James summoned me into his office to discuss divorce property settlement. He had mortgage, home value, and equity projections on his desk. Adam paid nothing for your marriage. He was unemployed throughout, paying no bills, groceries, or mortgage. Criminal activity and the restraining order demonstrate he lost marital property. Request full house ownership for you. Adam addressed the expected response in the small office across from me. David will argue that Adam deserved half the house equity regardless of income because it's marital property. True under regular situations, not here. Federal charges against your daughter landed Adam in prison. Breach of restraining order. His financial abuse was clear. Giving him property would encourage his criminality. The judge will realize. James adopted another shape. Due to his imprisonment and active restraining order, I'll dismiss his claim. He shouldn't profit from sin. The HR lady called me Friday afternoon when I picked up Emma from school. Employee Assistance Committee approved your request. You get $Math BBS 3, $500 for legal fees. Tears impair vision, so I stopped. Friendly and professional, the representative spoke. You okay, Sarah? I agreed, despite throat constriction. She explained. You can get the check Monday. Any case-related legal charge can be used. Emma's attorney, court, and therapy costs. Reserve receipts for our records. The hospital looks after patients. We do it, not just say. Your health and daughter's healing are priorities. Leave your work schedule to us. We'll guarantee shifts and time off. I cried for 10 minutes in the school parking lot after hanging up. Not despair this time, but relief and gratitude that my co-workers helped. Michelle requested a trial 2 weeks later. 6 weeks till Adam's trial. This case is prioritized by the prosecution since it's fast for federal court. Proof of Adam's context is needed. The jurors must realize Emma's money obsession was trending. Michelle outlined what to expect after my immediate acceptance. Because Adam hired private counsel, David, Brian will likely portray Adam as a trying stepfather teaching principles. Adam's debt and unemployment will stand out. Adam's plight will be appealed. Stay calm and honest. Avoid arguing with Brian. Being honest about your observations and experiences. Then we practiced for an hour. Michelle criticized my answers. Too emotional. Consider facts. Good. Clear and precise. Avoid guessing his motives. Just recount his actions. Reliving everything made me stronger but exhausted. Emma had her weekly session with Antonia Thursday afternoon. Again, I browsed periodicals in the reception area without reading. Antonia recommended I stay a few minutes after the session. Emma hadn't been so relaxed on the couch in weeks. Antonia smiled at us. Our session today was fantastic for Emma. She laughed at my lousy jokes. She shared her feelings and told me something important. Antonia nodded to encourage Emma. Emma talked clearly but quietly to me. I want to save for summer camp and a bike, but Adam might steal it. Leaning forward, Antonia Adam's destructiveness was compared to money's safety. Most don't rob youngsters. Most adults protect kids and property. Adam committed crimes. That doesn't risk saving. It claims Adam was dangerous and no longer steals or hurts. I looked down at my shaking hands from the session. Antonio offered Emma tools to process everything. My daughter laughing again was like sunshine after weeks of storms. Rebecca found me in the kitchen that evening while Emma and Sophia were upstairs doing schoolwork. She filled 2 coffee mugs and sat across from me at the table. I've evaluated your situation. You and Emma have been through hell, and you're afraid to dominate. She thrust me a mug. Stay here long term. Basements can become small residences with bedrooms and living rooms. Own it. She raised her hand as I protested. Family helps Sarah. Not negotiable. Sophia adores Emma. Your presence fills the house. Gratitude, not fear, prompted tears. She took my hand across the table. Allow it. You need steadiness. And we have space. Ben recruited me for the basement conversion the following Saturday morning. The layout was created and supplies were purchased at cost through his contractor connections. We erected a shower-equipped little bathroom and a kitchenette with a compact fridge and microwave over the weekend. Emma requested help decorating her new bedroom with paint swatches on Sunday afternoon. Lovely hue reminded me of lavender fields. She softly rolled paint on the walls with her tongue out in concentration. She finally felt excited after weeks. She kept checking her work, wondering if her granny liked the color. Mark stated she had impeccable taste. The basement became a 2-room secure haven at dusk. James called Tuesday about family court. Judge ruled on house. You own everything, and Adam has 30 days to sign the deed. If he declines, the court transfers without his signature. He stated I could sell or rent the property and keep the proceeds. Sarah, this changes your finances tremendously. Sale or rental income could help you rebuild. I thanked him and hung up, checking my phone. This house Adam wanted to use as leverage was mine. He destroyed Emma's piggy bank, securing our finances. I spotted an unknown number on my phone Thursday afternoon. Something made me respond. Mom sobbed immediately. Drop the charges against my child. The great guy erred. Due to unemployment and melancholy, Your miscommunication is harming him. My jaw tensed. Your son committed federal crimes against my 8-year-old daughter. She persisted, raising her voice. He wanted to teach her responsibility. He wanted to raise her well because kids today are spoiled. He's being destroyed pointlessly. Stop her. Emma's money is scissors cut. He broke her grandmother's gift. He scared my kid in her bedroom. Federal offense is not parenting. She argued. But I hung up. I blocked the number with shaking hands. Michelle informed Adam's legal team Friday morning. He fired David and recruited Brian Meyer, a white-collar federal crime lawyer. Adam's family probably pays his defense. She paused. Meyer attacks harder than David. He will try to depict Adam as a horrible stepfather who made a bad decision under financial pressure, but the evidence is overwhelming. The Secret Service received everything from Adam. Were our chances affected? Michelle laughed. Not really. Meyer can't change Adam's words or behavior. He can degrade the trial for everyone. Next Tuesday was Emma's school conference. Her teacher smiled as I sat in the tiny chair opposite her desk. Emma's anxiety has decreased in 2 weeks. More active in class, raising her hand for questions, playing with friends at recess. Emma used check-ins well, according to our school counselor. Antonia helps her recover from trauma. Talking instead of suppressing her emotions. I was relieved. Progress was finally made. Daughter was fixing, not breaking. I revisited Mark about the house. He suggested renting instead of selling and found a fair property manager. Your rental income pays your mortgage and adds math BBS, $450 month. Sarah, money exists. To restore funds and pay legal bills, the management company found tenants a week after signing the contract. My house, where Adam tortured my child, would support our recovery and freedom. Adam's trial began Tuesday morning. I drove downtown to the federal courthouse on my day off. Michelle explained outdoors. She said Brian Meyer's pricey outfit was smooth and powerful. He asked empathetic questions about Adam's unemployment and finances when I testified. Did he teach your daughter family duty? Wasn't he trying to teach morality after growing up poor? Michelle regularly protested. Her questioning demolished Brian's story. She highlighted that destroying federal cash is illegal regardless of purpose or parenting style. She highlighted Adam's months of obsessive comments about Emma's money, growing demands, and disregard for my daughter's property and emotional well-being. The jurors noted my words. Helen then described Adam's bank conduct. Lowering the budget teaches, he said. He kept talking about kids sharing without apology. Her successor, Agent Thomas, testified about Adam's arrest confession and entitlement. Prosecution displayed bank surveillance footage. Adam told Emma to say the money was for car home charges, which the jury saw. He demonstrated his visual learning method to Helen by puffing up his chest. They saw him argue with Secret Service agents about paper cutting. Jurors shuffled uncomfortably. The jury returned in under 3 hours. The 4-person read the verdict standing. Found guilty of federal currency defacing. Adam rose up with a red face, but Brian grabbed his arm and spoke something sharp, making him sit down. Weight off my shoulders. The verdict proved everything. He said it was bad parenting. But Adam did something illegal. The court dismissed the jury and set punishment for 2 weeks. Michelle and I left the courthouse breathing freely for the first time in months. 2 weeks of paperwork and waiting. I attended the jury verdict and Thursday morning sentence session in the same courthouse. Brian and Adam sat at the defense table while Michelle gathered her notes in a navy suit at the prosecutor's table. Adam donned an orange jumpsuit when imprisoned for contempt. His features looked thinner and rougher than at trial. Michelle first sought for the maximum sentence in court. She reported Adam's remorselessness, restraining order violation days after incarceration, and financial abuse of an 8-year-old. Adam spoke about entitled youngsters and weak mothers who don't discipline in his laptop forum posts. The judge listened and took notes. Brian rose and tried a new plan. Adam's difficult childhood, unemployment, and family merger were discussed. Since Adam lost his marriage, home, and reputation, he argued that probation with community service was preferable than prison. He said Adam learned from court and needs anger management counseling. The judge specifically requested Adam's testimony. Adam stood slowly. So I expected an apology. Instead, he said modern youth don't understand sacrifice. How his generation learned to share everything with family. He just wanted to teach Emma domestic duties. Brian tried to stop him, but Adam stated the incident was exaggerated and that cutting invoices shouldn't result in federal charges. The judge's face clouded as Adam proceeded. She ordered him 7 months in federal prison, 3 years of supervised release, $1, math BBS, $6.0 fine, and twice weekly anger management counseling for 3 years. As the judge sentenced Adam, his face grew red. Adam glared at me as the marshal took him. He hated me like I damaged his life instead of my daughter's property and possessions. Holding his eyes changed something. I no longer panicked when he broke Emma's piggy bank. Adam no longer frightened me. I regretted marrying him, introducing him to Emma, and dismissing his fretting about an 8-year-old's birthday money. Emma's father betrayed her, so I felt awful. Adam no longer controlled us, therefore I wasn't afraid. Adam would spend 7 months in prison analyzing his conduct since the judge had taken that power away. Since Adam never believes they're wrong, he probably wouldn't consider it. I picked Emma up after school and we sat in her temporary bedroom at Rebecca's that night. She barely touched her assigned math. She eventually looked at me and asked if Adam would be in prison long. On the edge of her bed, I said that 7 months wasn't long for adults but plenty for us to feel safe and settled. I promised her our own place again and Adam wouldn't reach us by the time he left. While thinking about this, she chewed her pencil, as she usually did with unpleasant thoughts. A cow reminded her of Granny and Adam's harm, therefore she requested a turtle piggy bank. She wanted to save again and trust that her money was safe, which relieved me. I took her to the downtown gift store that weekend, where she spent 20 minutes looking at every porcelain animal bank before choosing a bright green turtle with a smiling painted face and big eyes. She went home holding it softly in both hands. James finished my case the following Tuesday in his office. He presented the divorce and custody orders in a neat folder. Adam's prison sentence and criminal record made appealing, improbable, and even if he did, it would take months and require him to prove the judge erred. James stated Adam signed the house deed from jail through his lawyer, making it mine. James replied that he was charging half his regular fee for the case. He said the problem was clear and he was happy to help. Emma was tough and had a nice mother. In his office, I cried, astounded by people's kindness amid this ordeal. Helen at the bank called the Secret Service instead of exchanging bills. Rebecca immediately opened her home. Mark helped fix locks and basements. James took my case knowing I couldn't pay his full rate. They all arrived when I needed them. Antonio worked with Emma twice a week after her arrest. During one of our parent lectures, she suggested a Thursday night community center support group for single mothers. I attended the following week, afraid to share my story. Talking to other women about exiting abusive marriages helped me overcome my embarrassment at marrying Adam so soon after my first husband left. I kept wondering if I should have detected the symptoms, protected Emma, and waited longer to add someone. Catherine, a nurse who left her husband after he controlled their finances for years, said Adam's behavior increased after marriage. She said that was usual abuse. Abusers sometimes leave their worst acts until after commitment, knowing their victim is imprisoned. I shouldn't blame myself for not predicting Adam would destroy my daughter's property because that escalation was unanticipated. The group leader agreed, stating abusers can hide their true nature until they feel safe. 4 months after Adam's imprisonment, Emma and I felt comfortable in Rebecca's basement. Monthly house rental income covered the mortgage and gave me math BB.s $450 more. Emma occasionally had nightmares about people breaking her stuff, but they had generally stopped. This time, she locked her turtle piggy bank under her bed so only she and I could open it. She saved math BB.s $70 by assisting Rebecca with housekeeping and yard work. I sometimes watched her count bills to ensure they were intact. It hurt that she needed that reassurance, but I was glad she felt safe enough to rescue again. Antonia organized a parent meeting to discuss Emma's progress. Emma assured me she was doing well considering her situation. Antonia said well-supported kids are tough. I probably saved Emma's mental health by quickly removing Adam from her life. If I had stayed with Adam or condoned his acts, Emma would have learnt she didn't need protection or that harming her stuff was okay. Instead, she realized that adults who mistreat children are punished, and that her mother will always put her safety first. Antonia recommended several months of therapy before monthly check-ins. Adam's probation officer emailed me 7 months post-sentence. After his federal prison sentence, Adam moved to Arizona with his mother. The probation officer wrote in the email that Adam could not contact us on supervised release and would be returned to prison immediately. He got weekly probation officer visits, anger management twice a week, and work. Breaking these rules would send him back to prison to fulfill his sentence. James advised me to keep all probation officer communications in case we needed them after I forwarded the email to document it. He didn't think Adam would break his release terms because he'd served 7 months in federal prison and didn't want to return. Emma's 10th birthday was celebrated with garden decorations at Rebecca's in May. Sophia invited 2 of her friends who had become Emma's relatives in recent months and 6 schoolmates. Everyone watched Emma give gifts at the picnic table while enjoying pizza and ice cream cake. Grandparents sent birthday cards with money, and her aunt from California gave Math BBS, $60. Emma gently took the birthday money and walked to her room after opening everything. I saw her flatten each bill before inserting it into her turtle bank through the top hole. Her announcement at the party that she was saving for summer camp restored her right to save and plan. She no longer feared theft or damage. She trusted me to protect her money. My hospital supervisor called me into her office the following week. I thought something was wrong, but she mentioned a surgical unit senior role. Day shifts, greater pay, and more stability would replace my rotational schedule. She said I deserved the promotion for handling everything in recent months while maintaining quality. The extra Math BBS, $10 per month would let me rent a little house for Emma and me. Rebecca stated there was no rush when I told her about the promotion and move. She told us to stay till we found the perfect home, that Sophia had benefited from us, and that she missed Emma every day. So she looked at me like she understood why we needed our own space again and why Emma needed to feel at home. I checked rental listings on my phone during hospital lunches in May. With my promotion pay, I could afford a tiny but respectable place for Emma to have her own room again. She loved Rebecca's house, but she missed ours. A 2-bedroom house 3 blocks from Rebecca's let Emma walk to Sophia whenever she wanted. Emma toured the closets and backyard with the landlord on Saturday morning. She asked us to paint the bedroom with the window facing the enormous oak tree purple like Rebecca's. We signed the lease that afternoon after I gave the landlord the first month's rent plus deposit, money from my promotion, and rental revenue from my prior residence. Rebecca helped me move from the basement flat, wrapping dishes in newspaper and tagging boxes with markers. For snatching and hiding her teddy bears in boxes, Emma laughed and chased Sophia. Mark put the bed frames, drawers, and small couch Rebecca gave us when we moved into a work truck. We spent the weekend carrying boxes up the front steps and furnishing the new rooms. Emma organized her bookshelves and paints while Sophia hung posters. The first night at the new house, Emma took her turtle bank from the bedroom stuff box. She carefully placed it on her dresser, not in a drawer or locked box. Emma gently touched the porcelain turtle's cheerful painted face before leaving. I heard she saved Math BBS $300 for summer camp, lunches, and souvenirs. When asked whether she wanted to leave it out, she nodded and claimed she wasn't afraid anymore. She said I would defend her and that evildoers who mistreat youngsters pay. The pressure in my chest since Adam wrecked her cowbank dissipated. Later that night, I put Emma to bed in her purple room with the oak tree outside her window. While she was partly asleep with her favorite rabbit, I stroked her hair back from her forehead on her bed. I glanced at our protected place made from Adam's debris and knew we'd done well. We owned house. Family support from Rebecca, Mark, and Sophia. Marketing and renting my house provide financial security. Most importantly, Emma felt safe and valued. Although life wasn't ideal and we experienced anxieties, we were happy. Emma enjoyed kayaking, arts and crafts, and making new friends at July summer camp. I wanted to watch her grow up safe and confident, have new adventures, and decide who was in our family. You destroyed her identity. My wife screamed after naming our daughter without my consent. In retaliation, I legally changed it to something worse. My wife named our daughter poorly without my consent. I legally made it worse. Emily and I had decided on Grace for our daughter when we found out we were carrying a girl. After months of deliberation, our families adored it. Grace was my grandmother's middle name and Emily's favorite virtue name. It was elegant and meaningful. Everything was planned until our daughter's birth. After 36 hours of labor, Emily filled out the birth certificate as I had coffee in the restaurant. The nurse congratulated me on Lila Mackenzie when I returned. I asked her to repeat because I thought I heard wrong. She handed me the document where Emily spelled Lila Mackenzie that way. Emily told me Grace had an insight during labor that our daughter required a unique name. She stated Grace was ordinary and our daughter deserved more. I informed her we'd chosen Grace for 8 months and told everyone. Emily stated she had ultimate say because she carried and labored the baby for 9 months. The nurse offered to hold the paperwork for 48 hours for discussion, but Emily stated it had already sent electronically. That was a lie, but I discovered it later. The announcement of Lila Mackenzie devastated our relatives. Mom asked for help spelling it 3 times and got it wrong. It sounded like a drug to Emily's dad. My sister wondered if we were kidding. Emily lashed out that everyone was jealous of our daughter's originality. She called the infant Leela, but spelled it Leela in texts, cards, and social media, never recalling her daughter's spelling. It was misspelled 5 times in the pediatrician's system. The insurer said it exceeded their character limit. Daycare sent Brittany Mackenzie documents home and didn't understand why. Emily chastised others for ignoring creative names. When Lila was 4 months old, I asked Emily to modify it. I tried to erase her birth and motherhood. She said. She believed altering the name would destroy their spiritual connection because she saw it during contractions. While everyone mispronounced our daughter's name, she used those phrases. The preschool years were horrible. Lila was called everything but her name. Teachers gave up and called her B. Kids couldn't say it. Parents felt we were arrogant fools. Emily aggressively corrected others, insisting they were wrong. She interrupted story time to correct the teacher's pronunciation. She made other parents repeat until they got it. Even though Lila was 4, she made her spell it hundreds of times. Lila cried at home when she started kindergarten because kids called her name silly. Emily said they were jealous and dull while their daughter excelled. Lila asked to be called Grace, but Emily grounded her for being ungrateful. I began planning then. I studied legal name changes for youngsters and learned that one parent might petition if the other abandoned or was unfit. Emily was fit, but about to leave Lila. Emily needed a spa weekend for mental wellness, I convinced her. We booked a resort 3 hours away and I'd handle everything at home. Friday morning, Emily headed for her relaxing vacation. Friday afternoon, I submitted emergency paperwork indicating Emily had left the state and stopped parenting. The resort was across state boundaries, so technically. When the clerk saw Lila Mackenzie on the form, she realized why a change was needed. She accelerated this hardship case. After Emily returned Monday, our kid was legally Amelia Harper Weatherbottom. For flair, I added Weatherbottom as a third name. When the school phoned about updated documentation, Emily learned. I did something wrong, and she drove home yelling. Requested Reds is on Spotify. Check the description or comments link. When the automobile screeched into the driveway, I knew she'd found out. Emily burst through the front door. Red. Twisted face. She shouted that I'd damaged our daughter's identity and hurled her pocketbook at the wall. She asked me how I could be so harsh and hateful. I relaxed on the couch with my hands on my lap. I told her I utilized her logic perfectly. The parent who handles the papers has ultimate say. I did. Emily pointed at me with shaking fists. She branded me a monster and stated my actions were different. A sacred and meaningful vision during labor inspired her name. I reclined and crossed my arms. I mentioned that my vision also inspired Sizzle and Morgani. Imagine teaching her how it feels when your partner betrays an arrangement. I felt only delight as she cried, mascara dripping down her face. Around 3:45, the school bus arrived. Through the glass, I observed our daughter descend the stairs with a slumped back and dragging backpack. It took her longer to climb the driveway. She was crying when she entered. Emily ran over and knelt, wondering what happened. Her daughter wailed as her instructor couldn't pronounce her new name. The youngsters laughed harder at her. Everyone laughed at her Pizza Lynn name. Emily turned around and shouted that I'd ruined everything. She stated I turned a terrible situation into a nightmare. I felt something chilly enter my gut. That was my first significant doubt about my actions. Daughter hurried to her room and banged door. While Emily paced back and forth, mumbling about how bad I was, I stared at my hands. I got up and headed to work. Closed the door, I took my phone. Hold music lasted 5 minutes when I contacted the county clerk. I inquired about reversing a name change when someone answered. The phone operator told Emily she could petition to change it again. A pause. She inquired about Friday's Amelia case. Yes, I said. Her voice quieted and grew uncomfortable. She expedited my paperwork without knowing it was a marital conflict. She would have needed both parents' signatures if she knew. I hung up after thanking her. Sitting at my workstation, I felt nauseous. An automobile entered the driveway about 6:30 that evening, followed by another. I spotted Emily's parents exiting. Mark, her father, was outraged. Her mother, Linda, had a strong jaw. I opened the door before they knocked. Mark pushed past me silently. He immediately walked to the living room where Emily was holding our kid. After following him, Linda looked at me. She avoided my gaze. She called my actions psychological abuse of Emily and our children. I explained. But she raised her hand. She refused to listen. Mark confronted me after returning from the living room. He said Leela Mackenzie was pronounceable but not excellent. At least it was love, not malice. He stated my monster was worse than Emily's. I stood there taking it because I had no choice. They spent 3 hours talking to Emily in the other room while I sat alone in the kitchen. The next morning, my parents arrived. Emily called them nights before. David, my father, wanted to talk outside. We stood on the front porch in the cool morning air. He called me shameful. He stated he understood being mad at Emily, but using her as a weapon was wrong. He interrupted me when I tried to convey my argument. He added, "The point I made was that I cared more about revenge than my own child." Mother. Rebecca put her hand on my shoulder. Though milder, her words wounded deeper. She stated, "I made a bad situation worse." She stated I hurt my daughter to hurt my wife, making me no better than Emily. They left soon after. Watching them drive away left me hollow. 3 days later, school called. It was kindergarten teacher Ethan Green. He requested an emergency meeting with both parents. The phone caller wasn't telling me what was wrong, but his voice was worried. He indicated our daughter had school-related emotional issues. Though he didn't realize what was going on at home, the boy was plainly hurting. He felt his concerns had to be documented. Next afternoon's meeting was set. Emily and I drove separately to school. Outside the principal's office, we sat in separate seats without looking at each other. Principal Charlotte Mitchell summoned us. She looked glum with papers on her desk. She said our daughter told her instructor she wanted no name. She stated our relationship must end immediately. We were hurting our child's self-esteem. I said that I was referencing Emily's original treachery. Charlotte interrupted me with her hand. Our marital issues didn't matter to her. A 5-year-old being used as a weapon worried her. She threatened to report this to child services if we couldn't fix it. Words strike me hard. Emily wept. Charlotte handed her a tissue box and waited. She gave us 1 week to improve or she'd call. We left office quietly. First, Emily drove away. I waited 20 minutes in the school parking lot. Watching the steering wheel, I wondered how my righteous retaliation had become child services threats. I wanted Emily to realize her error. Instead, I'd shown I might be incorrect. Maybe worse. Finally started the car and drove home. The house was deserted when I arrived. I sat in my driveway with the engine off, watching the sun set through my windshield. I waited until the streetlights came on and the sky turned purple. Around 7, Emily's automobile entered the driveway. She exited gently and approached my window. Rolled it down. Was I coming inside? I nodded and left. We entered the house silently. Our daughter watched cartoons in the living room. She looked up nervously when we entered. She inquired about our conflict. Emily drew our daughter onto her lap on the couch. I took the chair across from them. With huge, anxious eyes, our daughter gazed between us. She inquired why we changed her name. She asked if we didn't love her. Emily immediately wept. Her body shook, and she couldn't speak. I watched her fail 5 times to speak. Emily's crying made our daughter cry. I touched our daughter's back on the couch. We love her. I told her. We made terrible decisions, I told her. I assured her we'd fix it together. How? Our daughter asked. Not ready to respond. Emily wiped her eyes and said we'd sort things out. Our daughter requested a name change again. I promised her no more changes. Emily looked at me but didn't argue. We tucked our daughter in early. She asked 5 more times whether we loved her before sleeping. Emily and I went to the kitchen after she left. I proposed we file immediately to alter the name to Grace as agreed. Emily sat at the table with her head in her hands. She couldn't erase the name that came to her in her most vital time. I reminded her our daughter suffered daily. Emily claimed she knew, but Grace felt wrong. She explained we couldn't revert since too much had transpired. I inquired about her desires. She denies knowing. We waited 15 minutes in silence. I recommended we try something fresh. Shaking her head, Emily, nothing will feel right after this, she murmured. I was furious again but tried to stay cool. I wondered if she would let our daughter suffer from her feelings. Emily inquired if I was really caring about our daughter after what I did. We were stuck for weeks, unwilling to give up. The next morning, my mom called while I made coffee. She didn't chat or ask how I was. She stated she contacted John Brooks, a parental dispute attorney. We couldn't figure this out, so she paid for a consultation. She believed our daughter deserved better than parents who used her name maliciously. I started to thank her, but she hung up. Emily went downstairs to learn who called. Told her about the lawyer. She inquired about my request to my mother. No. Emily drank coffee and added, maybe it was good. Since we couldn't agree, maybe someone else needed to tell us what to do. John Brooks' office scheduled appointments that afternoon. They wanted to meet with us individually first, then collectively. Emily went Tuesday. I went Wednesday. Emily was sitting against the wall in his office when I entered for the joint meeting on Thursday. John examined papers at his desk. He had glasses and gray hair. Maybe 50. His smile and handshake were absent. He ordered us to sit. Seating in the 2 seats facing his desk. John looked up from his papers and pondered us. He said we'd committed parental alienation by manipulating names. He stopped Emily from interrupting with his hand. A judge would see through both our activities. He continued. He said courts only considered the child's best interests. He stated neither of us considered that. Emily flushed. My stomach sank. John persisted. He admitted reviewing the birth certificate. He reviewed my emergency petition. He addressed the school. He read the pediatrician's report on our daughter's suffering. Emily stated her choice was about spiritual and parental bonding. Not revenge, she said. Over his glasses, John watched her. He said she changed without permission. After specifically agreeing otherwise, he said the unilateral choice infringed her husband's parental rights. John stopped Emily from arguing. He faced me. I answered. Mine was about proving a point. John stated bad parents prove points at their daughter's expense. I allegedly used my child as a weapon in a divorce. He called it textbook parental alienation. My words were lacking when I tried to justify myself. John warned that my emergency petition would certainly be rejected. He said I included incorrect information. Emily didn't abandon the child. It was a weekend spa trip. He said the court would see through it. He claimed they wouldn't automatically restore Leela Mackenzie either. He listed all the name-related issues. Teachers couldn't confess. Kids mocked it. Our daughter cried several times at home. He added, the court may reject both names as damaging and choose another. Emily and I gazed. Neither of us considered that. He advised us to compromise on a name before the court does. He advised we ask our daughter what she wants. Emily quickly remarked a 5-year-old couldn't make such a big decision. John stated she's old enough to have an opinion we should respect. Our daughter had to live with her name, he remarked. He stated her voice was more important than ours now. Emily appeared offended but didn't argue. Next week, John organized another meeting. He advised us to talk to our daughter first. Again, we drove home separately. I arrived first and waited in the living room. Emily arrived 15 minutes later. Our daughter wouldn't return till dinner from a friend's place. Only a few hours. I asked Emily whether she was ready. I was asked. I insisted we had to do it even though neither of us was ready. Emily's friend dropped off our daughter at 6:30. We thanked her and took our daughter in. Emily proposed talking in her room. Again, our daughter seemed afraid. I assured her everything was fine. We sat on her bed upstairs. I asked her favorite name. Our daughter initially stared at Emily, then me. Grace. Emily spoke. Our daughter cried before Emily spoke. She wanted a common name teachers could speak. A name youngsters wouldn't laugh at was her wish. She cried now. Emily hugged her, but our kid cried. Emily quickly stood up and departed. I heard her walking to our bedroom down the hall. Our daughter asked mother where she went. She required a moment. Our daughter calmed down while I was with her. Her name Grace is lovely, I told her. I assured her we'd name her that. She asked whether mommy was furious. I assured her mother wasn't mad. I stated mama had significant feelings to process. My daughter hugged me and said she loved us. I told her we love her. Emily was seated on the floor by the bed in our bedroom. She cried a lot. I sat next to her. She said Grace didn't honor her birth. She claimed Lila's arrival was unforgettable. I was caught between comforting her and being irritated she was still thinking about herself. I understood her feelings, but our daughter suffered. Emily acknowledged her selfishness. She said she couldn't control her emotions. My arm wrapped her shoulders. I said our daughter's pleasure trumped our egos and experiences. I suggested putting her first once. Emily looked at me. She inquired if I truly prioritized our daughter. She said I made her name worse out of spite. She wondered how that prioritized our daughter. My response was poor. She was right. My attempt to prove my argument made everything worse. We sat on the floor silently for a while. Emily and I spent 4 days in tight silence. We moved like strangers in a house. We sent our daughter to school each morning with her absurd name. She returned home quieter daily. The first afternoon, she said youngsters called her Pizza Lynn. She tried to chuckle, but her eyes were watery. Emily started talking about youngsters being creative but stopped when she saw our daughter's face. The second day, our daughter ate dinner silently. She pushed her food around her plate and requested early dismissal. Emily left and Emily and I sat at the table without looking at each other. Ethan Green brought home a note in our daughter's backpack on day 3. Checking her assignment folder revealed it. Note stated that other children have adopted Pizza Lynn as a moniker. Our daughter didn't respond or correct them. Her recess was spent alone, not with other kids. Ethan wrote that he worried about her isolation. Please contact him to discuss the situation. I showed Emily the note silently. She read it twice and placed it on the kitchen counter. Her hands shook. I heard our bedroom door close as she left. I held the message in the kitchen and felt the weight of what we'd done to our kid press on me. Emily arrived the 5th morning. I had coffee in the living room before work. She sat across from me on the couch with her hands in her lap. She agreed to change the name to Grace. She spoke quietly and flatly. She reported one ailment. She wanted legal proof that I admitted my actions were improper and hurtful. She wanted me to sign a document admitting I damaged our daughter. I put down my coffee and glanced at her. I agreed immediately. I promised to sign anything to give our daughter a normal name and end this horror. Emily stood up after nodding. She advised us to call John immediately. Before Emily changed her mind, I called him on my phone. John answered on the 3rd ring and I expressed our need. He offered to write the paperwork that afternoon. He invited us to his office at 4. I promised we'd arrive. John worked downtown near the courthouse. Emily and I met in the parking lot after driving separately. Walking silently, we entered. The receptionist took us to a conference room where John was waiting. He spread papers on the table. He said he wrote a joint petition to name our baby Grace. We both acknowledged in the petition that our earlier acts were not in her best interest. He required both signatures and would file it with the court within hours. Emily read the statement first. She scanned the text slowly. She pushed the papers toward me and signed them at the bottom. I read where I admitted that altering my daughter's name to Amelia Harper Weatherbottom was damaging and done without deliberation. I signed beside Emily. John stored the papers in a folder. He promised to take them to court quickly. We left after thanking him. Court letter arrived 3 days later. The hearing was 4 weeks away. John contacted to say 4 weeks was rapid given family court's backlog. He considered us lucky to get a date so soon. The school sent another letter that day. The principal wrote that Grace will be used informally in class until the legal name change. They sought to ease our daughter's adjustment. Emily nodded as I showed her the letter. She didn't say anything, but her expression showed relief and pain. Our daughter came home from school the next day talking more than in a week. She was called Grace by her teacher that morning. Some of the other youngsters heard and used Grace. Olivia said Grace was a nice name, she remarked. I hadn't seen our daughter so delighted since I changed her name. She chatted about Olivia and their recess play tomorrow during dinner. Emily stared at her oddly. A smile appeared when our daughter gazed at her. When our daughter looked away, Emily's face tightened and saddened. She seemed to be battling internally. Emily stared at nothing on the couch after our daughter went to bed. I inquired about her health. She claimed to be all right, but her voice sounded different. Sitting close to her, I didn't push. She would speak when ready or not. Linda, Emily's mother, arrived 3 days later without calling. After hugging our daughter, she asked to speak with Emily alone. I heard their voices in the kitchen but couldn't understand them. They returned after 20 minutes. Linda looked at me and said she needed to talk too. Emily played with our daughter upstairs. Linda sat down and informed me she'd been thinking about everything. To encourage her daughter, She originally backed Emily's choice of Lila. She realized her mistake after watching her granddaughter's reaction. She stated maternal bonding wasn't about dominating your child. She said the best mothers respond to their children's needs, even if they disagree. She stated Emily was challenging to let go of her ideal parenting, but she needed to for her daughter. She looked fatigued when Linda said that. She hugged me goodbye and told me to watch her girls. Next night, David, my father, called. He invited me to their place. My parents were waiting in their living room when I drove over after supper. My dad requested the court petition signed admission of misconduct. The copy John gave me was seen to him. Dad read it carefully and set it down. He suggested I may admit my faults. He spoke less harshly than before. That was beyond most males, he remarked. He then advised me to seek serious marriage counseling with Emily. He stated we had lost all trust. He noticed how we interacted. He stated marriages couldn't endure such destruction without labor. My mother put her hand on my shoulder and said they would help, but we had to work hard. Emily and I started therapy the next week. Dr. Lawson worked at a hospital area medical building. In the first session, she had us sit across from each other and explain why we were there. Emily initially discussed the name dispute and its progression. My side was then explained. Without interruption, Dr. Lawson listened. We were astonished by her statement afterward. She indicated both of us had significant control difficulties. She said we utilized our daughter to fight marriage-related conflicts. Name disagreement was a symptom of bigger issues. She claimed the true concerns were respect, communication, and collaborative decision-making. We had to fix those issues or they would destroy our family, she said. Emily and I gazed. Neither of us considered that. Dr. Lawson assigned weekly homework. She wanted to practice modest decisions and appreciating each other's opinions. She stated we'd advance to bigger challenges after learning the basics. The next therapy was harder. Emily was asked by Dr. Lawson why she changed Grace to Leela without my consent. Long silence from Emily. She stated she felt powerless during pregnancy and labor. She said everyone told her what to do and feel. She felt that the name gave her power over her life. The name wasn't important, she said. Proving her strength was the goal. Dr. Lawson inquired why I used a worse name. I had trouble expressing it. I finally admitted to being betrayed and humiliated. Emily humiliated me in front of our families, and I wanted her to feel weak. I said my revenge was scale balancing. Dr. Lawson looked up from her notebook while writing. She stated we sacrificed our daughter's well-being for our own power and control. Without a major adjustment, she indicated that pattern will ruin our family. She led collaborative decision-making processes. She advised us to respect each other's boundaries and listen instead of responding. Emily and I felt naked after that experience. Something had changed between us. We both confessed our motives. Honesty hurt, but it could lead to better things. After 3 weeks of weird stillness, the hearing date arrived. Emily and I talked mostly about logistics with our daughter. We moved like strangers in a house. Emily donned a navy dress that made her look serious and responsible on court day. Our daughter donned her special purple sparkling shirt. Outside the courthouse, John explained what would happen. He suggested the court will likely question our daughter directly, and we should let her answer without coaching. Emily's hands shook as she walked up the courthouse stairs with our daughter. Wood paneling and buzzing fluorescent lights made the courtroom smaller than imagined. The judge was seated when we entered. She was about 50 with gray hair pushed back and nose-mounted reading spectacles. Her expression as she looked up from the stack of papers made my stomach plummet. She looked jaded and unimpressed, like she'd seen every idiotic thing parents could do to their kids. John stood to present our united petition after the bailiff called our case number. Judge raised one hand to halt him. She reported having read all the paperwork and had several queries. She stared at our daughter on the front row between Emily and myself. Softly, the judge inquired her name. Daughter said she didn't like her name, Amelia. The judge requested her preferred name. Our daughter uttered Grace. Clearly and steadily. Grace, like her great-grandmother, was her dream name. Judge nodded slowly and wrote on her papers. Her face tightened when she stared at Emily and me. She authorized the name change to Grace instantly. She signed and gave the clerk the order immediately. However, her voice was icy when she spoke. She stated she'd seen parents abuse children for 25 years as a family court judge. A child's name as a weapon in a divorce was one of the cruelest things she'd seen. She told Emily picking a name without her father's agreement was wrong. Her eyes told me retaliating with a worse name was worse. She said we prioritized our egos and wrath over our daughter. She said our actions hurt our daughter. We were ordered to take a child-centered decision-making parenting course. She gave us 60 days to finish and present proof to the court. She promised to personally supervise our compliance. She took another document from her stack. She also denied my emergency petition. She said I lied in court about Emily abandoning our daughter. She said Emily spent 3 hours at a spa without leaving anyone. She warned that lying in court files could lead to contempt proceedings. This time, she was letting it go because we'd made an arrangement, but she warned that manipulating judicial systems in the future may lead to jail time. She stated neither of us should appear in her courtroom again. She waved us off. Leaving the courthouse felt like a stomach hit. Emily was quietly crying beside me. Our kid grasped our hands and asked whether we were okay. I told her everything would be okay now that she was Grace, but I didn't feel okay. We got what we wanted, but the judge was right about everything. I wounded Emily with my daughter. Emily exploited our daughter to demonstrate her motherhood. Both of us were bad parents. Emily and I waited on the courthouse steps while John copied the signed order. None of us knew what to say. Though we won, it didn't feel good. Our daughter tugged on my hand and requested ice cream to celebrate her new name. Emily looks at me and nods. No one spoke as we went 2 blocks to the ice cream shop. Our daughter got chocolate chip and exclaimed over telling her teacher her real name. Emily and I ate little ice cream. Emily apologized for everything after our daughter went to bed. I apologized too. Sitting on opposite ends of the couch, we didn't touch. Within 7 days, the school updated records. The principal contacted to confirm the legal name change and promised a smooth transition. Our daughter was excited to come home from school on Friday. Her teacher told the class to call her Grace, her new name. She said she made 2 recess pals who wanted to play. Someone said Grace was a nice name. The teacher wrote home that our daughter seemed more confident and participated more in class discussions. She reported that the name change reduced anxiety. I watched our daughter change over 3 weeks. She grinned more. She chatted more at dinner. She offered to read bedtime stories. Her shoulders stopped tensing. But Emily struggled. I caught her saying Lila and halting. She slipped. And our daughter kindly corrected her. Emily would apologize and say Grace through tears. I saw her body ache every time. After our daughter corrected her 3 times that night, Emily shut herself in the bathroom and cried. I hesitated outside the door, unsure what to say. We had twice-weekly therapy. Emily finally cried at the name in one session. She felt like she was eliminating her most crucial moment. She stated giving birth had changed her, and picking that name was part of becoming a mother. The therapist listened and asked Emily if her motherhood was more essential than her daughter's personhood. Long silence from Emily. No, she replied. The therapist helped her recognize her birth in various ways. Emily may write, draw, or join a support group, she said. She advised Emily to separate her metamorphosis from her daughter's. They were different. My therapist focused on me in another session. She wondered why I retaliated so strongly. I said Emily had humiliated me, broken our agreement, and made me appear stupid. The broken trust was slowly restored. Every time Grace came to her instead of me, Emily looked relieved. I tried more to involve Grace in house decisions. I'd ask her what she wanted for supper instead of cooking. I'd let her choose Friday night movies. She valued small signs of her opinion. She seemed astonished, like she wasn't used to being asked. When we were reading before bed, she got quiet and glanced at me. Her name changes terrified her. She said she didn't know her role. Hearing her say that tightened my chest. I apologized for the ordeal. I blamed my anger at her mom for my wrong choices. Although she wasn't to blame, she hugged me and said it was okay since she was Grace and liked it. I clung to her and vowed never to hurt Emily again. Grace ran in from the bus stop waving construction paper 3 months after the courthouse hearing. She drew stick figures of us for a school family art project. I had brown hair and glasses. Emily had long yellow hair. Grace held both of our hands in the center. Our names were written in her careful kindergarten calligraphy with some letters backwards under each person. It stated Dad under my stick figure. It said Mom under Emily. Grace with a capital G was under her name. Emily and I cried together in the kitchen as we stared at the drawing. Grace seemed confused and asked if we didn't like her photo. Emily snatched her up and exclaimed, "We loved it. We loved it so much." I magnetized the photo to the fridge. Throughout the week, I stopped to gaze at the name in shaky letters, Grace. Just Grace. Emily and I attended weekly therapy. Our therapist offered us home exercises. Even silly decisions like towel color and lunch location had to be discussed before making them. Checking in about anything seemed odd at first. It gradually felt natural. We improved at listening, instead of waiting to speak. We said, "I hear what you're saying, and help me understand your perspective." It sounds cheesy, but it worked. We hadn't recovered from Lila. Our old self was gone, but we were building something more honest. We both know their current abilities. There was no pretending we were perfect, agreeable couples. We were trying to improve after hurting each other. Family dinners with our parents got easier. Mom and Dad started coming for Sunday lunches again. Emily's parents joined us. Initial dinners were strained, with guarded talk about weather and Grace's school. Once they witnessed us solving our challenges, everyone relaxed. My dad grabbed me aside one Sunday and said he saw our effort. He was proud of our perseverance. Emily's mother told her the same thing, but nobody forgot. My sister still joked about drug names. Mark occasionally shook his head and said weather bottom. They turned the calamity into a family warning. When someone was going to make a unilateral decision, someone would add, "Remember the name situation." Everyone laughed. Shameful, but probably deserved. November saw parent-teacher conferences. Emily and I sat in little kindergarten seats as Ethan Green held Grace's folder at his desk. He noted her schoolwork and friendships had improved greatly. He reported she was happier and engaging more in class. We saw her reading scores had improved dramatically. He stated she was now a high-class reader. He was courteous and didn't mention her name, sobbing, or isolation issues. But his countenance showed relief that the matter was addressed. Our parents were probably the worst he'd met. He nodded and continued, "Grace was a wonderful kid." Emily gripped my hand as we left the conference. We both realized we nearly hurt our daughter. Emily showed me her writing a few weeks later. Grace's letter was saved to give her later, possibly in college or as a teenager. The letter conveyed Emily's view of Lila. She described feeling powerless during pregnancy and labor. She wrote about seeking one personal choice. She described her vision during contractions, and how vivid it felt. But then she apologized for not considering Grace's situation. She apologized for putting her feelings before Grace's. She apologized for years of hardship and shame. The letter was straightforward and painful. Emily cried as I read. After finishing, I praised her for writing it down. I told her it helped me comprehend her reasoning, but I still thought she was incorrect. She admitted she'd been wrong. She wanted Grace to know it came from a sincere place, not cruelty. The chat made me realize I needed to write a letter. After bedtime, I worked on it for a week. For retaliation, I wrote Grace about the sizzle and why. I mentioned how angry and humiliated I was when Emily changed her name without asking. I said I wanted Emily to feel powerless. I then blogged about my newfound knowledge. Anger, control, and hurting loved ones to prove a point were my topics. I discussed her weaponization and its wrongness. I wrote about my fatherly failures during those months. So sorry for adding to her anguish instead of protecting her. Sharing these letters in therapy changed everything. Our therapist made us read them aloud facing each other. Emily cried during mine. Through hers, I cried. Afterward, the therapist remarked this was the first time we'd both acknowledged our damage. She stated we had to acknowledge before moving on. In recent months, the therapist stated we'd made tremendous progress. We had done well on communication and collaborative decision-making, but she warned us that our habits could return under stress. Unilateral decisions, using Grace as a weapon, prioritizing our egos over our family. These were patterns that felt natural to us now. She stated we had to battle them, especially when circumstances became tough. She advised us to continue therapy after healing. She said maintenance was as vital as repair. Emily and I agreed immediately. We both knew we'd almost destroyed everything. We wouldn't revert just because things felt better. Emily and I made a new family rule around the kitchen table that night. We wrote it in large letters on paper. Both parents must agree on important Grace decisions. If we disagree, we table it until we reconcile. No exclusions or emergencies to go around others. No spiritual or visionary connections override partnership. They signed it like a contract. We posted it on the fridge with Grace's family drawing. Every time we entered the kitchen, it reminded us of our promises to each other and our baby. Grace ran in from playing outside 4 months after the courthouse hearing. Grace wondered whether she could take ballet classes like her neighbor. She was excited and described her pink leotard. Emily and I regarded each other across the living room. We were clearly thinking alike. Our unilateral decisions were typical of this moment. To maintain control, Emily would have signed her up without asking, or I would have declined. Instead, we asked Grace to allow us a few minutes to talk. We discussed logistics, cost, timeline, and compatibility in the kitchen. Our thoughts were conveyed. Both listened. We returned to Grace and said, "Yes, ballet sounded great. We'd look into classes this week." She squealed and hugged us. Though little, it felt big. Actually, we did well. A dull community center room with folding chairs and a table of homemade-looking but store-bought cookies hosted the parenting class graduation. Each parent's growth presentation was awkwarder than the last for Emily and me. A father discussed validating his adolescent daughter's sentiments instead of ignoring them. A mother cried after saying she quit using guilt as a parenting strategy. On our turn, the lecturer called us together and gave us similar certificates on rich cream paper. Emily clutched it carefully as if she cared. I folded mine in half for my jacket pocket. The instructor thanked us for finishing the program and noted our group communication had improved. Emily thanked her sincerely while I nodded and tried to look grateful. Over the next few weeks, Emily and I discussed baby names around the kitchen table. Conversations felt drastically different. Instead of making decisions, Emily proposed names and asking my opinion. I let her explain why she liked certain names and expressed my opinions. Family names, meanings, and how they sounded with our last name were discussed. None of us pushed or dismissed the other's views. We marked things off and added new possibilities to lists. Emily liked Olivia, and I thought it was nice but worried about popularity. Emily said it reminded her of a childhood bully, but she appreciated me suggesting Thomas. We giggled at internet celebrity baby names that were dreadful. Uniqueness wasn't worth hurting a child. We decided. Instead of fighting. The process was fun and collaborative. Emily felt heard one night but hadn't during Grace's pregnancy. She felt powerless and alone, so she took control. Respectful, not steamrolled. I had struck out to reclaim authority after being misled and humiliated. We realized how poorly we'd handled things and how much better it felt. We concluded we weren't ready for another child after a month of conversations. We recognized we were still practicing collaborative decision-making rather than planning a pregnancy during one of our name debates, so the decision was easy. Emily said she needed more time to trust our new patterns before having a kid. I agreed fully and wanted to make sure we could handle normal life stress before pregnancy and baby stress. These interactions had helped us practice the skills we were learning. We'd listened, established common ground, respected limits, and reached a choice without feeling overruled or discarded. Our therapist indicated this therapy would benefit us whether we had another child or not. She claimed these sessions would help us develop collaborative decision-making, which required ongoing practice. Grace entered first grade at her kindergarten school in September. I wrote Grace, her legal name, in every blank on the enrollment form. There was no record of Lila Mackenzie or Amelia Harper at the school. Her new teacher didn't know about the commotion before this new start. At our first parent-teacher meeting in October, the teacher said Grace was confident and well-adjusted, engaged in class and making friends effortlessly. Grace seemed confident and secure, without the fear or withdrawal typical of first graders. Emily and I thanked her without mentioning that our daughter was falling apart from an awful name a year earlier. Emily was grateful Grace would never remember the worst of what we put her through as she walked to our van after the meeting. I was glad, but I believed we shouldn't forget our mistakes to avoid repeating them. After Grace went to bed, Emily and I had a peaceful meal at home for our anniversary in November. We got takeout from our first date restaurant and ate at the kitchen table with candles Emily found in a drawer. We discussed how labels, control, and ego nearly destroyed our marriage. Emily stated she worried we would fail for months when anger and betrayal were too much. I said I'd wondered if we'd harm things beyond repair. We chose to work hard, rather than give up, or continue in our habits. We repeated our vows to each other and Grace at the kitchen table with cold Chinese cuisine and half-melted candles. We pledged to continue therapy, improve communication, and prioritize our family over ourselves. Emily clasped my hand across the table and stated she was proud of our arrival. I returned her hand and stated I was proud of us. John Brooks emailed me a few days later wondering about our family. He appreciated checking in with old clients with challenging cases to see if the resolutions held up. I replied immediately to thank him for his candor during our conversation. I told him we had finished parenting classes, restored our marriage via therapy, and our daughter Grace was doing well. He refused to take sides and said we were both wrong, forcing us to realize what we were doing to our kid. John responded within an hour, stating he was delighted we took it seriously because many couples in similar situations didn't. He said parents spent too much time defending their viewpoints and forgetting family court was meant to safeguard children, not boost egos. He was glad Grace was doing well and wished our family prosperity. Grace inquired why her name was different one day in early December after school. She wanted to identify Lila after finding an old envelope in the recycling bin. Emily and I looked at each other and saw we agreed. We expected this conversation. I told Grace at the kitchen table that her mom and I had misnamed her when she was born. Emily took over and explained in simple words that we'd both picked names without talking, which had produced complications. We learned that parents must collaborate, listen, and most importantly, listen to their children. When Grace inquired if Lila was her real name, Emily responded yes for a while, but now it was Grace and would stay that way. Grace paused and stated everyone makes errors, but we rectified it. Emily accepted our explanation so easily that we both tightened our throats. Grace begged to play now, and we agreed. She hurried to her room, leaving us at the table reassured and humbled by her simple forgiveness. A few weeks later, I was collecting apples in the grocery store produce department when someone called my name. The county clerk who handled my emergency name change application was there with her cart when I turned around. She looked awkward and apologized immediately, claiming she should have asked more questions before filing. She felt terrible after learning she'd been tricked into letting me hurt my daughter. I stopped her and stated it wasn't her fault. I told her I'd lied to her and used the system and owed her an apology. She was astonished but relieved. So we talked about Grace's progress for a while. The cashier was delighted things worked out after I showed her a recent phone shot of Grace smiling during her ballet recital. After we parted, I held my bag of apples, grateful that strangers who'd been involved in my mess forgave. Emily shocked me by asking for help with something in the living room that week. She got a wonderful frame for Grace's school drawing of our family. We posted it on the wall near the couch for daily viewing. Emily stated she wanted it there to remind her what mattered. Grace and our family, not our egos or rightness. In the weeks that followed, Emily or I would point at that picture when we started bickering or attempting to control things and stop and reset. We communicated that we were reverting to negative habits. Grace's precise drawing of the three of us holding hands always reminded us of what we were safeguarding. In February, our couples therapist suggested monthly sessions instead of weekly. Emily and I looked surprised because it felt like a significant milestone we hadn't seen coming. The therapist was proud of our communication and joint decision-making improvement. However, she reminded us that strong relationships required constant effort. Not just crisis intervention. She said, couples who stopped working on their relationship after therapy often relapsed within a year or two. Emily and I committed right then to keep checking in with each other and prioritizing our family over our individual needs to be right. Our family was in a good place a year after Grace's courthouse hearing, where she became Grace. We still had disagreements and tough days, but we were honest and respectful, like never before. Grace was making friends and loving first grade without worrying about her name. Emily and I rebuilt trust through consistent effort and thousands of small choices to communicate instead of control. We'd learned the hard way that our daughter's well-being had to come before our egos every time. Our name war scars were still there and probably always would be, but they were reminders of hard lessons we'd learned. We were better parents and spouses after facing what we'd done to Grace and changing instead of blaming and retaliating. I lost my baby and my mill made it public. But I exposed her affair of 8 years in front of everyone at the anniversary party. My ML announced my miscarriage over dinner, and I revealed her affair at her anniversary party. I was 14 weeks pregnant when I felt something warm run down my leg at work. I went to the bathroom and noticed blood soaking through my dress. I called my husband Ryan with trembling hands and said, "Something's wrong with the baby. There's so much blood. Come get me now." He said, "I'm on my way. Don't move." I could hear him grabbing his keys and running. By the time they got me into a room and hooked up to the monitors, our baby had passed away. The doctor used terms such as spontaneous and nothing you could have done. But all I heard was that the tiny heartbeat we saw on the ultrasound 4 weeks ago had stopped, and there was no medical reason for it. Matt sat on the edge of my hospital bed, holding his face in his hands and crying. And I reached for him and said, "I'm so sorry." And he looked up and said, "Don't. This isn't your fault." And he pulled me into his chest, and we stayed there until the nurse arrived to inform us of the next steps. We agreed not to tell anyone until we were ready. I can't handle your mother right now, I told her. Ryan nodded and said, I know. We'll tell people when you're ready. No one needs to know yet. I trusted him because I had no reason not to. And I forgot that keeping secrets from his mother, Lena, was impossible because she had the key to our house and could use it whenever she wanted. 4 days later, I was sitting on the kitchen floor, crying into a onesie I had purchased the week before, when I heard the front door open and saw Lena standing over me, grocery bags in her hands, and her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. Well, she said, looking around at the tissues scattered on the floor and the empty ice cream container on the counter. This is quite a scene. I wiped my face and said, Lena, I wasn't expecting you. And she stepped over me to set her bags on the counter and said, clearly, you know, when Ryan told me you weren't feeling well, I assumed it was something minor. A cold, maybe, not a complete breakdown in the middle of the day. She turned to look at the onesie in my hands, her eyes narrowing. Is that baby clothes? Why are you sitting on the floor crying over baby clothes, Rachel? I didn't want to tell her anything, but she kept staring at me with that look she gives servers when her food comes out wrong. And the words came out anyway, because I was exhausted and empty, and all I wanted was for her to leave. I lost the baby, I said, my voice cracking with the final word. 4 days ago, we weren't going to tell anyone yet. If you didn't know her well enough, Lena's face changed into something that almost looked like sympathy. She lowered herself to the floor beside me and grabbed my hands and said, oh, honey. That explains everything. I knew something was off with you lately, but I thought you were just being moody again. I said, I'm not being moody. I lost my baby. And she squeezed my hands and said, I know. And I'm sure you're blaming yourself even though the doctor probably told you these things just happen sometimes, especially with first pregnancies, especially when the moth. She tilted her head as she looked at me. You have been under a lot of stress, haven't you? Working all those hours, not taking care of yourself properly. I told Ryan months ago that you needed to slow down, but you never listened to me. I pulled my hands away and said, the doctor said it wasn't anything I did. And Lena nodded slowly and said, of course he did. They always say that, but we both know you could have taken better care of yourself, eaten better, rested more. You're not exactly known for pudding, but what's done is done. No point dwelling on it now. I said, please don't tell anyone. I need time before the whole family knows. And she put her hand over her heart and said, sweetheart, I would never betray your trust like that. I swear on my marriage, this stays between us until you're ready. Though, I believe the family deserves to know eventually. They've been asking about grandchildren for years, and it's not fair to keep them in the dark simply because you're embarrassed. That Friday, she called and said she was planning a small dinner for us, because we needed to be surrounded by people we loved. She said it was just her immediate family. You really need to get out of that house. Sitting around crying isn't going to bring the baby back. I said, I don't think I'm ready for company. And she sighed heavily and said, Rachel, this isn't about what you want. Ryan is struggling, and he needs his family around him right now. Or is this going to be like every other time when your needs come before his? So, I put on a dress and let Ryan drive me to his parents' house, where 35 people were waiting in the din. I grabbed his arm and whispered, you said immediate family. He said, I guess mom invited more people. Just get through it. Lena floated through the crowd in a cream dress. When she saw me, she rushed over and grabbed my face, saying loudly, oh, you poor thing. You look exhausted. Have you been sleeping at all? You have bags under your eyes. Everyone turned to look at me. Halfway through dinner, Lena stood up and tapped her wine glass, and the room fell silent. I need your prayers, she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. My son just lost his first baby, and I'm trying to be strong for him, but my heart is absolutely shattered. 35 people were staring at me. Lena sat back down, grabbed my hand, leaned in close, and whispered, you should really smile. People are going to think you don't appreciate them being here for you. I knew right then that tomorrow morning, I was going to sit back down and force him to choose between me and his mother. Lena assumed I would remain silent because that is what I had always done. But she had just made the biggest mistake of her life. She wanted to play a grieving grandmother in front of 35 people. So I was going to make her explain why she had broken her promise in front of her son. For the first time in 6 years, I was not afraid of what would happen if I stopped being polite. I'll tell you exactly how the conversation went. For the first 10 minutes of the ride home, the car was silent. I stared out the window, waiting for Ryan to say something, to apologize, to admit that his mother had just done something terrible. Finally, he cleared his throat and said, "I know tonight wasn't what you expected." I laughed so hard because that was the biggest understatement I'd ever heard. Wasn't what I expected. Ryan, your mother announced our miscarriage to 35 people after she promised she wouldn't tell anyone. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said, "She was trying to help. She thought you needed support." I turned to face him and said, "She thought I needed support or she thought she needed an audience." He didn't respond. We pulled into our driveway, and he turned off the car and sat there, staring at the garage door. "I need you to apologize to her," he explained quietly. I was sure I'd misheard him. "Excuse me?" He turned to face me, wearing that soft expression he used when he wanted me to do something I didn't want to do. "You barely spoke to anyone all night. You didn't thank her for the dinner. You just sat there looking miserable, and now she's upset because she thinks you're mad at her." I opened and closed my mouth because I couldn't find words for what I was hearing. "I am mad at her," I finally said. "She told everyone about the baby after she promised she wouldn't. I have a right to be mad, Ryan." He sighed and rubbed his eyes. "She made a mistake. She got emotional, but giving her the silent treatment all night was cruel, and you need to apologize by tomorrow morning." I got out of the car and walked inside without saying anything. He followed me into the bedroom, saying, "Rachel, I'm serious. She called me crying on the way home. She thinks you hate her." I put on my pajamas and said, "Good. Maybe she should think about why." He looked at me as if I was speaking a foreign language. "You're being unreasonable. All she did was ask for prayers. That's what family does." I climbed into bed, turned off my lamp, and said, "If you can't see what she did wrong, then I don't know how to explain it to you." He stood there in the dark for a long moment before walking out, and I heard the guest room door close behind him. The next morning, I awoke to 20 text messages. Ryan's aunt called to see if I was all right after Lena expressed concern about my mental health. His cousin asked if I needed anything because she heard I wasn't dealing with the loss well. His other cousin said, Lena mentioned I'd been acting erratic and asked if I wanted to talk to someone professionally. I pulled away from him. "You want me to see a therapist your mother recommended so she can control that narrative as well?" He threw his hands up. "Mom knows a really good one from church, and honestly, I'm starting to agree with her. You're acting like everyone is out to get you. That's not normal, Rachel. That's not healthy." That night, he moved into the guest room. He said he needed space to think because I was refusing to apologize and refused to get help, and he didn't know what else to do. I lay in our bed alone, staring at the ceiling and thinking about how Lena had managed to isolate me completely in less than 4 days. My husband thought I was insane. The next morning, I saw that Lena had posted a photo of herself hugging me at the table with her eyes closed and her face pressed against my hair on Facebook. Her family and coworkers thought I was insane. She had used my worst moment to destroy every relationship I had, all while crying and asking for prayers. The caption read, "Please pray for my sweet daughter-in-law during this difficult time. She's struggling, but our family will get her through it." 250 likes, 50 comments about what an amazing mother-in-law she was, and a dozen people tagging mental health resources for me to read. I screenshotted everything and sent it to my best friend Danielle with the message, "Am I crazy, or is this insane?" She immediately called me. I told Danielle about everything: the dinner, the texts, the prayer group, Ryan's move to the guest room, and she was silent for a long time before saying, "You need to leave there. This woman is attempting to destroy you, and your husband is assisting her." I said, "I can't just leave. Where might I go?" She said, "You can stay with me, but Rachel, I am serious. What she is doing is not normal. This was calculated. She's preparing you for something, and you must figure out what it is before she finishes building her case." I thanked her, hung up, and sat in my kitchen, wondering how my life had fallen apart so completely in 4 days. I'd lost my baby, my husband, and my reputation, and Lena was out there collecting sympathy and prayers while I sat alone in a house that no longer felt like mine. I agreed to help set up Lena's anniversary party, but I wasn't going to fold napkins. She thought sending me into her house alone was safe because she'd already convinced everyone I was the crazy one, but women like Lena always have secrets, and I was going to search every room until I found something that proved who she really was. When she handed me those keys, she had no idea what she was giving me. 4 days after the dinner, Lena called and said she needed help setting up for her 30th anniversary party. "Kenneth is out of town until Thursday, and I can't possibly do everything myself, she said in that sweet voice that made me want to throw my phone across the room. "Will you come and help?" It would mean so much to me. I said yes because Ryan was standing right there, and I knew that refusing would give her more ammunition. She'd tell everyone I was too unstable to help with a simple party, adding it to her list of evidence that something was wrong with me. So, Saturday morning, I drove to her house and spent 4 hours carrying boxes and ironing tablecloths while she supervised from the couch and pointed out everything I was doing wrong. "The napkins need to be folded into swans, not rectangles," she said without looking up from her phone. "And those centerpieces need to be on the west side of the room. The light is better there for photos." I nodded, adjusted, rearranged, and fantasized about walking out the door and never returning. Around noon, she sent me upstairs to get some extra chairs from her bedroom closet. "They're in the back," she called after me. "Behind the boxes. Make sure you don't mess up anything while you're looking." I climbed the stairs and went into the master bedroom, opening the closet door. It was massive, a walk-in the size of my living room, with shelves, drawers, and racks of clothes organized by color. I pushed past the dresses and moved some boxes, and the chairs were folded up against the back wall. As I was pulling them out, I knocked over a shoebox on the top shelf, and it fell open, spilling receipts everywhere. I knelt down to gather them, and that's when I realized what they were for. Jewelry. Expensive jewelry. A diamond bracelet from 3 years ago, pearl earrings from last Christmas, and a necklace that cost more than the car. I'd never seen Lena wear any of these things, and I was putting the receipts back when I heard her phone buzz from the nightstand in the bedroom, which she must have left upstairs when she went to answer the door earlier. I should have ignored it, grabbed the chairs, and gone back downstairs, pretending I never saw anything. But something made me walk over and look at the screen. The notification was from someone named John with a heart emoji, and the preview showed the first line of the text. "Last night was perfect. I can't stop thinking about you." My entire body went cold. John. I recognized the name. He was a deacon at Lena's church and had been attending family dinners for years. He always sat next to her, refilled her wine glass before anyone else's, and laughed a little too hard at her jokes. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe it was a different John. Maybe the text was innocent and I was reading into it because I wanted to find something wrong with her. But my hands were already moving. I picked up her phone, typed in the passcode. I'd seen her enter 100 times at family dinners, and it opened immediately. I went to her messages, found John's thread, and began scrolling. "I miss you already. You're the only person who understands me. Kenneth does not touch me in the same way that you do. I wish I'd married you instead." 8 years of messages. 8 years of "I love you. I need you. You're my soulmate," and explicit descriptions of things that made my stomach turn. I kept scrolling with shaking hands and found photos of Lena in lingerie, which I'd never seen before, and John shirtless in what appeared to be a hotel room. I backed out of the messages, checked her photos, and discovered a hidden album with hundreds more, including photos from their anniversary trip to Napa, a family reunion in Lake Tahoe, and Christmas Eve 3 years ago, when she said she was tired and went to bed early. John had been buying her gifts that she couldn't wear around her husband. I went back to the closet and looked at the jewelry receipts, which were all purchased within a week of one of their anniversary trips. I found hotel rooms, restaurant receipts, and screenshots of reservations for places she'd told Kenneth she was going to with her girlfriends. I felt a shift inside me as I stood in that closet, surrounded by evidence of 8 years of lies. This woman had destroyed my reputation, turned my husband against me, announced my dead baby to 35 people, and then told everyone I was crazy when I got upset about it. And while she was preaching about faithfulness and family values while sleeping with the church deacon, I pulled out my phone and started screenshotting everything, the texts, the photos, the receipts. I worked quickly and methodically, saving every piece of evidence I could find in my own phone. Then I put her phone back exactly where I found it, grabbed the chairs, and walked downstairs, saying, "Found them. Where should I set them up?" Lena smiled at me from the couch and said, "By the windows. Thank you so much for your assistance. I know things have been difficult between us recently, but I truly appreciate you." I smiled back and said, "Of course. That's what family is for." She had no idea that I had just found everything I needed to destroy her. I spent the rest of the afternoon setting up chairs, hanging decorations, and watching Lena bark orders at the caterers while I pondered what I was going to do with the information I'd discovered. A part of me wanted to tell Kenneth right away. He deserved to know what his wife had been doing for the past 8 years. But another part of me knew that wasn't enough. Lena had publicly humiliated me, standing up in front of 35 people and announcing my miscarriage. Then spending 3 weeks convincing everyone that I was unstable. She didn't deserve a quiet conversation. She deserved to feel exactly what I had felt. Exposed, humiliated, and destroyed in front of everyone she wanted to impress. There would be a projector for the slideshow and a microphone for the toasts, and every person Lena had ever tried to impress would be in that room, watching her accept congratulations for a marriage she'd been destroying since before I even met Matt. The anniversary party was in 6 days, and 250 people were expected to attend to celebrate 35 years of faithful marriage. I drove home with my phone full of screenshots and a plan in my head. I had 8 years of proof saved to my phone, and I was finally going to show Ryan who his perfect mother truly was. Lena had no idea I found her burner while she was downstairs bragging about her faithful marriage. I waited for Matt to get home from work and sat him down at the kitchen table, saying, "I need to show you something, and I need you to actually look at it before you say anything." I applied my makeup slowly and carefully, thinking about what I was about to do. The USB drive was already in my purse. I'd spent the past 6 days organizing everything. Texts were organized by date, photos were organized chronologically, and a timeline was created to show exactly when each affair milestone occurred, and what lie Lena told Kenneth to cover it. I drove to the venue by myself. It was a ballroom at the nicest hotel in town, with crystal chandeliers and white tablecloths, and 250 guests, dressed in their Sunday best, ready to celebrate 35 years of what they thought was a faithful marriage. Lena noticed me the moment I walked in and dashed over with her arms outstretched. "Rachel, you came." She drew me into a hug and whispered in my ear, "Smile, or everyone will think you're having another episode." I smiled and said, "I wouldn't miss this for the world, Lena. Tonight is going to be unforgettable." She pulled back and looked at me with something suspicious in her eyes. But then someone called her name, and she floated away to accept more compliments on her dress, decorations, and lovely wedding. I took a seat at a table near the back and watched the room fill with people who had no idea what they were actually celebrating. Kenneth stood near the bar, looking uncomfortable in his suit. He had never liked big parties. He once told me that Lena planned these events for herself, and he simply showed up where she told him to. Ryan approached my table and sat down without looking at me. "I wasn't sure you'd come," he admitted quietly. I replied, "I wasn't sure either. But I decided I didn't want to miss your mother's big night." He looked at me with something hopeful in his eyes. "Does that mean you're ready to apologize in order to move past all of this?" I took a long sip of my champagne glass and said, "I think tonight is going to change a lot of things, Ryan. Let's just see how it goes." At 7, the program began. Lena had planned every minute. First, a slideshow of photos from their 35-year relationship. Following that, family and friends make toasts. Then Lena delivered a speech about the secret to a long-lasting marriage. Then dinner and dancing, and most likely more crying, praying, and thanking God for blessing her with such a wonderful husband. I looked through the slideshow and saw 35 years of smiling photos. Lena and Kenneth. On their wedding day. Lena is holding baby Ryan. Family vacations, holidays, and anniversaries. A whole life captured in images that told the story Lena wanted everyone to believe. The toast began. Ryan's aunt discussed how Lena was the glue that held the family together. A church friend praised her commitment to her marriage and faith. The pastor described her as a shining example of Christian womanhood, to which all young women should aspire. Then John stood up. I watched him approach the microphone, a glass of champagne in his hand and a smile on his face. He was tall and handsome, with gray at his temples and the assurance that came from years of people trusting him. "I've known Lena and Kenneth for almost 20 years. He told me. "And I can honestly say I've never met a more devoted couple. Their marriage is an inspiration. The way they support each other, the way they put their family first, the way they've built a life based on faith and love and commitment." He raised his toast to another 30 years of doing nothing but the best. Everyone drank, and I watched Lena dab her eyes with a napkin as John took his seat next to his wife, the same wife who had no idea her husband had been sleeping with Lena for 8 of the previous 20 years. Lena stood up and approached the microphone, and I knew she was going to give a speech about the secret to a long-lasting marriage, about trust and communication and never going to bed angry. I reached into my purse, felt for the USB drive, and waited. 35 years, Lena said. Her voice trembled from practiced emotion. "I married my best friend 35 years ago, and every single day since then, I've woken up grateful to be able to spend my life with him." She looked at Kenneth through tears. "We've faced challenges." I stood up, My chair scraped against the floor, and a few people turned to look at me. Every marriage does, but we've never stopped choosing each other, we've never stopped putting our family first, and we've never broken our vows to God and our families. Lena paused in mid-sentence, and her smile flickered as she noticed me walking toward the stage. Rachel, she called into the microphone. What are you doing? I climbed the 3 steps to the platform and approached her, saying, I wanted to add something to your speech, if that's okay. Lena's face changed several times in quick succession. Confusion, suspicion, followed by a smile that did not reach her eyes. Of course, sweetheart, what did you want to say? She stepped away from the microphone, and I took a step forward, looking out at 250 faces staring at me. Kenneth was seated at the head table. Ryan was frozen in his seat. John had already begun to stand, as if he knew something was wrong. I took the USB drive out of my purse and held it up for everyone to see. The slideshow was loaded, and all I needed was the right moment to end Lena's entire life. She had no idea the USB was already queued up behind her anniversary photos. With one signal to the tech booth, every text and photo would appear on the screen for 250 witnesses. I had complete control for the first time in our marriage. The moment has finally arrived. Before I could approach the projector, Lena's hand closed around my wrist. Her grip was tight, her nails dug into my skin, and her smile never changed. Rachel, honey, let's go get some air. She spoke through her teeth. You look like you're not feeling well. I drew my arm away and said, I feel fine. Actually, better than I've felt in weeks. She leaned in and whispered, if you do anything stupid right now, I will destroy you. I'll tell everyone you're having a breakdown, I'll have you committed, and I'll make sure Chris never speaks to you again. I whispered back, you've already done all of that. What else do you have? Her smile cracked for a brief moment. She then collected herself and spoke loud enough for the nearby tables to hear. Of course, you can say a few words. We're all family here. She stepped back and gestured toward the microphone, and I could see in her eyes that she was calculating, trying to figure out what I could possibly do that she couldn't deny, what evidence I could have that she couldn't explain away. But before I could approach the tech booth, Lena grabbed my elbow and steered me down the hallway with an iron grip disguised as a loving gesture. We need to talk first, she hissed silently. She pushed me into a coat closet before closing the door behind us. And in the darkness, I finally saw her true face. No smile, no warmth, only cold calculation. I know you found something, she replied. Chris told me you looked through my phone. You've spent 3 weeks acting like a crazy person who can't handle losing a baby, and whatever you think you've got won't work. I've spent 35 years building relationships in this community and being the woman everyone trusts. I didn't lose a baby, I replied quietly. My baby died. There's a difference. Lena waved her hand dismissively. Same thing. The point is, no one is going to believe you over me. You could have video evidence, but they'd still think you faked it because I've already told them how unstable you've been, how paranoid, and obsessed with destroying me. She stepped closer, and I could smell her perfume mixed with champagne. So, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back out there and smile and clap during my speech and act like a supportive daughter-in-law. And then you're going to go home and pack your things and file for divorce and disappear from my son's life forever. If you do that quietly, I won't tell anyone what really happened with your miscarriage. My veins began to bleed. What do you mean, what really happened? She smiled with the cruelest expression I'd ever seen on a human face. I mean that stress causes miscarriage. Everyone knows that. And you were so stressed, weren't you? Working all those hours, fighting with Ryan about having children when he wasn't ready. Pushing and pushing until your body gave out. We can find 44 point. She tilted her head. That's the story I'll tell if you make me. That you wanted a baby so badly you ignored the warning signs, that you kept working instead of resting. That you caused your own loss, because you were too selfish to slow down. I stared at her in the darkness of that coat closet and realized I was looking at someone who had no boundaries. Someone who will say anything and destroy anyone to protect themselves. Someone had already decided I was expendable the moment I became inconvenient. You know what the worst part is? I asked quietly. I actually thought you might love Ryan. I thought everything you did was a misguided maternal instinct. But you don't love anyone, Kenneth or Ryan. Not even John. You simply enjoy being worshipped. Something flickered in her eyes. Surprise. Perhaps. Or recognition. You have no idea what you're talking about, she said, her voice losing some of its confidence. I found the jewelry, I said. The diamond bracelet. The pearls. The necklace. And all of John's gifts that you are not allowed to wear around him. You keep them hidden in your closet like trophies, as proof that someone wants you. Her face paled in the dim lighting. That's what this has always been about, isn't it? Not love, not family, just making sure everyone sees you as perfect, desirable, and the center of everything. Lena's hand reached out to grab my throat, not hard enough to choke me, but enough to convey her point. You don't know anything about my life, she said angrily. You don't know what it's like to give everything to a family that takes you for granted, to smile, perform, and sacrifice for 35 years and still feel invisible. I drew her hand away and said, You're correct. I'm not sure what that's like because I would never do what you did to feel seen. I pushed past her, opened the closet door, and returned to the ballroom. She followed closely behind me, wearing that smile like armor. Rachel, wait, she said sweetly. You forgot your purse. I ignored her and proceeded directly to the tech booth. I handed the USB to the projector operator. Add this to the slideshow, I said. Play it when I give you the signal. He looked puzzled, but plugged it in, and I returned to the microphone. Lena was standing near the stage, staring at me with narrowed eyes. She still had no idea what I had. She was still confident she could spin whatever came next. She had no idea that everything she had created was about to crumble. I want to thank everyone for being here tonight, I told them. Despite my pounding heart, my voice remained steady. Lena has been talking about this party for months. 35 years of marriage, 35 years of faithfulness, 35 years of putting her family first. I paused to look at Lena. She was looking at me with that frozen smile on her face. But before we continue celebrating, I think everyone deserves to know the truth about what those 35 years really looked like. I gave a wink at the tech table. The screen behind me flickered, switching from the wedding photo slideshow to something else entirely. The first image represented a text message. Last night was perfect. I can't stop thinking about you. The second was a photo of Lena and John in a hotel room with a 5-year-old timestamp. The third text read, I wish I'd married you instead of Kenneth. The room fell silent. I observed 250 faces processing what they were seeing. I saw John's wife stand up, hand over her mouth. I watched Kenneth's face lose all color as he read the messages scrolling across the screen. I watched Lena's smile fade completely. These messages span 8 years, I said into the microphone. 8 years of lying, 8 years of cheating, and 8 years of Lena preaching about faithful marriage while sleeping with a church deacon. This is all a lie. She made it up. She's been trying to destroy me since the day she met my son. Ask Chris. Ask him what she's really like. She pointed at Chris, who remained frozen at his table. Tell them. Tell them she's crazy. Tell them she's been having a breakdown. Chris stood up slowly, and every eye in the room turned to him. He looked at his mother. He looked at the screen, which showed a photo of her and John in bed together. He looked at me as I stood at the microphone, holding the USB drive in my hand. Is it true? He questioned his mother. His voice was low, but everyone in the silent room could hear it. Have you been cheating on Dad for 8 years? Lena's eyes welled up with tears. Chris, baby, you have to understand. Your father hasn't touched me in years. John and I have a connection. It's not what it looks like. I still love your father. I just needed someone who appreciated me. And is it true? Chris went on. Yes or no? Lena sobbed. Yes. But it's not my fault. You don't understand what my marriage has been like. Your father is cold and distant, and John actually sees me. Chris turned and walked out of the room before she could finish. Lena screamed his name and began running after him. However, her heel caught on the stage's edge, causing her to stumble. She grabbed the anniversary cake display to steady herself, but it wasn't sturdy enough to support her weight. The whole thing tipped forward, and she landed face first in 3 layers of white frosting and fondant. For a moment, no one moved. Lena lay in the wreckage of her own anniversary cake, sobbing and covered in frosting, as 250 guests watched in stunned silence. Then, someone in the back began laughing. It spread like wildfire throughout the room, leaving half of the guests laughing and the other half filming with their phones. Lena pushed herself up to her knees. Frosting was dripping from her hair, and her designer dress was ruined, with mascara running down her cheeks like black rivers. She looked around the room at everyone who had spent years telling her how perfect she was and saw nothing but disgust, pity, and barely suppressed laughter. "Stop filming!" she exclaimed. "Stop it right now. This is a private family matter. You have no right. You lost the right to privacy when you made my miscarriage public." That's what I said. "Now everyone can see who you truly are." I stepped down from the stage and headed for the exit. John's wife grabbed my arm as I passed, saying, "Thank you. I've suspected for years, but I've never seen proof." I nodded and continued walking. Lena was screaming my name now. "Rachel, Rachel, get back here. You cannot just leave. You've ruined everything. You destroyed my family. Rachel." I was almost to the door when Chris stepped in front of me. His face was pale, his eyes were red, and he appeared to have just been told that everything he thought he knew was false. "How could you do this?" he inquired. "How could you humiliate her like that in front of everyone?" I asked, feeling something cold settle in my chest. She announced my miscarriage to 35 people after promising to keep it a secret, telling everyone I was insane, and threatening to tell them I caused my own miscarriage. "And you chose her. Every time you chose her." He shook his head. "She's my mother. And I'm your wife. I was your wife, and you never once chose me." I reached into my purse and pulled out the burner phone I'd taken from Lena's closet the day I discovered the messages. I pressed it into his hand. "This has everything. Every message, every photo, every lie she told your father for 8 years. I was going to show you privately. I was going to give you the chance to handle it as a family, but you told me I faked the screenshots. You told me I was crazy. You moved out and stayed with her and let her threaten me." I stepped around him toward the door. "So I handled it the only way she left me." Lena was still calling out my name behind me. I could hear her sobbing, choking on frosting, and begging for help. I did not look back. I walked out of the ballroom, into the cool night air, and continued walking until I reached my car. My hands shook as I unlocked the door and sat in the driver's seat. I sat there for a while, staring at nothing. I just ruined my mother-in-law's marriage and reputation in front of 250 people. I'd recently ended my own marriage in the most public way possible. I had just burned down every bridge I had with the family I had married into 6 years before. I didn't feel guilty. I did not feel bad. I felt liberated for the first time since that dinner when Lena told 35 people about my miscarriage. I felt as though I could finally breathe. My phone vibrated. A text from Danielle. "I just saw on Facebook that something happened at the anniversary party. Are you okay? What did you do?" I responded, "I'll tell you everything. Can I stay at your place tonight?" She asked, already setting up the guest room. "Get here safe." I started the car, pulled out of the parking lot, and drove to Danielle's apartment without looking back at the hotel, where my mother-in-law was still covered in cake and crying about how I had ruined her life. She'd ruined mine first. "I've just returned the favor,"